Toyota AFL Premiership season.
And the grandstands are heaving. He's doing it all, Nick Dacos. Jack Higgins from 45 out of the boundary has been able to shake that home. Stewart took him. Amazing tackle by Tom Stewart, and that could be a game changer. Rubbles to Southport. 2 bounces. It'll be a great goal.
Every game, every week.
The scores are level, and they're off their heads to the SCG. Curnow grabs it cleanly with the left, and then swings around onto the right. Magnificent start. Back to Schultz, outside of the ball, curling for goal. Schultz is lifting the pies. This could be the closer. It is a monster goal to close it all. The Lions produce a domination to make the golden era proud. The premiership is going back to Brisbane, and for Chris Fagan, it's the greatest coaching story in football history.
Welcome to AFL Nation.
Shiver down your spine stuff. Great to have your company wherever you might be listening to AFL Nation. It's been a wild and scary week in Australia, and the cyclone playing with people's lives and the AFL fixture. And if you're caught in the middle of it, stay safe, and hopefully footy being back can bring you some joy. It's back, baby. It's back, footy. And it's going to be fun to be part of it with you all season long. The full team of superstars are in the house. No Gerard Whateley tonight, but we've got the 5-time day, 5-time night premiership god from Hawthorn, Dermot Brereton. We've got the I see it, but I don't believe it, Swan and Magpie gun, Nick Davis. And we've got the joining us for the AFL Nation team again for another year, one of the icons of Australian broadcasting, the great Stephen Quartermain. So let's welcome the team. Welcome, guys. Great to have you here at the SCG for the season opener.
Good afternoon. Brereton, he played for Hawthorn, didn't he?
Yeah, hello, Quarters. How you going?
And a couple of others.
Hey, Nico. Hey, Dwayno.
Good to be with you guys. It's been a wild week, and the weather at least looks like being pretty good for tonight, which is a good story.
Yeah, it's a beautiful night up here for footy. A bit blustery, but no cyclone coming in. Which thoughts to everyone a bit norther than Sydney, but yeah, here at the SCG we've got a good night for footy. The ground looks in great condition. The first couple of games post cricket season, it's pretty hard and fast out there, but it'd be interesting to see how they go in the centre. But beautiful night for footy.
So, Nick, if we can paint that picture, I've just seen a few shots come through. We're down in the studio in South Melbourne, or South Bank. It looks like blue skies, hard surface. It looks like what we would normally expect from a Sydney-type situation. There is no hint of any inclement weather down that south yet, as such.
No, it's a beautiful night. So the breeze is coming in. It's probably the different breeze here than what you get normally. You normally get the sort of the nor'easter, but this is a bit more easterly straight off the water, but not going to have an impact at all, Derm. And the thing that you're not going to get tonight that you sometimes get here at the SCG in night games is a dew comes in, but tonight it's going to be hard and fast. That centre wicket, if you win the toss, you're going to want to bat. It looks a good track.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food, and for elders for all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. And a shout out for Hyundai as well. The Hyundai Keys to Summer event is on now. Unlock offers on a range of Hyundai models. There is so much intrigue going into this game, isn't there? So many different things to look at. Dean Cox, a new coach. Tom McCartan pushed into a new role. We've got a couple of players out for either team, which kind of shakes things up as well. Errol Gordon's loss is going to be big, but at the same time, there's so many things that we can look forward to that might change the game. I heard Dermot, you talking this week about James Sicily maybe becoming one of the best swingmen in the AFL, has been named on a wing. We've got arguably two of the best small forwards in the competition, Tom Papley and the Wizard Watson, that can turn it on tonight as well. And there could be a change in the way we see goals kicked this year. Maybe small forwards are going to become of more value than they have been for a while. It's full of intrigue.
Absolutely. We probably is trying to put a thumbprint on exactly what Coxie's going to do with this Sydney Swans team. Every coach, no matter who they are, I mean, it's very rare a coach comes in and goes, the status quo is good, let's just keep going along as is. Even if you take over a top 2, top 3, or top 4 team, the new coach puts a slight tweak on it, a slight imprint of his own on the team. And we saw, you can do it positionally, but most often they like to do it with a strategy or a style. Now we have seen Wicks has gone back for the Sydney Swans. We see Tom McCartan has gone forward. Now they're positional. We can all see that within 30 seconds of the first bounce of the game. But to me, where I would look at, Nick, is that with Wicks going back, he wants quick feet moving the ball out of the back line. That, to me, says that's the natural want that he wants to put into this team. Other than that, we're going to have to kind of wait and see what is delivered.
Yeah, it's going to take, as you said, Dermot, those positional ones, and it's a really good call. I think Sam Wicks going into that back six, it's probably going to squeeze Jake Lloyd back up to the wing. 250 games for Jake Lloyd tonight. Well done to him. It's a fantastic effort to play 250 games in such a strong, powerful team. But it was probably, with Harry Cunningham being out with injury, it was left to the Lizard to really get the ball out of the back half, running and carrying. Ollie Florence back there, but Sam Wicks going back there is going to be a big move, and it's probably the one that, and we'll talk about it now. Errol Goulden, he missing a decent chunk of the first part of the season. Look, the disposals that he gets are going to be distributed around the rest of the team when he's not there. But what happens are the extra 4 possessions that Chad Warner gets, the extra couple that Isaac Heaney gets, are they going to be as quality as Errol Goulden's? And that's going to be the biggest question, because he just does not waste the footy. And a lot of Dean Cox's, as you said, new strategy would have involved Errol Goulden, and he's not going to be there. But in listening to everything that's sort of come out of the Swans, and externally and internally, it's been around being a bit more adaptable in this pre-season. You probably would have had to do it. You do your 3K and then you get to do another one in 5 minutes. Coxie's pulled that one out the first time trial, and he either won a few or lost a few in that, I'm not sure, but it's about being adaptable. And probably the one thing that the Swans last year was so good for so long at the same thing, and then when someone threw something a little bit different at them, the blowouts happened. The Port Adelaide game happened. Yeah. And then we obviously know what happened in that grand final. So it's about being a little bit more adaptable and a little bit more being able to deal with things on the fly. That's going to be interesting to see. That's the strategy I think that Dean Cox is going to try and implement.
One thing I would keep an eye out down the track. Now, look, the Swans might win tonight, might go on and win 5 in a row. Who knows? At some stage, they'll lose one. At some stage, they'll lose their second one. If you've got a coach who comes in and he takes 7 hours to review his first game that he's ever reviewed with you, and he takes 75 minutes to review the first minute of the game, at some stage when you started losing a few and you start to go once again into this intrinsic measure of 60 to 1 in terms of minutes reviewing per minute, that's going to make a few enemies within the playing group. Now, we know that every coach doesn't have every player in love with him on his list, but that to me says you'd want things to go right early on, right from the start, or they're going to come at the coach and say, hey, this has been done wrong. I know you put your own stamp on it. I just thought that was a strong-handed strategy to open up with, to say, hey, I'm in it with you blokes. To me, that says, hey, you guys got it wrong, which they did. We all know that, but I'm in it with you. I don't think there was as much of that. I just thought it was weird that it was such a long examination of the first minute and then 7 hours for a game. How do you... Yeah, I don't know how you fit that into the day.
That's a long day. I'm still examining the 2005 semi-final, Dan. Don't worry about that.
Can I ask you, Nick, about Joel Amati? We know what he's capable
Absolutely.
of. Consistency has been his problem. I was watching the game against the Suns last week. He did a lot of defensive stuff. He pushed right down the field and did a lot of chasing and little 1%ers. What does he need to get that consistency? Can he be a bona fide star of the competition?
Yeah, I think he can. Great question. I think it's in the structure, and you're a key forward. Last year, the general structure was the two or three of the big boys in McLean, McDonald and Amati on the field at the same time, and as a key forward, you want to be the alpha male. You are the big player. I played with Anthony Rocker, Sav Rocker, Barry Hall, these big key forwards that are the alpha male. And when there's too many of them out there, they were sort of looking around to say who's in charge of this forward line. Now with just McCartan, Derm and Amati, look, those two can go, right, it's me or you, and we've got to stand up here and be the alpha male of this forward line. And I think that's what you're going to see with Joel, that he's not going to look around and see anyone else's help. He's like, all right, this is me. I'm the tall in this forward line, and I need to get my work done.
So, Quarters, and on top of that, and I totally agree with that, I don't think those three boys from last year would know who the alpha male is in the forward line. When Joel kicked 8 goals in that, I think it was against the Crows, wasn't it, in a night game?
Yep.
And Horse took him off. Joel's a really close friend, and Hayden McLean are really close friends of my son. So I've seen them play just about every game of their junior footy career. I know them explicitly well, what they can do and how they move and how they work and what their long suits are and their short suits. Joel's got a lot of goods to bring to the table. The one thing he doesn't have as a key forward, which other key forwards have, is he doesn't veer off the line all that much. He sees the drop of the ball, he works out where the drop of the ball is, and it's pretty well a straight line to it. So until he actually starts to run curves, I can't think of a time when I've seen Joel run a hook lead in the last 2 years. So until he starts to learn, and given it's not without lost on us that it also depends on how quickly the midfield bring it in, and sometimes they bring it in too quickly and you don't get a chance to work your man over. But until he starts to do that, I can't see him being the alpha male and saying, yeah, he's in the top 4 key position players in the league. Hayden's the competitor of all of them. McDonald is a worker. McCartan is the interesting one because he can run off the line. The one thing and Dwayne, you and I chatted about on the weekend, was that he during the week, he probably played from behind a little bit too much for my liking. But if you know the want of your teammates, i.e. when Wicks ran through the middle and bombed it out the back, he saw that before his opponent. I like the key forwards whose stock and trade is to come at the ball carrier, because if a ball's going over the back, it's going over the back anyway, and you can have one of your small forwards run onto it.
Do you think that Hawthorn would rather have McCartan play as a forward than a back?
Oh, that's a good question, Dwayne. That's a really good question.
Depends how he settles up in the first quarter.
That's true.
If he's giving him trouble.
And this could be a situation where it changes when Logan McDonald comes back.
Yeah.
We don't really know, but if it works, you have to stick with it. And then all of a sudden, everyone else has to fit in. Amati will have to fit in. Logan McDonald will have to fit in. McLean will have to fit in.
So, hey, boys, can I just interrupt for a sec? There's a big scene here in the forward pocket at the SCG. The entire Hawks playing group, all the admin that's here, all the support staff, they're handing over the jumpers to the first gamers playing the first game of Hawthorn, to Tom Barris and Josh Battle, and the two men handing over the jumpers, Chris Langford, of course you know very well, Derm, and D. Polkinghorn, David Polkinghorn, handing over the jumpers. So this is a great season, isn't it? There's about, I have to be, 40 or 50 Hawks out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's something that is normally done sort of in the rooms, but it's good to be able to bring it out onto the ground, and it's something that everyone remembers getting their first Guernsey, and be a special night for these guys to play their first game for one of the great clubs of the comp.
Did they do it, Derm and Dwayne, back in your day? Did you get the jumper handed to you by someone?
No, I got handed handed my jumper by whoever was the property steward was handing it out at the Bourbon and Beefsteak.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I think it was called the Bourbon and Beefsteak. It was up in the Dandenongs, wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh, no, that's the Baron of Beef.
Baron of Beef.
Baron of Beef. I'm thinking of Ricky Ponting's
Bourbon and
place.
Beefsteak would have been your Swans days. Yeah, exactly.
Ricky Ponting's.
The Baron of Beef up in the Dandenongs.
Yes.
Now, I got handed, and your first time you jumper, the drill we went through was you took it home and you slept in it that night, which was always for our sort of era. That was what you were meant to do. No, but just the property steward handed it out, and the chairman selectors read out your name and said this player, blah, blah, blah. It was a mini award ceremony, so to speak. Dwayne, how'd you go?
I remember it well. Folded up as well, the lace-up Port Adelaide jumper.
You had lace-ups, didn't you?
The folded-up lace-up.
Did you feel sexy after the game when you just unzipped it and the cameras were in there and you just let it all?
Oh, some of the guys left a little bit of width in the lace, so because you used to get it fitted. It was like getting a suit fitting. You'd go and get your lace up fitted the week before you got to present it. Yeah. And you'd get it fitted, but you'd also get it a little tight. So you'd have to leave the laces open a bit. So a little of the mohair skivvy that was sitting underneath could just shine through. So, no, what about you, Nick?
I think mine was Graham Wright, passing number 19 down, at Collingwood.
Yeah. Can I just say one, too, about David Polker? And this is Polky was quite possibly in the running for the worst kick in the AFL ever.
Oh, Bernie Jones was in that group too. Another one.
Yeah.
Number 10?
Polky was number 10, yep.
So he's not handing over his jumper as such?
No, highly intelligent man, the loveliest man, very good cricketer. I think he batted number 4 for Hawthorn East Melbourne as well. Very good sportsman. And no greater compliment could be paid to such a diligent man than Alan Jeans once said, "There is no player I've ever coached I'd allow any of my daughters to go out with." Oh, hang on. Maybe David Polkinghorn.
AFL Nation travel partner is Signet. Great to have Signet on board with all of us for 2025. Stay powered 24/7 with Signet AFL Club Power Banks. And by the way, SEN's AFL tipping is back for season 2025. You can win weekly prizes or a footy finals experience thanks to the brand of hot water that comes on steady, hot and strong, Ream. You can sign up now thanks to Ream at tipping.sen.com.au. We're also going to have a chat to the Hawthorn General Manager of Football, Rob McCartney, after the break as well. So we'll take a break.
Lace-up? Have you still got one?
Still got one. Yes, I still got it. That's a beautiful thing. I should frame it, just rather than wash my car with it.
Dwayne, they were banned, weren't they, in the 70s because of the amount of broken fingers opposition players were getting? Is that true?
I think the last person that I remember wearing one was actually Bruce Linder for Geelong.
Right.
He wore
I remember KB and Mick Malthouse used to wear them for the Tigers.
Yep.
But I think they were banned when players kept getting broken fingers trying to tackle from memory. But
once you got your finger locked in there, you couldn't get out of the tackle. That was one thing for sure. But you're right, there were a few broken fingers. We're going to get a breakaway. Come back. SCG, massive game to start the AFL season.
No break.
Sydney Swans and Hawthorn. Rob McCartney is about to join us downstairs. And a quick reminder before every job, search before you dig online every time. I think he's about to join us in about a matter of seconds, is he? Okay, so no break, just stick around here.
Yep.
He's walking towards the microphone now, and
I'll give up my mic for him.
Having a chat to him. What's the first thing you're going to ask him? Dern, what's the biggest question you've got about your Hawks?
I'm going to sit back and just let you guys ask him.
What's that?
No, I'm ready to go.
He is on the line.
Yeah, he's good now.
Great to have you, Rob. Thanks for joining us after the presentation. Nice moment downstairs. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, no worries, Dwayne. I'm really looking forward to Dermy's hard-hitting questions.
What does he normally, when he sidles up to you at training, if you run into him somewhere around what's the first thing he normally hassles you with?
No, he doesn't have questions. He's usually just telling us about himself. So, we never have to explain what we're doing. We just need to know what Derm's been up to.
What about Quarters? He's an agitator as well, isn't he?
No, we're so wrapped that Quarters is back on the air calling the footy. That's been too long.
The last time Quarters was an agitator, he wore a plate of rice.
Don't you start, seriously.
Now, Rob, we've seen, it looks on paper like the Hawks are really heavy set. with an overabundance of talls in the back half of the ground. What can you tell us about that?
Oh, look, until they start on the ground, we probably can't answer that question. I think you'll see that we'll get a bit of balance with that tonight, with how we use our interchange, our sub, and even players will come forward and support the tools that we have in our front end. So I think we're pretty comfortable with how it'll look tonight, and we're really, really impressed with the two players that we brought in Barras and Battle, although it'll take a few more games for them to feel really comfortable in the brown and gold. The last 2 weeks has been a good little hit out for them to build some synergy with the other backs.
So we normally say, can such and such play tall? Can Scrimshaw play small?
Yes, yeah, no, you would have seen over the journey that Scrimshaw has played on both talls and smalls. He's reasonably quick. He's got obviously a lethal left foot, so his foot skills are part of his armoury. But yeah, no, he's taken talls and smalls. But Josh Battle has played on, and obviously at St Kilda before he came to us. He's played on the Papleys and the Charlie Camerons and the likes over his journey as well.
We saw during the week the release of the video, the behind-the-scenes video. How was that received by the Hawks when they finally let it out, when it finally came to air? How did we view it as a group? And when I said we, I mean you. How did the Hawks view it as a group? With any trepidation?
Oh, look, I think what's going to happen with our game is we're going to follow the international sports, and we're seeing it more and more, obviously, in other sports, in other countries. Our players, the one thing that we probably found very quickly is that our players have cameras on them all the time, and particularly the Hawks have got pretty active in the social media space in the last 12 months and have been following their journeys both on the field and off the field. So cameras running around beside them wasn't too much different. As in the content, what we wanted to do is that, this journey for us, and we're only just starting to improve, so we're not thinking that we're there yet, but there's been a number of our fans and supporters that have been through some hard times, and we thought this was a way to give back to the Hawks faithful, give them a little bit more information that they might get normally, but not too much information to them.
So yeah, there's two aspects, isn't it? The intrusion of the cameras, you try and make them as less intrusive as possible, so you don't really notice them. You can keep going on, and then once you get to that stage, you start to become more yourself, and then you worry about the content, just how much content you give away. What was more of the concern? And you've just mentioned how the boys are quite comfortable around cameras. Yeah. They like filming themselves and handing that out, but the content, how has the content revelations gone down with those at the club?
Yeah, no, we're really comfortable with that part. And look, we worked in partnership with the production company, so it wasn't that it was that we were overly exposed if there was some content, and particularly tactical content that was filmed at different times. We definitely had a veto over whether that information was ever going to go to air, and I think in watching it you'd know that it probably didn't get into that sort of detail, and that was probably what was agreed to beforehand, so gave us the confidence that we were probably going to get a product like we got, which by all reports our fans are sort of saying that they enjoyed the inner sanctum look that they got.
Sorry, I did say that was my last call. Who sells the most jumpers at the club now? It used to be CJ. Is it Wizard? Is it Ginnivan? Is it still CJ? Is it James Sicily? What is the most popular jumper sold at Hawthorn?
Oh, look, I think if last year's anything to go on, and I'm not in the merchandise area, but I think 33 and 34 might have taken a little bit of a front-running lead on that one. Poor old James Sicily probably would like to be, being the captain, but I think he might be relegated to maybe not even in the top 10 at the moment.
Wow.
Yeah, wrong answer, Rob. Derma was looking for Josh Weddle. He wanted to carry over from the 23 to be your answer. So you got that one wrong.
I think you'll get there if
Still the number 23 is going out the door. Great to have you, Rob. Thanks for jumping on.
Thanks,
we really
Robbie.
appreciate you joining us pre-game. Rob McCartney, the Hawthorn General Manager of football. Hey, stick around. Leon Cameron's going to join us from the Sydney Swans camp after the break. And wherever you're listening, you're with AFL Nation. It's the pre-game show before every job. Search Before You Dig online. Every time, search Before You Dig online. Leon Cameron to join us as part of our lead-in to the SCG blockbuster to open season 2025 next.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment, and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by two 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
Now down to the post-MAC press conference with Lions coach Chris Fagan.
Chris, tell us how the Happy Meal went tonight.
My grandson didn't get a Brisbane day tip this time, so we better collect all 18.
The AFL Happy Meal is here. The season starts at Macca's. T's and C's apply.
It starts with a dream.
To go further, to rise higher, to be unstoppable.
In the finals, every moment is a chance to dream big.
Every shot, every pass, every cheer brings us closer to greatness.
This is where dreams are made. This is your moment.
Finals action on now. Watch every moment live on ESPN.
Hungry Jack's NBL Finals. Dream big.
It's March Madness at OMF. Buy any base, bed frame or bedding to get up to 60% off selected mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery on mattresses $999 and over. Like the Mornington, now under $1,100. Excellent value. And get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture in Manchester. And up to 50 months interest free. That's the kind of madness you'll love. Get comfy for less with OMF's March Madness sale. Ends soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault? Bryden's lawyers understand the stress and uncertainty that comes with a personal injury claim. Whether it's a car accident, slip and fall, or medical malpractice, Bryden's lawyers have the knowledge and expertise to help you get the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-848-848 today or book an online appointment at brydens.com.au. Bryden's lawyers. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
This ultra-class haul truck is 15 metres long and it's hauling 304 tonnes of iron ore up a 45-degree muddy incline. Sounds dramatic, but it's not. Because at Pertec, we supply and service hoses for massive machines like this. They're designed and tested to handle all kinds of pressure. No drama. Pertec. Drama resistant since 1980.
With a Latitude personal loan, you can give your old kitchen a makeover, combine multiple debt repayments into one, or get from A to B in a new CAR. Search Latitude personal loans online and check your personalised rate in under 2 minutes with no impact to your credit score. Make things happen with a Latitude personal loan. Latitude, your partners in money. Applications are subject to lending and approval criteria. Terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
The Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre team are a rare mix of roofers and sheet metal fabricators. They know what products you need and will make them for you fast. And their service is unreal. Check them out. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre, rscentre.com.au. Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
Welcome back to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies. Great to have the full crew in at the SCG, and great to have Leon Cameron, one of the stars of football in the last couple of decades, and has been starring off the field in recent times as well, doing a lot of stuff for us in the media on SEN and a lot of good stuff for the Swans. Leon, welcome to you. Great to have you back on the program.
G'day, Dwayne. How are you going?
I'm going well. How are you guys going, more importantly, because it's going to be an interesting watch tonight. You've got a few different things happening.
Yeah, we have. We're lucky enough, extremely lucky to kick off, the start of the season against the Hawks tonight, and clearly new coach, a lot of new things at our footy club, and we're all at the starting line and ready to roll. So, but it's interesting. We've got a young team in tonight against the Hawks, and a lot of these kids that have probably been, probably snapping at the heels of a number of players over the last couple of years to try to get in and play some AFL footy regularly. They get their opportunity tonight.
Leon, you say you've got a new coach and there's been some change, but your formula has been so successful over so many seasons. Percentage-wise, can you put a percentage-wise on how much change can we expect to see tonight from the team?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, cause I think you're right. I mean, being involved at the Swans for the last couple of years, you do see us, a club that is regularly contending in the finals every year. Their last 20 years speaks for itself in terms of, finals appearances. I think it's, the Captain and us, and a couple of other teams as well that just regularly, turn up and play finals footy, which is really hard to do. Very easy for me to say, but really hard to do. So in terms of the whole club, you're right. Is it the same in that aspect? Yes, that is the same. We want to be able to play finals footy every year. That doesn't change. But when you have a new coach who's got some new ideas, you'll see them tonight. Some player shifts, a little bit of tweak to game plan from the previous coach in John. But as I touched on before, personnel. We've got Corey Warner, who gets a great opportunity after a fantastic pre-season. He jumps in. Tom Hanley plays his first game. Ben Patton, Sam Wicks, who's been playing down back. So there's a number of changes, and if you look at it, it's probably 25 to close to 30% of personnel from the team that ran out last year in the final series.
Leon, Nick Davis here, mate. Another change that's happened over the off-season has been the move of Tom McCartan. Can you talk to us about how that happened and how has he been progressing down forward in the pre-season?
Yeah, you're right, Nick. And, Dean was really keen on just to add a little bit of variety in our forward half. We scored well last year on, for most of the year. The back end of the year we probably struggled a bit at times. And equally, we knew that Hayden McLean also had a very, very late start to his pre-season. And Logan McDonald was in the same boat. And Logan's probably about 4 weeks away from playing. And Hayden's just playing his second game tomorrow in terms of the VFL. So equally, Tom started as a forward when he was drafted many years ago. I think 7 or 8 years ago. He's made his name down back, but his versatility we seen firsthand last week against Gold Coast in that practice match. He gets up the ground, he's got a huge motor, he's one of our best runners for a guy that size, and he always makes his opponent accountable, and because of his speed, his willingness to jump into packs, he wants the ball in the air, clearly wants it on the ground as well. You've really got to be manning him really closely. So we feel as though with his agility and his flexibility, it'll just offer another avenue for us when we go forward.
You spoke about the players that are getting an opportunity in round 0. There's a few that aren't there. Callum Mills, Harry Cunningham, to name a few. Is it easier? Look, injuries are a part of the game. Are they easy to deal with in the pre-season where you got a lot of time to manage them and expectations of when players are coming back, or during the season?
Oh, look, it's interesting. Great question, Nick, because, we were talking about this the other day. I mean, ideally, everyone would love 44 players to, at any given time throughout the season. It's actually not bad having a staggered start with some that are just coming back over the next couple of weeks, because it gives opportunity to other players, and you really want to test your squad out. But that all depends on, some of the names you talked about, Mills and Goulden and Cunningham and McDonald and so forth. There's a few there that have been regulars for a long time. So it doesn't get any easier, but we were disappointed last week to lose Errol Goulden, but for every disappointment, you guys know, there's an opportunity. And, Tom Hanley gets a great opportunity this week to play his first game. We took him in the mid-season draft last year. He's been at our club for 8 months. He's had some ups and downs, some challenges with his body. But, some of those guys that are missing tonight, Tom have got that opportunity. He's in great form. And we look forward to seeing that under real heat tonight against the Hawks.
Leon, a couple of you, in fact, quite a few of your stars have gone into a deep dive on what happened on grand final day and the scars that have been left. You're pretty confident that's gone now? I know it's hard, it sticks in your gut for the rest of your football career, I suppose, but you're confident you've got rid of it in their minds?
Yeah, it's a good. I mean, I don't think you ever get rid of things that happen in your life that are pretty tough to deal with, and that was tough last year. But what I will say is it's been well documented that the review was hard and fair, but equally we acknowledge that there was a lot of good footy for 19 wins and 5 or 6 losses, and clearly we were disappointing on the last day in September. But equally we played a lot of good footy, and we put ourselves in a position to play finals footy again and the grand final. So, and I'd much rather, and I think every player worth their salt at any team would much rather put their team up in finals footy regardless of the outcome. And so you want to be in it to win it. But equally, we have to move on, and because you can. If you reflect too much or look back too much, the season's upon us tonight. It was 2025. That was, 5 months ago. And as I said, new coach. There's a number of new appointments at our footy club, and it's a new beginning. We had an unbelievable great run under John Longmire. He's an outstanding coach and done a terrific job of, taking us regularly to finals and grand finals, and a premiership coach. And he's done an awesome job. And for him to hand over the keys to Dean, and who's ready after a 10-year apprenticeship, we look forward to that. So you do reflect, Quarters, you have to reflect, no doubt, and it does stick in your mind, but equally you have to keep coming back to, we did a lot right, we did a lot of good things, and the Swans are, have been known to be competing at the pointy end of the year for most years in the last 20.
Leon, last one before we let you go. The opposition tonight, Hawthorn, fantastic the back end of 2024. Just a couple of key identified threats for tonight. What are you guys trying to nullify?
Yeah, look, you're right. I mean, they were outstanding. They coached really well, and they're a really great club. They're a really good club. They're like the Swans. They're like the Cats. They're always around the mark. And you knew the Hawks wouldn't be down for too long. They dipped for a couple of years, but the way they progressed in that back half of the year, probably shouldn't have shocked us, but it probably did. And Sam Mitchell had them playing some really good footy. That looks like they've had a great pre-season. They go in really strong tonight. They've got a strong lineup. Whether Sicily plays forward, clearly he's played back for most of the pre-season. We've got to be prepared for that switch. Weddle clearly goes forward and back. I mean, Watson's, he's been spoken about. He's a really good player for a young kid at that age. So there's a challenge there for Patton or Wicks or Rampy, whoever gets him at any particular time. But, I suppose the footy tonight's going to be judged in that midfield. I mean, they've got a really good, tough midfield led by a really good ruck and Lloyd Meek, and so have we. We've got Brody Grundy led by our midfield. So that midfield clash is huge. Whoever gets that 50, 55 inside 50s who can lock it in there and pepper both either team defence is clearly going to go a long way to winning the game. So it's a huge challenge. The weather's magnificent up here. We look forward to it. We're ready to go. Our young kids are ready to go, and we're excited to play the Hawks in round 0.
Leon, great to have a chat to you. Hey, just a quick one from me, one last one. Is it fair to say, given Dean Cox put Tom McCartan forward as soon as he jumped into the chair, that he would have been advocating for Tom to play forward last year as well?
Oh, not necessarily. Good question, Dwayne. I mean, I think it was discussed throughout the back end of the year under John, and John was pretty keen at the back end. It just, we didn't have that opportunity. We had McLean, we had McDonald, and we had Amadi up and running. So equally between the two of them, and they've got a great relationship. He was heading that way, but sometimes you've just got to be able to pull the trigger, and that's what Dean's done. He's pulled the trigger. He's put him in there for the entire pre-season, and we look forward to seeing how he goes.
Yeah, we all do. Great to have you, Leon. Really appreciate you jumping on as part of our pre-game.
No problem, guys. Cheers.
Leon Cameron, former Bulldog, Richmond Star, Greater Western Sydney coach, of course, for about 200-odd games as well. You're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies. Back with more after the break.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
It's March Madness at OMF. Buy any base bed frame or bedding to get up to 60% off selected mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery on mattresses $999 and over. Like the Mornington, now under $1,100. Excellent value. And get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture in Manchester. And up to 50 months interest free. That's the kind of madness you'll love. Get comfy for less with OMF's March Madness sale. Ends soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. And never dig blind.
There are good calls. Drinks after work, the beach on a hot day, getting pizza delivered. Pepperoni. But Kogan Mobile just made an awesome call. Because Switch Week is on now at Kogan Mobile. Get a 300 gig yearly prepaid plan for just $159. That's less than $14 a month. Make the awesome call. Switch to Kogan Mobile. Search Kogan Mobile to find out more. Kogan.com. Clickin' awesome. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
It starts with a dream.
To go further, to rise higher, to be unstoppable.
In the finals, every moment is a chance to dream big.
Every shot, every pass, every cheer brings us closer to greatness.
This is where dreams are made. This is your moment.
Finals action on now. Watch every moment live on ESPN.
Hungry Jack's NBL Finals. Dream big.
Have you had a car accident and needing it repaired now? With Sheen Panel Service, we will pick up and drop off your car. We will provide an accident replacement vehicle. We will even pay up to $750 off your insurance excess. Sheen will also offer a lifetime guarantee on all repairs. Get your car fixed now and conveniently with Sheen Panel Service. T's and C's apply. Visit sheengroup.com.au.
So, have you found the WayX way to crypto yet? Australia's easiest way to buy, sell, trade and spend crypto.
Well, the footy on SEN has found the WayX way.
The drop putt from the boundary.
WayX is a proud broadcast partner of AFL Nation.
The Lions produce the domination.
Every game across round 0 and round 1, WayX will be there with the fans.
WayX, this is the way. Sign up at wayx.com or download the app.
The footy's back on AFL Nation. Now down to the post-MAC press conference with Lions coach Chris Fagan.
Chris, tell us how the Happy Meal went tonight.
My grandson didn't get a Brisbane Bear tip this time, so we better collect all 18.
The AFL Happy Meal is here. The season starts at Macca's. T's and C's apply.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
Great to have your company wherever you're listening to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies. We're here for Elders as well for Australian Agriculture. Nick Davis, Dermot Brereton, Stephen Quartermain, SCG. Massive game to start the 2025 season after a strange couple of days. For those that are in the middle of the cyclone, stay safe. Our thoughts are with you, but for those that are looking forward to having a bit of footy tonight, it is great to have footy back. And that sort of leads me into the first question whilst we're talking about what might happen next year. What do we do with opening round next year? You got a thought as to what we do with it?
My first thoughts after seeing the events unfold in the last few days is spread it over several states. I don't think if you lock into one state, I know it's an unusual event, this cyclone that's on the way, but I think if you spread it over several states, you get a chance to get a pretty good complement of games away.
And then it's just round one. It's wow. I understand the theory behind it last year with the NRL kicking off with their Las Vegas game that, okay, there's no rugby league being played in New South Wales or Queensland. Let's get those 4 teams up and going. And Dwayne, we spoke about it today. If you're going to have opening round, it should have been last week.
Yeah.
When the Las Vegas game was on. Yeah. Because last night the Sydney Roosters played the Broncos next door, and it's basically round one.
I like Dwayne. I loved your theory during the week, or suggestion during the week, that it was an absolute no-brainer. We should have had a game in Victoria on Sunday night, the day before Moomba public holiday. I can't believe they missed that opportunity.
Well, there's a golden opportunity to play in every state. We could play a game in Tassie, 2 in Adelaide, 2 in WA, 2 in New South Wales, or 2 in Queensland,
games in Darwin,
and then play the Suns, and then play one blockbuster Sunday night game here in Melbourne to start footy in Melbourne with a blockbuster. You're right, Quarters. We've got a long weekend and we miss out. It's a ridiculous situation. So, I mean, you're a mover and shaker. Can you ring the guys at head office? Surely they have realised this, haven't they?
Yeah, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. And I guess you've got to say, look, this week, and once again, our thoughts go to all those up north that are waiting for Cyclone Alfred to hit, and let's hope it's not as serious as first feared. But they've just been unlucky, the AFL, this week. And if you take Cyclone Alfred away, I probably still would have had a bit of an effect this week, and it would have been a successful round 0, I guess. But the AFL have just been unlucky with the fixturing because of what's happened, the act of God up north.
And by the way, we're shouting out to Hyundai as well. The Hyundai Keys to Summer event is on now. Unlock offers on a range of Hyundai models. What has been the biggest story outside of the cyclone and the postponed games this week? Has it been the Jamara Ugle-Hagan revelation of the disruptive influence before the final last year? That's a surprise to me. I didn't know of that story. You're a news hound, Quarter. Did you know of that?
Oh, yes. Those stories have been floating around for 5 months, Dwayne, to be honest. And this week they've exploded with social media, with a lot of allegations on social media that have been going around on WhatsApp groups and on X, etc. But, yeah, the Jamara Ugle-Hagan blow-up before the final against Hawthorn, that's been around for quite a few months. So.
Is there a polite way you can explain to those out there who do not know this story?
Well, I think the polite way was perhaps a few of his teammates took him to task on some lifestyle choices before that final. I think that's probably the polite way of doing it. Now, whether they're just allegations. So who wrote the story? Was it Scott Cullen that wrote the story in the Herald? It was, yeah. He did a terrific job on the story. But yeah, I think it was basically a few of the choices that Jamara may or may not have made before that game, and I think a couple of players had a word to him, and I think it escalated a bit. But I mean, he's not the first and not the last if that's the case. But
there would have been coaches in the past who would have said you're not playing.
Correct. Well, if you listen to, if you take for what Scott said was true, and there's no reason to suggest otherwise, they were still discussing whether he should play an hour before the game. Now that's going to throw any team off kilter, Dwayne.
Yeah, there is always that theory. Some coaches subscribe to it. All players are equal. Some are more equal.
That's right.
Yeah, it's very true, Dermot. Yeah, that's when you go back to the Luke Hodge situation, wasn't it? When they were playing finals and Luke got in trouble driving home, and of course
he only had two. He only had two, but they were hand paws.
And 2 jugs. Luke played, didn't he? So, I mean, other clubs might have made a different decision.
Yeah, and Gary Ablett Senior, the story is that he wasn't playing, turned up with his bag, he was fit, and they had to dump someone from the team late the year before I got to the Cats. I'm not sure it was it Damien Christensen, but his parents had come down from the country to see him play his debut, and they had a chat to the players before the game and said Gaz is right to go. And Gazza got in, and he didn't end up making his debut. So there has been strange circumstance before, but this is stranger than I've ever known it. And the Clayton Oliver story kind of opens up a...
Can I just say that I had a laugh when we've heard a lot of the stories about Jamara, but I did have a mild giggle. I know it all plays into the one story. There have been too many times when I've heard of Jamara, when he's been out, has actually dropped the line on many occasions, don't you know who I am?
Because you've never used that line, have you, Dan? You've never had to use it.
No need to, Dwayne.
That's right. Don't you know who's on this Harley as he pulled it into
Dermot's
the front,
face was his badge.
Front bar of the Chevron.
Quartermain, you're pulling out all the old ones here.
So we see this week also, guys, that Clayton Oliver has admitted that he's been at fault a bit. So hurdles can be overcome.
Oh, Dwayne, how good was, and Dermot and Nick, I'm not sure if you saw Clayton's comments on the news a couple of nights ago. How good was that?
Butsy got it, didn't he?
He was doing a promotion for horse racing.
Yeah, but Butsy was the interviewer, I think.
Nicky Butler, but the grabs were fantastic. He handled himself magnificently, Clayton Oliver, and I think it was for him, it was an exorcism in some ways. He got his point of view across, and I reckon he would have slept really well that night. He's finally got his point of view across, and he feels good about that and good about himself. And, hey, worst things, this is not the worst suggestion. Maybe, Jamara could give Clayton a call.
It's not crazy. It is not crazy at all, because somebody clicks with someone. So we've all got people that I spoke to him or I spoke to her and it didn't quite work. They're not quite on the same page as me. But if you find someone who's on the same page as you, you might be more willing to listen to their advice and their story and use it for your own opportunity to resurrect a career that's still got a lot of years in it if he wants to get it going.
He's still a young star.
Yeah.
I wonder, Dermot and Dwayne and Nick, whether his the bargaining power. I mean, if the Bulldogs decide to end Park Company at the end of the year, I mean, his bargaining power at the trade table has certainly been greatly diminished, though, hasn't it? If that's the case,
if he's not attending training for 75% of off season, because it doesn't matter how much talent you know he has, you just might be faced with the fact you're never actually going to realise that talent to its true extent. The one thing I'll say, Quarters, for you as sitting in your position in our landscape of journalism, I for the last year, every time I've heard a Melbourne person bob their head up, I've been, please just shut up. Just stop talking, because we hear about this the contrite feeling that they've had. We're good now. We've got a great culture now, and then let us be judged by our actions. And then they don't make the finals, and then they have the Petrarca incident. Everything they've said or done, it's come back with egg on their face. And so I've said, just don't say anything. And when I heard that Clayton was going to give this interview, I thought, oh no, here we go, more. It's going to take us down the track, which is going to backfire on them. Having heard his grabs, his interviews, when he was in the stables actually, and to see the honesty on Clayton Oliver's face, it was the best interview that's come out of the Melbourne Footy Club for 18 months. It was the realest, the most heartfelt, and the most honest interview that's come out of that club, and I thought, fantastic.
And by the way, I've just been reliably informed that Jamara and Clayton are very good mates. In fact, they trained together and they posted a photo together this week. So there you go. I didn't know that. So he's got a good mentor there. If he can follow Clayton's path over the last 12 months to, hopefully redemption, because he looked fantastic in the pre-season match. So, and he looks as fit as. So very excited to see Clayton. But yeah, I agree, Jeff. I think it did a lot for the Melbourne Football Club. And I tell you who else came out of it looking pretty good was the president, Brad Green.
Yeah, it's a nice addition. It's been a change-up in their management. It seems to work well. Hey, speaking of great coaches, handing down jumpers, we love it. Hawthorn's just done it. Nick, are you going down shortly to hand a jumper over at the Collingwood presentation?
Yeah, no, that's on Sunday.
Sorry, on Sunday, I should say. To hand over the Collingwood presentation?
Yeah, it was something that was had come a little bit out of the blue. The club contacted my old man actually and said, is Nick around on Sunday? Would he like to come in and present a Harry Perryman his first game jersey? And yeah, I was actually taken aback. It's been 2002 since I departed after quarters called that the grand final against Brisbane, and it's I'm still not sure. I don't know what I'm walking into, but we'll see what happens.
Better get some words ready. We're going to talk about that game after the break. So obviously Sunday's game is the second one happening this weekend. It's going to be massive. We'll talk about that. Jesse Hogan's injured thumb, the whole lot. AFL Nation pre-game before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. Great to have your company. Massive game, SCG tonight. The Sydney Swans hosting the Hawks.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show for Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online every time.
If you have been the innocent victim of an accident, let Bryden Sawyers help you recover the compensation you deserve. At Bryden Sawyers, we understand the physical, emotional and financial toll that personal injuries can have on you and your loved ones. That's why we are committed to achieving the best outcome for you and your family. Contact Bryden Sawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au to book an appointment. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
Now down to the post-MAC press conference with Lions coach Chris Fagan.
Chris, tell us how the Happy Meal went tonight.
My grandson didn't get a Brisbane bear tip this time, so we better collect all AV.
The AFL Happy Meal is here. The season starts at Macca's. T's and C's apply.
So, have you found the WayX way to crypto yet? Australia's easiest way to buy, sell, trade and spend crypto.
Well, the footy on SEN has found the WayX way.
The drop putt from the boundary.
WayX is a proud broadcast partner of AFL Nation.
The Lions produce the domination.
Every game across round 0 and round 1, WayX will be there with the fans.
WayX, this is the way. Sign up at wayx.com or download the app.
The footy's back on AFL Nation.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. And never dig blind.
With over 25 years experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
It's March Madness at OMF. Buy any base, bed frame or bedding to get up to 60% off selected mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery on mattresses $999 and over. Like the Mornington, now under $1,100. Excellent value. And get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture in Manchester. And up to 50 months interest free. That's the kind of madness you'll love. Get comfy for less with OMF's March Madness sale. Ends soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
There are good calls. Drinks after work, the beach on a hot day, getting pizza delivered. Pepperoni. But Kogan Mobile just made an awesome call because Switch Week is on now at Kogan Mobile. Get a 300 gig yearly prepaid plan for just $159. That's less than $14 a month. Make the awesome call. Switch to Kogan Mobile. Search Kogan Mobile to find out more. Kogan.com. Clickin' awesome. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
The Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre team are a rare mix of roofers and sheet metal fabricators. They know what products you need and will make them for you fast. And their service is unreal. Check them out. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre. rscentre.com.au. Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
I love your always doing for 4 and 20 pies and for elders for Australian agriculture. Great to have you with us on AFL Nation, our pre-game show. And before every job, search Before You Dig online every time. You've got the app on your phone.
Yeah, I use it.
Well, how often do you dig?
I can dig, man.
No, you can. By the way,
I do. I use it.
Hey, Dwayne, we got the subs.
Oh, beautiful. Who are they?
Both teams are as selected, so good news for the Swans is that Grundy and Papley have both come up. They're on the ground at the moment warming up. So the first gamer, Hanley, is, and we've just got a word from the Swans, Dwayne, you'd know already because you're a pro. It's spelled Hanily, but it's pronounced Hanley. The 19-year-old is the sub for the Swans, and Frost is the sub for the Hawks.
So how are we with the sub being a first game? Are we okay with that these days?
Oh, well.
Gentle intro.
It's a start, isn't it?
Gentle. He's actually quite a mature player. I've seen him play a few games. He's very cluey, and he's a good little, not totally small forward, but he's a good get-about small forward-ish who can kick a goal. Yeah, he's cluey.
Yeah, he came up last year, played some pretty good footy in the Swans reserves, and then had syndesmosis injury and was in a boot for the rest of the season. But a lot of Tom Papley about him. Haven't seen the celebration like Tom Papley, but very similar sort of player.
And is this the start for Frosty to be one of the new sub guys that Hawthorn can use? Because we've seen Gunston Bruce as the rotation for Hawthorn, the older, experienced guy. Sam Mitchell seems to like that, but maybe is he moving past the Gunston Bruce thing?
I think he likes the versatility now. So the only player he has out of those tall backmen who will not play forward is Tom Barrass. So you can throw Sicily forward, you can throw Josh Battle forward, and Weddle. So I think it's Frosty. If one goes down in the back line or one in the forward line, you can push one forward, throw Frosty into the back line.
What happens on Sunday, Nick, do you think? It's a massive game, and there's a few players that are key players that are out of that game as well. The forward line, we talked about it today a bit with the Giants. It's a forward line that they wouldn't have prepared for because they all summer have been preparing for Hogan and Stringer to be there, and now they're not.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We spoke to Leon Cameron about it. Where you'd prefer to have these injuries happen? Is it easier in round 1 or round 0 where, all right, you know that that these guys aren't going to be out there, but it was sort of late in the pre-season that the two key forwards for the Giants went down. They've still got Cadman down there, and obviously Toby Green will be down there.
Kuczynski's named as a from on the bench. I don't know if have the total teams landed for the
No, I don't think so with the Sunday game, Dermo. I reckon they'll probably still have another run. Probably today they would have trained, but yeah, it's an interesting one. I think both everyone thinks that these two sides are well and truly good enough to be able to be in the mix at the end of the season. But I think look, obviously Collingwood, it's just keeping their players on the paddock. They were just ravaged with injuries last year, and they did a pretty good job. They've got one of the best players in the competition in the midfield or half back, and probably the one that's going to really help them is Tim Membry. He's a really good pickup. He's going to sit into that forward line. McStay will be back. Obviously Myercheck's going to be down there, but Tim Membry, if he can get the third best tall defender, tall defender down there, he's going to be able to do a bit of damage. He's a beautiful kick of the footy, and obviously Perryman's joined them from the Giants. So yeah, I'm interested to see how Collingwood go. It's going to be the health of their team, and probably for the Giants as well. You saw and I spoke about Perriman's leaving. You get a window, Doom, in the AFL where you got an opportunity to get a list together and have a shot at it before these good players became very good, and then they go to other clubs and get better money. So the Giants are in that window at the moment where, look, they lost Taranto, they lost Hopper, Perryman leads. Like, how many can walk out the door before your window shuts? And I think that's the question mark on the Giants. And Dwayne, we spoke about it today where the blowtorch was on the Swans in regards to their grand final, and everyone knows what happens. And I think everyone here tonight is ready to let go and get season 25 underway. But if there's a blowtorch on the Swans, the Giants, they were 20-something points in front of the Swans in a final here and got run down, and they were 40 points in front of Brisbane and got run down. So, they might have just got away unscathed a little bit, and their window of opportunity is right now.
Gents, just sorry to interrupt, but it looks like Sam Frost has, in the warm-up, he's having a long chat to the physio, and he's walking off the ground while the rest of the Hawks are still warming up. And I've got to say, he doesn't look like he's walking all that flash. So I think Frosty, he might be scratched at the barrier.
Frosty the slow man. Is he not going to all of a sudden? So who is the other emergency they'll use then?
Well, they've got Gunston.
I think it was Gunston. I saw Gunston out there walking around the field before.
I smell a rat.
Oh, you reckon he's done a Chris Scott, has he?
The old round one, the old round zero.
No, he genuinely, Brooksy, our producer extraordinaire, he's got eyes like the proverbial, and he saw him having a good chat to the physio, and I've got to say, he didn't walk off looking that confident, Sam Frost. So maybe we're just reading something into it, but we'll keep an eye on that in the next 10 minutes.
So you don't reckon Wednesday night he said, "Nah, coach, I haven't come up." Right. And the coach then says to him, "Can you act?"
So how much of a warm-up can he get through?
And then what's the weather like? Would you rather a Josh Ward who can get it in the middle, or would you rather Will McCabe didn't quite do the job as a forward, did he, last week? So it's not Will McCabe.
He's probably not quite ready,
No, he's physically not going to be able to stand under the footy at league level yet.
Yeah. So you'd rather have Gunston than Ward as your sub?
Well, the thing is, they don't have another key forward. There's Murray or Chol, and if Murray or played the season of his career so far last year, but you can't bank it in and say, right, he's going to get better again this year. So if Murray doesn't mark the ball, you've got to have somebody smart enough to draw the footy. Otherwise, everyone else up in the forward half is a ground level player. They have to be able to bring the ball around. I see the difference in these two teams. If Sydney can mark the ball in the air in their back line, we take into account 50, let's say it's a 50-50 split in the midfields, which it won't be. It'll be slightly one way or the other, but let's just say it is for round for the sake of it. It will be Sydney's backline. If they can mark the ball in the air, they win.
And neither team are playing a second ruck as well, so both teams are just going in with the interchange for Sydney as its name: Florent, Adams, Sheldrick and Warner. So all runners. So Murray Chol is the second ruck for Hawthorn, obviously.
Hawthorn have got two other options.
So you think
they use Nash and Weddle?
Yeah. So you think that it'll be a change up between those three: Chol, Weddle, Nash as well.
Absolutely. Yep.
Dermot, can I ask you about Murray Chol? He had an excellent home and away season. I got to say, I thought his two finals were extremely disappointing. He clearly got outpointed by his opponents in both matches.
Yep.
How does he? What does he need to do to get better?
Yeah, he's one of those ones I look at, and I don't think, if you were to say, right, who's the most intelligent forward you can think of, key forward, you'd probably put someone like Jack Gunston there, Tom Hawkins, who's no longer a player in the AFL, but they're seriously smart forwards. I don't think Mabior, when you actually write out the list of attributes, you're going to say his IP on playing as a key forward is extremely high. It's talent, it's running to the full, get into the drop of the footy and just launching at it. Thereafter, he can play a bit of second ruck, and he's quite an athletic being for 201 centimetres. So I think he has to, and you can have players who don't see the game unfolding all that well through trial and error, time in the seat, learn it and get smart at it. He should be at an age now where he's going to get smarter about the game as well. So that's probably the next step in his evolution.
We'll keep an eye on that then with the change. Perhaps we'll keep an eye on Frosty as well, given that might be a big change up in this one.
The other one was, Nick talked about it when we were talking about the Giants and Collingwood. So if you've got that forward line, and you mentioned, Nick, how your Toby Green's going to have to play tall because otherwise it's
Cadman,
Keefe or Cadman, who they say is trained really well pre-season and ready to explode, but we haven't seen him explode yet. Hasn't done it at league level. So it therefore becomes an uncertain Cadman, a forward pocket in Keefe and Toby Green. Toby Green hasn't played as a tall forward, which he was really good at, hasn't done it for 2 seasons. He's turned into an opportunistic forward. You think of the last time, some of those great marks we've seen Toby take, where he launches at it, and they're screamers. When was the last time he did that?
Yeah,
it hasn't. 2022.
Sam Mitchell talking to Fox Footy at the moment as well. It doesn't look like there's any late change for Hawthorn. He doesn't have that demeanour of a late change. But you're right about the change up of their forward line. That's the other issue for the Giants, because they do have, he's arguably the best mid-sized forward in the comp when he's going, but he just didn't go last year at all.
No, he stopped flying for the ball. So you got some big cats down there, and Jesse was just marking everything. Yeah. And so Jesse's IP, once again, talking about just backtracking a little, Jesse's IP as a key forward, intellectual property, is just through the roof. His smarts on the ground is sensational.
Not good at opening toilet doors, though.
No.
So what's going on there? Was it a toilet door? Was it a toilet door on the bus? Was it?
Yes. Apparently. I don't know. Yeah, it's one of the more bizarre football injuries I've seen for a while. To be honest, I don't know how you can open the door with your thumb, but
if you're the Dermot Brereton in the world, you got to get a door opener. I mean, someone who just opens doors for you, because you can't afford to have Jesse Hogan doing a thumb opening the door.
Can you imagine the coach and say, Adam, I've broken my thumb.
Do you wander back up to that end of the bus and go, I've got some news?
Yeah.
But the bizarre thing was, he did the big AFL launch the next day, and he had no strapping on that thumb. It was like it was business as usual. And then the next day, bang, he's got a busted thumb. It was very strange.
It is crazy stuff. I'm also watching vision of Chris Langford's speech when he handed over the jumper. So Nick Davis, there's a bit of pressure on you on Sunday. Yeah, given Langers, he gave him the stare before he handed the jumper over. There's got to be some intense words, I reckon, from you, Nick, on Sunday. I'm looking forward to it.
There is. I better jot a few things down. I said I haven't walked in the doors in 23 years. I'm not going to be high-fiving many.
Our major partner, by the way, is WAX. Live more with crypto. This is the way at WAX. Great to have WAX on board. AFL Nation, our pre-game show. Before every job search, before you dig online every time. Massive game coming away from the SCG tonight. The season opener for 2025. Great to have your company, and the bounce of the ball is not far away.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
It's March Madness at OMF. Buy any base, bed frame or bedding to get up to 60% off selected mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery on mattresses $999 and over. Like the Mornington, now under $1,100. Excellent value. And get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture in Manchester. And up to 50 months interest free. That's the kind of madness you'll love. Get comfy for less with OMF's March Madness sale. End soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by two 18-volt batteries, all from only $199. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
This is one of Australia's most remote oil rigs. It's taller than a 10-storey building and gets pounded by tropical storms and 12-metre waves. Sounds dramatic, but it's not. We're Pertec, and we supply hoses and hydraulics for this rig. We know they can perform in extreme conditions. No drama. Pertec. Drama resistant since 1980.
With a Latitude personal loan, you can give your old kitchen a makeover. Combine multiple debt repayments into one. Or get from A to B in a new CAR. Search Latitude personal loans online and check your personalised rate in under 2 minutes with no impact to your credit score. Make things happen with a Latitude personal loan. Latitude, your partners in money. Applications are subject to lending and approval criteria. Terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
On International Women's Day, if I may humbly cluck, why not honour the ladies and serve Love a Duck? In appreciating these humans who leave you awestruck, simply fate them with fare that needs no lady luck. Don't disappoint them with caviar, nor a mere oyster shuck, when instead something swish on their dish you can chuck. So be off to the supermarket and procure Love a Duck. Then sister, mum, friend and partner, let's celebrate like...
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 Endophyte boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings, or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
Are you suffering from an injury that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the challenges you face. Our team of experienced personal injury lawyers are here to protect your needs and provide guidance and support every step of the way. For a risk-free, no-obligation assessment of your claim, contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au. Who helps you in your time of need? We do. Terms and conditions apply.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time. A sports news update for Universities Australia. Universities matter because of what matters to us, like better cures and treatments. Visit universitiesmatter.edu.au.
Sports news update brought to us by Universities Australia. Universities Matter. Visit universitiesmatter.edu.au. And you're with AFL Nation, thanks to 4 and 20 Pies and Elders for Australian Agriculture. So Hanley
what
is...
was that? What?
Agriculture.
Oh, you got it out right.
Did I?
Second time.
Maybe not. Hanley the
sounded
sub.
like me reading it out first.
The debutant for the Swans, and Frosty is the sub for the Hawks. That's the latest news if you haven't been with us so far today. Shout out for Hyundai. The Hyundai Keys to Summer event is on now. Unlock offers on a range of Hyundai models. Let's get an odds update thanks to PointsBet.
An odds update brought to you by PointsBet. Built different.
Well, get excited, everyone. Footy is back. And after a delayed start to the opening round, we've got an absolute cracker. The Swans hosting Hawthorn at the SCG tonight as we kick off the 2025 season. Now, a tight game has been predicted, not surprisingly, between these two. The head-to-head has both teams placed at $1.90 with PointsBet. The Hawks, well, they're coming off a surprisingly successful season in 2024, but they now go into this season and tonight's match with a much bigger weight of expectation on their shoulders. Can this young Hawks team manage with all that pressure? Meanwhile, the Swans, it's been a long 6 months after a second belting in a grand final over the last 3 years. And now they've got a new man in charge, Dean Cox, and they'll certainly be keen to start their season in a positive manner. So it makes this a very, very interesting matchup indeed. And yes, it's only the first match of opening round, but already this game has some sort of blockbuster feel about it. Now, the SCG, the highest scoring venue in 2024, which means normally the overs on the point line would look good, but the rain tonight might bring it in a little bit. So going back to last year, the SCG, the average score for a match was 182 points. And the line, it did start out here, but it's now coming to 169.5 because of the weather. Now for the Swans, there's no Errol Goulden or Cal Mills in their midfield. So look out for a couple of other young Sydney mids to get their fair share of the footy. Guys like Angus Sheldrick, who the Swans are pretty confident about, and James Rowbottom's been a good player for a few years now. Good picks for disposal markets with Goulden and Mills out. Overall, it's going to be an absolute cracking night at the SCG tonight. Sydney versus Hawthorn, first bounce at 7:40pm Eastern Standard Time tonight. Fabulous to have Friday night footy back on our TV screens and on AFL Nation on SEN, and of course SEN Sync. Now, you've got to be a brave person to tip against the Swans at the SCG, but as we said, no Goulden, no Mills. You look at the Hawks, they've got almost an embarrassment of riches to choose from. You know, Battle comes in, Tom Barrass, their two-star recruits over the summer. They couldn't find room for Jack Gunston or Luke Bruce in their side. The only question mark with the Hawks, maybe the small confines of the SCG maybe doesn't suit their game style, but I think the Hawks can go up to the SCG here and snatch a bit of an upset victory. What a start to the season it would be. I'm tipping the Hawks by just 11 points. For all your AFL markets, get onto the PointsBet app.
Brought to you by the PointsBet AFL Tracker. PointsBet, built different. You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Teams are about to begin their warm-up thanks to Ream Manufacturing in Australia for over 80 years. AFL Nation's pre-game show before every job. Search Before You Dig online every time. Okay, what's your game story? What's your BOG story? We'll start with you, Quarters. What's your game story? What's going to happen tonight, do you think?
My game story is it is going to be a goal in it at the end, and I think the Hawks will win, and I think Nick Watson will kick 4 goals. Ooh. I think Nick Watson will emerge tonight as a genuine young star of the game.
I hope you're right. Nick, what do you think is going to happen tonight?
Although I think, it's absolutely going to be close. But I think Isaac Heaney goes straight to the top of Brownlow favouritism with an all-star performance. He's a seriously good player, this guy. His pre-season has been excellent. So, I think Isaac Heaney takes off where he finished and he goes straight to the top of the Brownlow market after a best on-ground performance.
For me, fiery, and reports.
Really?
Ooh. Well,
line in the sand.
You've just been smacked in the 3rd grand final you've played in 5 years, and you've just spent 7 hours reviewing it, and you come up against a team which loves life and takes their own photos, imaginary paparazzis themselves, and you see them as the new kids on the block who are, let me say it, smart asses, and they will give it to Sydney verbally, and Sydney won't like it, and it'll start fireworks, and they'll fight backwards and forwards. It will be fiery.
Who's your protagonist then? Tom Papley? James Sicily?
Tom Papley.
Oh, they get an assist? This is the one that...
They'll try and attack Sis. It's whether he bites or not, Papley will just bite at anyone who comes near.
What are you thinking of that story, guys? That's something that's got your lips slickened?
Oh, yeah. Hey, with Eric Goulden out, McGuinness is playing for Hawthorn. Derm and Dwayne, would you try and nullify either Warner, easy you said the done of course, Warner or Heaney with a McGuinness tag?
Nick?
Look, I think the thing with Heaney is he can go forward, and that's not as a forward. He'll just go from the midfield, especially here at the SCG. You can get into that forward line, and if he gets a match up through that midfield that he thinks, all right, if I can take you 30 metres out, I can run and sit on people's heads. So he's probably not the one. The one there, and we talked about in the pre-game show about the alpha male. I believe that Warner is a great player, absolute. He's the electricity of that midfield. He is the class, but the alpha male of the Swans midfield is James Rowbottom. When he was out through the middle of that year, that's when the wheels started to come off that midfield. So if you want to go head-to-head with someone and go right after their alpha male, James Rowbottom is the one for me.
Okay. Yeah, I think they'll keep McGuinness under cover. He'll play up forward. He'll play a bit of a lockdown role for somebody who's trying to be creative in the Swans back line. And then if somebody gets off in the midfield that is really doing untold damage, I think they'll have set him for a second target.
It's going to be fun. Hawthorn wearing an alternative jumper as well tonight. They're wearing the...
Are they? Hey, what was the jumper last week? Who was wearing white? Was it Sydney wearing white, black shorts?
Yeah,
black shorts.
And that's going to be their away strip? That won't work well against St Kilda.
Well, they won't wear it against all opponents.
What if they're away against St Kilda?
That's true. But it was... Sydney Swans have got one of the great jumpers.
It's a brilliant jumper. I love it. I think it's probably the prettiest jumper in the AFL.
Prettiest. Okay.
Well, it's great colours, white and red, and I think it's a beautiful looking jumper.
Let me know what you think of the Hawthorn jumper.
It's ugly, but I love it.
As they're about to run out. But the Harlequin one that you came up with a few years ago, that was a ripper. Damn, that was one of the greatest of all
By the
time.
way, fellas, Simon Meredith, field umpire tonight, his 500th game.
Wow.
Yep.
That is some sort of achievement. So we need to say, we need to give some kudos to Simon Meredith officiating in game number 500. Well done.
Yeah, I like that. AFL Nation pre-game show. The bounce of the ball not far away. So looking forward to the full team bringing you the coverage tonight. It's going to be massive. The season opener. Don't forget, we're on air tomorrow on AFL Nation and SEN as well. And then on Sunday, massive game on Sunday with the Giants hosting Collingwood. But after the break, it'll be Stephen Quartermain and Nick Davis bringing you the coverage from the SCG. Derm, been great to be alongside you tonight.
See you, boys. See you, Dwayne.
Well, look after yourself.
And
And have a good call. Kicking off quarters. We're looking forward to it.
Thanks, mate.
Join the conversation. Text 0433 98 11 16. This is the pre-game show. For Before You Dig. Before every job, search Before You Dig online. Every time.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
It's March Madness at OMF. Buy any base bed frame or bedding to get up to 60% off selected mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery on mattresses $999 and over. Like the Mornington, now under $1,100. Excellent value. And get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture in Manchester. And up to 50 months interest free. That's the kind of madness you'll love. Get comfy for less with OMF's March Madness sale. Ends soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection. Would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
So, have you found the WayX way to crypto yet? Australia's easiest way to buy, sell, trade and spend crypto.
Well, the footy on SEN has found the WayX way.
The drop putt from the boundary!
WayX is a proud broadcast partner of AFL Nation.
The Lions produce a domination.
Every game across round 0 and round 1, WayX will be there with the fans.
WayX, this is the way. Sign up at wayx.com or download the app.
The footy's back on AFL Nation.
There are good calls. Drinks after work, the beach on a hot day, getting pizza delivered. Pepperoni. But Kogan Mobile just made an awesome call because Switch Week is on now at Kogan Mobile. Get a 300 gig yearly prepaid plan for just $159. That's less than $14 a month. Make the awesome call. Switch to Kogan Mobile. Search Kogan Mobile to find out more. Kogan.com. Clickin' awesome. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
What do you have for me, Q?
A watch, so you're punctual to get your Spectre tint installed.
Spectre, eh? The highest infrared heat rejection. Perfect.
And for backup, you'll also need Nano Ceramic Elite X paint protection. Extra shine, repels dirt, and the odd crossfire.
Very nice.
Would come in handy if you get shaken or stirred in the field.
Spectre Tint and Elite X paint protection. $200 off this month, only at Tintercar.
Bring it back in one piece, James.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. For all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Hello and welcome to the SCG for the opening match of the 2025 AFL season on AFL Nation. Thanks to 4 and 20 Pies and Elders for Australian agriculture. It's last year's grand finalists, the Sydney Swans, hosting last year's semi-finalists in Hawthorn. It's been a tumultuous week for the competition. 2 matches postponed because of Cyclone Alfred. And let's start by sending our thoughts to all those in Queensland and northern New South Wales. We hope you are okay and stay safe. But it all begins tonight. Can the Swans recover from their grand final humiliation? How scarred are they? Or will the Hawks continue their rise up the ladder? Or did they overachieve in 2024? We're about to find out. A very good evening to all our AFL Nation listeners, to my co-commentator tonight, John Donohoe.
Hello, Quarters. Great to be with you. This is fantastic. Footy's back. The SCG is pumping. The weather has turned it on in Sydney. It's going to be a full house here, and I cannot wait for it. Friday night footy.
Special comments tonight coming from a man who played 168 games for the Magpies and the Sydney Swans, including that very famous 2005 grand final when they snapped a 72-year premiership losing streak. G'day, Nick Davis.
Quarters, good to be here.
How good's the weather?
It's a beautiful night. It's a beautiful night here in Sydney, and this is the opportunity that the Sydney Swans players and fans have been looking forward to since that final siren at the MCG last September. This is the opportunity to start the 2025 season, and up against a side that were the form side of, apart from Brisbane, who won the competition, the team that no one wanted to play in the back end of last year. And let's see how the Hawks can start their season.
And it's a new era under Dean Cox as well. John Longmire's days are done. What's Coxie going to bring to the table, Nick?
Maybe not as much entertainment for the viewers at home on the screen. It was obviously one of Johnny's such a passionate coach and such an intense man. But I think everything that sort of has come come out that Dean's spoken about through the media and on the Swan social media channels is about being able to stare adversity in the face and work a way through it. And this Swan side, they were so good at so many things last year, but they just weren't. They were one game short, and unfortunately, you've got to start with everyone on zero, and they've got to work their way back there again, and it starts tonight.
Both teams are out on the ground for their warm-up. Installer Room, Australia's favourite. Now, they are as selected. There was, we just thought maybe Sam Frost might have tweaked something in the warm-up, but no, he's out there. But Sam Frost is the sub for the Hawks, and first gamer Tom Hanley is the sub for the Sydney Swans. Let's get our thoughts from our expert tonight, Nick Davis, for MEGT. Build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts.
Yeah, it's a really exciting way, boys, to start off this 2025 round zero here at the SCG. Two sides that are evenly matched in the midfield. Derm spoke about it in the pre-game, where look, you can see little bits and pieces where either side might get an advantage through the midfield, but we felt that at either end of the ground, whichever side has the aerial advantage tonight on a nice night where marking is going to be okay, not too windy and beautiful conditions, where whatever side's talls can get on the defensively take intercept marks or can take marks in their forward 50 is going to get on top. The big change for the Swans from last year is Tom McCartan swinging from that defensive position down as a key forward. He's had a full pre-season down there. He's worked well in tandem with Joel Amati during the pre-season. They looked sharp in that Gold Coast game last week, and that's going to be the main change there. But Hawthorn, I think everyone enjoyed what they were able to do last year, the exciting brand of football, and look, they probably wanted that season to keep going, and momentum is such a great thing, where you've got one side in the Swans that are trying to put behind a disappointing 2024 season, but the Hawks want to bring all that momentum with them.
Absolutely. It was a pre-season of carnage as well, and Errol Goulden was involved in that. He's broken his leg. He's out for a couple of months. How big a hole is that going to leave in the Swans midfield tonight?
Yeah, I think it's just the quality of work. I think whoever comes in and takes his spot, absolutely. The 30 possessions that Errol get is going to be spread out amongst the team, but it's the quality of his work, and it's the way that they all work together, that Sydney Swans midfield. Errol's obviously the class. Heaney's a great player. Warner is the excitement, and you got the tackling machine in there of Rowbottom. But yeah, Goulden's going to be that one. He's such a beautiful.
He's the cream on top.
He is. Yeah. It's the entry kicks, it's the score involvements, and what he does. But it gives an opportunity to look. Probably his QB, his Swans Academy teammate from a long time, Braden Campbell. Yeah, I thought his pre-season has been good, and the Swans coaching staff are really looking for him to cement his spot in the team.
Two players pre-seasons who haven't been great of late is Brodie Grundy and Tom Papley, both unfortunately injured, but they've come up tonight. Are you surprised they've both been selected tonight? They haven't had much footy behind them.
Yeah, not really, but look, Brodie Grundy's had a heap of pre-seasons in his back pocket. So has Tom Papley, and we spoke in the pre-game show around, look, can Joel Amati be the alpha male in this Swans forward line? At the moment, it's Tom Papley, and everyone
he gets him going.
He gets him going. If he can kick the first goal, he'll look out. But look, it's important that you'd like to be in round zero, everyone fit and firing. But as Leon Cameron said in the pre-game, sometimes you can stagger these guys back in. The Swans were 4 games clear on the ladder at some stages last year. It's unnecessary. You don't need to be that far in front. So it's going to be a more staggered approach to the season and bring these players like Mills, like Goulden, like Cunningham back through this side gradually.
It's going to be a cracking game tonight. What's going to be an unmissable moment for Drinkwise? You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise, Nick. I reckon the Bash brothers, Watson and Ginnivan, could be a real unmissable moment tonight if they get going.
Yeah, it's going to be, and Derbs, they're a lippy side, the Hawks, and as we said, they've got that. They've put their doco on show. Everyone knows what they're about, and it's important now on the big stage. And look, it's a big nod to Hawthorn to be given this game to be able to put your wares on show.
I think Nick Watson might have a breakout night tonight, as I touched on with Dermot and Dwayne a few minutes ago. I think he could. When you consider it was only his first season, we forget that. That
exactly.
was his first year.
You go through the games here, and you get down to Nick Watson in 18 games. It was a big rise.
And it's got a small forward night written all over it tonight, because both forward lines are just, Troll up there, he was their leading goal kicker last year, but he's not your consistent player. Papley at one end from a small perspective, and then you got the two Hawks small forwards. It's really got a small forward night written all over it.
What about you, Jono?
I think I think the battle of the midfields here is going to be a real unmissable moment tonight. The Hawks, young, brash midfield, and then you got the Errol Goulden-less midfield. How Isaac Heaney bounces back. I think he's going to have a big season. Certainly, I know Nick has him as Brownlow favourite after tonight, but I think that's going to be an unmissable moment. How the Swans respond from the grand final.
I was listening to a lot of talk this week saying there's a lot of pressure on Chad Warner. Will he sign, won't he sign, and will it affect his football? Well, I don't think it'll affect his footy at all. No matter what he does, he's going to get $1.5 million a year as of next year. So I wouldn't call that pressure, Nick.
No, praise. And in the nicest possible way, he's a pretty simple lad, Chad. He loves his footy, he loves his teammates, and he'll go out there and do his job.
All right, the weather is beautiful, as we said, as James Sicily and Hawthorn away jumpers. How would you rate their away jumpers, Nick? They've got a bit of the old-fashioned. They got the white backing with the number on it. So you used to see that in the 60s and 70s.
Good for calling. It's got a bit more the brass colour.
They've got the old school V, but they've got the stripes down the back as well underneath the
coin toss for Keno Go. Play with $2 today. $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes with Keno Go. Isaac Heaney makes his way into the middle.
Jeez, it looks rock hard in the centre of the ground, doesn't it?
Like I said, you want to bat.
And it is the Swans who have won the toss, and Isaac Heaney is elected to kick to the right of your dial. For the old-fashioned
stand?
The Victor Trumper stand, the old-fashioned term. And there's that guy wearing a safari suit, the bloke that tossed the coin.
Jason Kimberley, that's Jason Kimberley, number one ticket holder for the Sydney Swans. His father, Craig Kimberley.
Yes, Craig Kimberley, magnificent man. That's very safari suit, I reckon.
Absolutely. And he's looking around zero. You've had plenty of opportunity, Jace, to get your kit sorted, and he's trotted out that. Impressive.
Well, both teams completed their warm-up for Ream. Steady, hot and strong. The final word before the bounce for best sheds. Australia's sheds at the lowest prices.
Absolutely. Welcome, everyone. SEN season 2025 couldn't come around quick enough. This is going to be a great matchup. You're going to see two of the top four sides. Everyone's had their opportunity through the pre-season to put in their tips, to work out who their top 8 is and their top 4, and the majority of people would have both of these sides in both of those categories. I'm looking forward to seeing how this new look Swans forward line works. It was 3 talls down there a little bit last year. That was a little bit top heavy. Tom McCartan is down there. And in the midfield, can the Hawks get enough footy into their forward line? They're so good at trapping the ball in their front half and being able to score if repeats. You can do that here at the SCG. You're a big chance of winning.
For AFL Nation, starting things off for season 25, it's John Donahoe.
Footy's back. We're at the SCG, the Swans and the Hawks. Away we go, season 2025. Rucks go at it. Meek down to Newcomb. Fed it out the back to Day, who had battle coming off half back. His first touches in Hawthorn colours. Finds Impey. Goes short to the wing now to Morrison. Full of run early, the Hawks. Back to Impey, who kept on running. Loopy handball over the top. Gave it to Ginnivan. He lost it. Now Jordan intercepts. Gives to Papley. Across the wing. It was cut off Chad Warner by Newcomb. Now they go inside 50, or nearly inside 50 at half forward. Spinning around. Here's Amon for the first crack at goal for open this season. It just goes across the face. Hits the post. Surge footy from both sides and the first score on the board. All thanks to Host Plus. That's a plus, one behind Hawthorn. Sydney yet to score.
They ran in numbers there, Hawthorn. They outnumbered the Swans heavily at that ground ball, and just disappointing there not to finish. But James Sicily started in the back line for Hawthorn.
Oh, Blakey's turned the ball over from the kick out. It's gone straight into the chest of Will Day, who marks it half forward on the outer side. A little short kick to the 50. Play on as the call. McDonald forced to kick hurriedly. Scholes there. He's outnumbered 3-1, and it's fisted over the line by the Swans defence for a throw-in the forward pocket.
Melican was good there. He was able to come off his direct opponent and give assistance to Blakey, who's got Chol there as the deepest. He's given away a few centimetres, so it's going to be important for the Swans that they can get support to Nick Blakey down there.
Grundy against Meek. Hawks deep into attack. Meek got the tap. Quick hands by Rowbottom to Heaney. Left foot snap out of danger momentarily. Amadi in front has it fisted away. Day knocks it towards the boundary line. Moore is there. Patton snapping at his heels. Moore keeps it alive. Handball goes to Heaney. He's taken over the line for a throw in. So Hawks one behind. Swans yet to score. Opening couple of minutes in this first quarter.
That's an important contest from Joel Amadi. There was some criticism of him last year that was 9 goals or bust, and he needs to be able to play that with only Tom McCartan down there, that tall exit forward, and just stand under a couple and get some 50-50 contests.
So ball thrown in outer side at half forward. We'll get another ball up just in front of the Daily Messenger stand. Good crowd forming here at the SCG. Should be a full house tonight on a beautiful Sydney evening. Grundy down. Coming through there was Day. Swans might come away with it. A free kick been found. It's going Hawthorn's way.
Will Day.
It will be Will Day. He's about 65 from home.
Held off the ball.
He was. So can he get Hawthorn's first look on goal? What a player Will Day is. Captain in the making. Goes inside 50. Looking for a lead and found it. Dylan Moore leading out strong. The vice-captain gets on the end of it. It was a beautiful lace-out pass from Will Day. And now Moore will get a look at Hawthorn's first of the season.
It was a beautiful pass, but it was a beautiful forward craft. Some good blocking there. They were able to open up a pocket of space there, and Will Day just a laser-like kick.
36 goals in 2024 for the vice-captain. Passes the paint of 50. Sends it on its way across the face, and a minor score. So Hawthorn, just the two behinds to start things off. Sydney yet to score on the scoreboard for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Swans work out of defence. Mark taken by Lloyd on the defensive 50 on the outer side of the ground.
250 games for Jake Lloyd. Congratulations.
Well done. Goes to Patton. Little dish off to Wicks. Good kick into the middle of the ground. Marked by McCartan. Had an excellent pre-season. Weighs up the options. Decides to go long. Into the pocket. Amadi can't get in the contest. Fall of the ball. Campbell gang tackled by a couple of Hawks, and we'll have a ball up. Only 20 metres out from the Swans' goal.
Confidence builder there from McCartan. James spoke about it in the pre-game. He likes the forwards that lead up, and McCartan was able to do that there up to the wing.
Meek the tap today. Tackle when he didn't have it. Snap by Warner. It is a goal. Magnificent snap. Something out of nothing there from the Swans. And Chad Warner kicks the first goal for season 2025 with Nick Davis. A great snap from the pocket under a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure on that, and the Swans, the ball had lived exclusively in the Hawthorn forward half with two behinds, but the Swans were able to transfer the ball beautifully. Patton linking up with Florin. It's what the Swans want to do off half back. They want to move the ball quickly. Tom McCartan, the man who's moved down forward, led up beautifully. Long kick in, and the first stoppage inside 50 for the Sydney Swans. The midfield were able to go in there. It's a weapon of the Sydney Swans. Their midfielders go forward and kick goals, and if it wasn't Tom Papley as a Swan supporter that you wanted to kick your first goal, it's the man that you want to see put pen to paper. It was Chad Warner.
Well, that'll add a few zeros to that contract that he's about to sign.
Goal of the day contender, that one.
Swans on the board. That'll enter a trivia question. Who kicked the first goal of the 2025 season? No one will remember in probably 4 years' time, but
Chad Warner will.
Yeah, he will. Back in the middle. Swans by 4. Grundy up against Meek. Both engage. Won it down did Meek. Flicked out of mid-air from Heaney to half forward. Coming through nicely. Taking the mark was Campbell. Just on the edge of the cricket pitch. He'll go inside 50. Looking for Amadi. Beautiful kick lace out. And the push came from Barras. And the umpire saw it. Tom Barras gives away his first free kick in Hawthorn colours. And now Joel Amadi, their leading goal kicker of 2024, can go back and extend their lead.
Oh, he's flopped. He's Fairningham flopped.
I'm not sure there.
What do you reckon, Nick?
I'm not sure, but what I'm sure about is the movement of the two Sydney Swans key forwards. Tom McCartan come up strongly, took a beautiful mark. Joel Amadi, same thing, got a free kick.
Amadi, he'll kick from 35 metres out on a slide angle to extend the lead for the Swans. Kicks through it and kicks truly. Swans out to a 2-goal lead, and the Hawks a bit of work to do. Early stages of this opening round for AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Traveller Pie, and the Swans going very nicely. 2 straight 12 to 2 behinds for Host Plus.
Tommy McCartan just letting Tom Barris know he gave away a goal there.
He must have been listening, Tom McCartan, that was the first free kick. But it's important. I feel like in the midfield that Lloyd Meek, he's been able to get his hands on the footy at most stoppages, and Hawthorn have had an advantage. But the 2 times the Swans have gone inside their forward 50, they've been able to kick 2 goals. So it's worrying signs down there for the Hawthorn backs that they're going at such a high percentage of inside 50 to goals.
Well, one thing that wasn't good last year for the Swans was first quarters.
No, that's
new
true.
coach.
Yeah, new coach, new start.
Big improvement. Down it goes in the middle. Grundy against Meek. Grundy got the tap, but it went straight to Warple, who's got room to move. Bangs it long inside 50. Oh, great one-handed mark taken by Dylan Moore. That was a ripper, and he'll line up for goal directly in front, only 15 metres out from goal.
It was a beautiful mark. He was able to get Patton on his right side, protected the drop zone beautifully, and I was super confident to go at it one-handed. Look at it here on the replay. Yeah, beautiful mark. And a lovely kick. Warple just didn't blaze there.
Dylan Moore gets one back for the Hawks. So it is the Sydney Swans 2 straight. It is the Hawks 1-2-8, and we've been going 7.5 minutes in the first quarter on the Host Plus scoreboard. That's an A+, the official superannuation partner of the AFL. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Both teams getting value for their stoppage work. The Swans were able to kick a stoppage goal, and there Warple was able to shark that tap, and I was really impressed by the way he sort of got to the top of the 50, didn't set sight on the goals, and it wasn't just a bomb kick, it was a beautiful kick to advantage. The forward craft of Hawthorn has been really good. They've been able to open up pockets of space, and that kick there from Warple was beautiful there to Dylan Moore, and he was confidently took that in one hand.
Swans by 4 points. Quality ball game to start things off. Grundy, he won that one down. Free kick found in the middle. It'll be Hawthorn's. It'll be Lloyd Meeks in the ruck contest. Defensive side of the centre circle. Assesses his options and then lumbers towards goal and drives one inside 50. Joel was held out the back. Umpire didn't see it. Patton fed it off there to Melican. Short kick has to be precise. It was. Warner juggled it. Did he take it? He did. Just. Would have been danger signs had he missed that. It's deep inside defensive 50. Chad Warner. Not sure where to go. One way, then the other. He just chips one down the line looking for Heaney. Beautiful kick. Heaney turns. Telling him to come at him. Trying to find something up the field. He finds Taylor Adams. Slow chip plays here from the Sydney Swans. Again, just short. 15 metres to row bottom. Don't want to blaze away here, Sydney. He's going to go backwards and inboard. This might open it up for the Swans. Rampy. Now across to the broadcast wing to Melican. He's got a short on in Corey Warner. He didn't go there, and Chol got his hand in the end, and the Hawks might be away here on the wing.
Chol doubles back. Didn't have much on offer. Goes short. Finds D'Ambrosio to the wing, and a lovely spoil by Wicks at the death just to knock it over the line for a throw-in.
Big move there. We spoke in the pre-game what Dean Cox is going to do. Yep, he moved Tom McCann, but Sam Wicks has gone down to be a small lockdown defender, and he was able to not give away his first free kick in the back 50 for the Swans.
Meek against Grundy. Grundy works his way to the front, got the tap. Now Big Meek picks it up and jams it on the boot. Inside 50. Chol is wrestling one out with Blake. He follow the ball. Chol butters up, can't get there. Patton gets there first and sees it safely over the line. Deep in the forward pocket. Hawthorn into attack on the members' side of the ground. Kicking left of your dial in this first quarter are the Hawks, but Swans in front by 4 points.
It's a matchup they've gone to a couple of times, Hawthorn, Chol on Blakey. He's got a couple of inches on Nick there, and it'd be if he can get his hands on it, it's going to be a tough matchup for Nick.
Amati in the ruck on this occasion. Meek grabs it for Hawthorn. Handballs to Warple. He's under pressure. Gives it back to Newcomb. Newcomb not sure what to do with it. Goes deep back to Sicily. Sicily's hemmed in. Gives it to Weddle. Weddle quick hands to D'Ambrosio. Moves onto the left. Oh, that's a scintillating pass from D'Ambrosio, and he hits the big ruckman Lloyd Meek on the chest, 30 metres out, and he'll be kicking for goal from a 45-degree angle.
He's done it all. Lloyd Meek in the first quarter, he's been dominant in the ruck, and Amati had switched off there. Brody Grundy has come off for a rest. Joel Amati's going to play the second ruck, and once that stoppage finishes inside the forward 50. Joel has then got to find where his direct opponent is, and he was unable to do it.
Not his greatest strength kicking for goal, but this time he has squeezed it home. So Lloyd Meek kicks Hawthorn second. They are 2-2-14, leading the Swans 2 straight 12. All that on the Host Plus scoreboard. That is a plus, Host Plus.
Again, goal from not a direct stoppage, but Lloyd Meek, he's been outstanding. He's leading the hit-outs clearly. Hawthorn are leading the stoppage work, but it was Joel Amati. He's going to be the one that gives Brodie Grundy a rest, and his ruck work was okay, but once that ball leaves your area, you need to find your direct opponent, because all the other defenders, all the other defenders had done their job, and Joel was left a bit flat-footed for that kick back. But you called it quarters. A beautiful kick on the left, and absolutely lace out. That's how you want him.
So a free-flowing ball game to start this season. Had all the hallmarks of a beauty tonight. Two teams that are vying for top 4 aspirations in 2025. Hawks by 2 points now. Back in the middle, Amati thrown into the ruck, up against the goal kicker and Meek. Meek got to front position, but it only fell into the lap of Heaney, who goes backwards to Roberts. Now to Sheldrick. Just have to gather that one and throw it on the boot quickly. Weddle in a one-on-one against Campbell. Running past it was Papley. Hawks get it on the edge of the square. Battle. Goes across goal, finds McKenzie on the edge of the square. It was a bit of a grubber kick. It wasn't to the advantage of Moore, but it worked out well in the end. It sat up for him nicely. He handballed back to Amon, and now they'll just set up again in the back half. On the back flank, Scrimshaw stands still. Umpire tells him to move on. He's happy to go short. Back to Amon, closer to the boundary line. Outer side of the SCG. Jake Lloyd stands the mark in game 250. Amon moves on now, long down the line, a raking kick. Pack forms, and the spoil came from Roberts. Hard into the boundary line, and we'll get a boundary throw in. Outer side wing. Hawks by 2 points, all thanks to Host Plus. That's a plus.
I think both coaches at the moment will be pretty happy with what they're seeing. It's a long pre-season, and you finally get your team out there, and both coaches will be pretty happy.
Meek got the tap. Heaney gathered, had a fresh airy. Ball comes to McKenzie for Hawthorn, gives it to Sicily. Sicily almost threw it back to McKenzie. Sicily mops up his own work. Now right foot kick down the line. No mark to Watson. Gathered for the Swans. Florent, little dish off. Adams goes to half forward, nice kick. And here's Tommy Papley, his first touch for the year. Waste no time, into the pocket. Magnificent pass. Could almost be a 50 against the Hawks. And Sicily, it is. And that's fair enough too. And then Sicily gets bowled over by the Swans player, but the umpire's not having any of that. And it's going to be a free kick on the goal line to the Sydney Swans for 50 metres. But what a beautiful kick from Tommy Papley.
It was a beautiful kick. We saw it with D'Ambrosio at the other end, and this time it was Tom Papley. A beautiful kick inside 50 to Taylor Adams, who goes back and kicks truly for the Swans. But it was beautiful ball movement. The Swans, when they go quickly off turnover, it was a big weapon of theirs last year. They were very high up in that stat, and it's going to be one of the things that Dean Cox is absolutely going to want to double down on as the coach here, the Swans. That if they can get turnover footy, Ollie Florent, a beautiful kick at the footy, found Tom Papley, and his kick to Taylor Adams was just as sharp. And 50-metre penalty. Sometimes they're there, but
that was there.
That was there.
James' first indiscretion of the year, not the last, I'm sure.
You can write that down. 14 minutes into the first quarter, the first 50. But both sides have been able to, probably show us what we saw from 2024. The Swans midfield has been, a little bit down in this game, but the side they've gone inside.
It's silly by Florent there, wasn't it?
Yeah, you don't want to. No,
umpire didn't overturn the. But gee, might have been. Could have. Yeah.
Swans back out by 4. Hawthorn will win the clearance. Day sends them back inside 50. Can they get a mark at the back? Watson was there. Blakey came in hard with the spoil, and then it landed free nicely kick for him. Hawthorn free kick, top of the goal square, and it's going to go the way of Jai Newcomb. So it's all going Hawthorn's way at the moment. He's 20 metres out directly in front. It looked like Blakey might have given it away.
I think it was a hold.
Patton
was holding Newcomb.
He was in the contest there.
Yeah, he's been caught in that position twice, Patton. Once there was Dylan Moore was able to take a mark, and this time giving away a free kick. But inside 57, Hawthorn 3, Sydney.
So to reclaim the lead from 20 metres out, directly in front. He made his debut at this ground. He loves this ground, and he slots it through Jai Newcomb to give the Hawks back the lead. Goal for goal at the SCG. And they go back out to a 2-point lead, 3-2-20 Hawthorn, 3 straight 18 Sydney for host plus. That's a plus.
Yeah, some stats here. The inside 50s, 8 to Hawthorn, 3 to Sydney. 3 inside 50s for 3 goals. That's absolutely great. That's great efficiency. They just need a few more hit-outs. We've been singing the praises absolutely of Lloyd Meek. 8 hit-outs to 3, clearances 8 to 4, centre clearances. Hawthorn are clearly winning the statistical battle, and they've been able to get that score on the board, winning by 2 points at the moment. But Sydney Swans, they need to get some Brodie Grundys back in the middle. They need some centre clearance. They need some front half footy.
17 minutes gone in the first quarter on the New Tech clock. Automation for manufacturing. Chol on the ruck against Grundy. Grundy won it easily to Heaney. Fed it out in the direction of Warner. Couldn't find him. Intercepted by Warple. Warple goes inside 50. Blakey gets there first for the Swans. Breaks the tackle on McGuinness. And Blakey's away. Has a bounce. Little chip to Wicks. Wicks at half back. Keeps the ball moving quickly. Blakey's going to get it back again. Blakey on the left boot. Good delivery, but it's intercepted by Scrimshaw. Just as it looked like it was going to be a McInerney mark. So Scrimshaw goes short and sideways and finds Barris.
Kicks across the ground to D'Ambrosio.
Correction, that was Battle.
D'Ambrosio finds Impey on the wing. Loads up on the right boot in the Chol direction. He flew high. Up he went. Big Chol. Couldn't reel it in. That would have been a beauty to start the season. Sydney win it back. Heaney found Corey Warner. Now to Florent. Had to take it behind him. Here's Hayward on the right boot. Has to be precise, and he is sliding in Taylor Adams.
Chol's hurt from that big fly is coming off.
He is, and Adams tried to go short into a pack of players. Was cut off by Weddle, who played on and went across goal. Dangerous kick, but he was up to the task. And there's Harry Morrison waiting at the back, deep in defence for the Hawks.
Swans are well set up there. Brodie Grundy worked hard to hold the man up on the mark, and the other Swans defenders are able to get outside shoulder and hold him up there. They were opportunity going from D50 to inside 50 there, Hawthorn. Swans, well done.
Morrison short today, still deep inside Hawthorn's defensive 50. He gets the hurry up from the umpire, so drives it long down the line to the outer side. Meek in front. Couldn't mark, brought it to ground. It could have been a high tackle on Watson. No, umpire says, I will ball it up.
He's been excellent, Lloyd Meek. He's done it all. He's kicked a goal. His ruck work's been good, and that was an important spot for him to be long down the line to just get a stoppage here.
Meek the tap again, and another tap in the direction of Morrison. Couldn't control it. Warner's wrapped up by Warple, and another bounce on the outer wing.
So good game of footy to start things off. Nick Davis, our expert for MEGT. Sign up your next apprenticeship with MEGT. Knows this ground well. The man to our left, Quarters.
Very, very well, I would suggest.
Absolutely. Scrimshaw in the thick of it on the outer side. Heaney extracts it. Finds Roberts. Now to Rowbottom. Throws it on the boot quickly. High up and under ball. Pack forms. Coming in hard. McCartan couldn't take the mark. Here's Papley. He pounces on it. He's got to finish now. The Pap snaps it. Goal. Oh, yeah! The Junkyard Dogs at it again.
What a goal.
Every time he goes near and around goal, something big happens. Tommy Papley with his first of the season.
Oh, that's a Beaumont Tiles Goal of the Day nomination. Discounted now. It was better than Warner's, I reckon.
It was a beauty. He come from a long way there, Tom Papley. You could see that there was a high ball into the 50 from Rowbottom. He saw his key forward come out and go, he's probably not a chance of marking this. Isn't going to hit the ground. And he put a few extra yards in, Tom Papley, but he was clean at ground level, and he was even cleaner with his finish. And that was a fantastic finish from Tom Papley. We see it here. Took it, knocked it on, picked it up, balanced, sort of.
He was going flat out, wasn't he?
He was going flat out. I'd be surprised if we see a little bit of a review here, but Jarman Impey's not putting up too much of a protest.
So, high-class game. Swans, Absolutely. 4 straight. How many inside 50s for 4 goals? Probably 5?
I reckon they're on 6.
But they're very efficient, the Swans, and they lead by 4 points. Hawks 3-2. 20 and a half gone first quarter on the Host Plus scoreboard. That's a plus. There must be a review going on because the umpire's not bounced the ball.
Yeah, we'll be having a score review, but 5 inside 50s for the Swans for 4 goals.
Almost.
Here we go.
Oh, yeah, that might be touched.
Okay. What's happened here?
Might be touched there, just on the fingertips of Jarman Impey.
Jarman Impey himself is unsure. He's looking at himself on the on the screen.
Well, you don't see the fingers bend back here.
Looks like a goal to me.
Yeah. It's almost touched by his own teammate on the goal line as well, which is the other issue. Goes through to McInerney.
Oh, it might have been a friendly fire, or is it going to be a goal? What's happening here?
No, goal.
It's a goal. All right, that's fair enough. So, 4 goals straight, the Swans. Hawks 3-2. Down it goes. Meek against Grundy. Grundy the tap. Shucked again by Warple. McKenzie comes into the picture, gathers, strikes the tackle, gives it back to Meek. Meek handballs over to Nash. He's been quiet so far. Clever kick, though. Very clever kick under pressure and finds Morrison at half forward.
It's the Gaelic football here.
It was. Harry Morrison. Excellent finish to season 24. Kept his place in the side. Hawthorn player went down. Umpire called play on. Deep in defence is Roberts for the Swans. Clearing kick. Amati goes up. Can't take the mark, but recovered brilliantly. Unfortunately, his handball missed the target. Weddle can't control it. Now Warner's away at the races. Has one bounce. Warner runs to the 50. Little left foot kick. Oh, Papley dropped an absolute sitter, but he's got time to recover. That was a bad miss. Gives the handball back to Florent. Florent drills it long to a one-on-one. Off hands. It is a goal. I think it's a goal, or is it touched? A goal. 3 Hawthorn players have gone up to the goal umpire, said that one was definitely touched. So we'll have another review, but in the meantime, it's a goal to Ollie Florent, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yep.
Ollie Florent coming through half forward. They tried as hard as they could, the Swans.
Great play by Warner. Just bullied his way through.
He is, and that's what the Swan supporters love to see. He did it all last year. Coming through, it was a beautiful kick on his left to Tom Papley, who dropped it, dished it off to Ollie Florent coming through the middle, and Tom McCartan was able to sort of get his man underneath it. Look at the replay. Joel Amati twice has had really big contests up on the wing. He's primarily did his work inside the forward 50 last year, but as one of the only 2 key forwards, he's hitting up on the wing, providing a good contest. And if we see that one, instantly the Hawthorn players are saying touch, but
doesn't mean it was.
Doesn't mean it was.
So we're just waiting again for another score review. What an insane start to season 2025. We're 23 minutes into the season and we've already had 8 goals.
5 goals for what? 6 inside.
6 goals for 6 inside. It just keeps going for the Swans. If we have a look at some of the possession winners, Isaac Heaney having a rest at the moment. We're calling a score review.
They are. Yeah. Scrimshaw claimed
he's absolutely claiming touch, but Isaac Heaney 7 disposals. Day for Hawthorn with 6, Moore with 5, and Lloyd Meek, not only is he winning the hit-outs, he's had 8 hit-outs, he's had 5 disposals.
Oh, it's coming back.
It's
not a goal.
It's a minor score and the first blemish in our records quarters, which is never good.
There's the liquid paper when you need it. Yeah, we could get a sponsor, liquid paper. There's one.
So a minor score. Hawks 3-3-21. The touch came from Jack Scrimshaw off the fist.
Barris takes the mark, gives it off to Scrimshaw, who drills it down the line, half back, and that's, it beat the pack, and at the back of the pack was Hardwick, who took an easy mark in the end. Not sure what to do with it, goes short and sideways, still at half back to Sicily on the members' side of the ground. 4-1-25 the Swans, Hawks 3-2-20, and we've been going almost 25 minutes in the first quarter on the New Tech automation for manufacturing clock.
Sicily goes short down the line to Hardwick, just in front of the interchange gates. Every player trying to get back into the forward half. Hardwick takes off. And he just paused for a moment, a wobbly one inside, and Warple was up to the task at half forward. Plays on quickly, has Moore feeding back to goal, snapping around his body. Does it bend enough? You bet it does! He's got his second of the night. And the Hawks, with the quick transition up the ground, they make the Swans pay. Beautiful footy. 4-2-26, they lead by a point. 4-1-25, 25 and a half gone. First term, for Host Plus. That's a plus. What a game of footy, Nick Davis.
Great game of footy. I'm not sure if Dylan Moore's kicked that with one boot.
I think it came off as he kicked it.
Or it came off as he kicked it or in a celebration. But be that as it may, it was Hardwick coming through midfield, kicked it off the hosel. He absolutely did.
It was a shank.
It was a shank. He didn't mean it, but Warple was ready for it. Clean hands. And you can see Hawthorn, they're so much more comfortable once they can get some speed and overlap on the footy. That's what they want. They've been patient. They've been able to pick the Swans apart there. They were a little bit lucky, but yeah, come off. No, he kicked it with two boots on there, but it's been to and fro. It's been a great game. Great start.
Hawks lead by a point. Meek again got first hands to it. Here's Warner, the bull. Just one-handed, grabs the Sherrin, dishes off the handball to half-back to Florent, and that's a good kick to the wing. Marked by Rowbottom, keeps things moving quickly in a magnificent pass. Oh, that was a sizzler down the line, and it is marked by McCartan. It's a tough angle. He's been kicking from about 47 metres out. He's got about 2 or 3 metres in from the boundary line, members' side.
We spoke about the conditions, beautiful conditions. The disposal deficiency, Hawthorn going at 88%, the Swans are at 80%. It's just absolutely champagne football from both sides.
Tom McCartan, a reinvented forward this year. Tough kick. And he has missed to the right for one behind. Scores level at the SEG. 4-2-26 apiece on the Host Plus scoreboard.
This game's got a bit of an NBA All-Star game feel. No defence, just all attack.
Everyone was looking for the Dean Cox effect. Maybe that's it.
So Sicily plays on now from fullback with the long sleeves. Bangs this one outside 50. Battle used his body nicely on Roberts and took the mark. Played on. Goes down the middle. Hardwick in a one-on-one with McInerney. McInerney in fringe there. Hawks will get advantage, and Roberts ran down Ginnivan, who got it on his boot. Day was able to mop it up, step around a couple, then went to ground. Had to get rid of it quickly. Did so. And now Amon brings it out over the line in front of the irate Sydney fans. They wanted deliberate. Insufficient intent, it's called these days, but we get a boundary throw in nonetheless in the forward pocket.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was a free kick there. That was just a strong challenge there from McInerney in the middle.
Meek against Grundy. Inside Hawthorn's attacking 50. They both miss it, the ruckman. Picked up by Nash to McKenzie. He's mowed down. So is Warple. And umpire will bounce 50 metres out exactly from Hawthorn's goal.
With the injury to Errol Gould and Angus Sheldrick is probably the one that's going to step into that spot vacated by Goulden.
Another free kick to Hawthorn from a ruck contest.
Warple was held off the footy. I thought it was Meek initially, but I think Warple was held just on the outside.
If you're a Hawthorn supporter, you're probably more happy that the ruckman didn't get the free kick and the midfielder got it in this position.
He'll kick from outside 50. Man on the mark is about 48 metres out. It's going to take a good kick from James Warple. What a player he's been for them. Sporting the fluoro green boots. More of a yellow, I guess, this year. Warple, hop, skip and a jump from outside 50, sends it on its way. Good looking kick, but it just fades across to the left and a minor score. So Hawthorn reclaim the lead, 4-3-27, Sydney 4-2-26 for Host Plus. That's a plus. 28 minutes gone, nearly 29 minutes gone on AFL Nation Friday night footy.
Blakey into the pocket, finds Rampy. Raking left foot kicker. Marty is the target, but just clearly outmarked by Sicily. Just read it better. Sicily goes back inside to the corridor. Marked by Impey, looking to dish off, but can't. We'll have to go back and kick. Goes back inside defensive 50 to Barris. He's going to switch now to the members' side. Long ball to Scrimshaw, and he gets there before McCartan comes onto the scene. Scrimshaw plays on. Again, pulls a trigger in the corridor. Brilliant kick. What a kick. Pinpoint kick to McKenzie. Big raps on this young man in season 25, McKenzie. As he goes long inside 50, Chol wrestling, Watson wrestling. Watson wanting the free kick. There was none there. Oh, fresh air off the ground. Terrible mistake by Sheldrick. Absolutely terrible mistake. And Day's just socketed off the ground. Easy goal. And that is a blooper, Nick Davis.
Yeah, it's not his finest moment. We spoke earlier in the call. I identified Angus Sheldrick. He's the one that's going to get the opportunity with Goulden being out. And back in that forward 50, there's been a few entries from Hawthorn. They've really targeted the 20 to 25 metre zone out. I felt that there was a free kick in the marking contest. Ollie Florent was horribly out of position and grabbed a jersey. But look, Derm spoke about it in the pre-game. All right, the aerial skills with McCartan going down to the forward line, does that leave them, a tall short down there? It's only Melican and Rampy and Rampy is not a tall key back at all. He's a medium size, but Angus Sheldrick there tried to chip into the grain and stubbed his toe.
Hawks are full of run. We've got 9 goals kicked in the first term and 30 minutes played. Heaney feeds to Campbell. Wasn't a great handball. Getting in there was Warner. Spinning out of the Newcomb tackle and then stepping around a couple. Now gives to Roberts. A wobbly one to half forward. Mark taken. Papley right on the paint of 50. He's limping now, so that's a worry for him. Came into this game with a little niggle. Holding his foot. He's taking his time and he's happy to go back.
Swans are looking to isolate Heaney here in the forward line.
So we saw him kick one on the run. How does he go from outside 50? Tom Papley. The highlight reel launches one towards goal. Does it make the distance? It does, but it goes off to the left. So a minor score. 4-3-27 now, Sydney. 5-3-33 for Host Plus. That's a plus. Nick Davis, our expert for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT.
I'll just keep an eye on Tom Papley here. He's very ginger.
So the Hawks choose the members' side from the kick in. Big pack fly, no mark. Here's Rowbottom. Little underground handball was very clever to Jordan, who puts Swans back inside 50. McCartan is there, but the big fist comes from Tom Barris. He knocks it over the line. We'll have a throw in the Swans forward pocket about 15, 20 metres out from their goal. Hawthorn lead by one straight kick, 5-3 to 4-3. 32 minutes gone, first quarter on the Host Plus scoreboard.
Hawthorn supporters be happy with their new recruits. They've both started well down there in the defensive 50.
All thrown in just underneath us. Grundy used his body nicely. Found Chad Warner, who was ragdolled in a tackle by Newcomb. 2 bulls going at it. And Warner gets up at the bottom of that pack. So we get a ball up about 30 metres around from Sydney's goal. Grundy and Meek. Grundy down to Papley in a bit of space. He's got a couple of Hawks there in tow. This one kicked from Day out of defensive 50. Chol couldn't take the mark, but mopped up his work. He's got Morrison running alongside him. Didn't use him. Went to Day instead. Over the shoulder from Day to Hardwick. And now to D'Ambrosio. He'll get the left boot out. Usually pretty precise. Had to put it on the head of Warple. Coming through hard was Morrison. Big tackle laid by the Swans. We'll get a ball up just on the wing. Just to the left of the Toyota logo. Final stages of this first term.
Great first quarter it's been too. Full of highlights. Free kick in the back, too high. Take your pick, going to Swans way. And the recipient on the members' wing is James Jordan.
Yeah, this hasn't been a first round where they've been feeling each other out.
No.
In boxing terms, this has been an absolute slugfest.
It's been great to watch. This is what we're going to see in 2025. Can't wait. Rampy to half forward. Barris, he's a beautiful mark. And that was no exception. Takes a strong grab at half back.
That's what he's there for.
One of the best marks in the competition and has been for close to a decade. Former West Coast Eagle gives it off to Amon, who kicks to the wing to Chol, out position, but did well to bring the ball to ground. Hardwick's there, no one to give it to, and his handball was smothered by Wicks, and we'll have a throw in.
Set up well there, the Swans. Blakey was the one that dropped back, and they were unable to go forward there. Hawthorn, but they say, look, coaches take on teams take on the form of their coach. Hawthorn, Sam Mitchell was a beautiful kick. Hawthorn's kicking in this first quarter has been absolutely outstanding.
All thrown in front of the members' pavilion. Final seconds, can't be long left. Grundy gave it to Rowbottom, who threw it on the boot, kicks to the wing. It was pretty precise, and it had to be a good mark. McInerney, and he lets him know all about it. Ginnivan gave him a little tunnel, and they've gone on with it. Now they go into the middle of the ground. Sheldrick dropped it, but followed up. Inside 50. It's a wobbler. It's anyone's ball. Running onto it was Campbell. He just couldn't tap it forward to Amati. Pressure high. Here's Papley again. Pounces on it. Gives it to Adams. Around the body. Gave it off to Campbell, but it just was a little bit too hot for him. And now the Hawks can work out a defensive 50. And the long raking kick came in the Ginnivan direction, but Lloyd Meek in from the side.
There's your man, Nick. He's been good. Best on ground so far. 3 votes, Lloyd Meek. He might go to the top of the Brownlow markets by the end of this game. But Angus Sheldrick
is running hot.
It's been, if there's a knock on the young fella, it's been his ball use.
Installer Ream, Australia's favourite. Lloyd Meek running hot in this first quarter. Warple for Hawthorn. Couldn't quite pick it up. Chol got caught a bit high. Umpire let it go. Play on as the call. Ball on the members' wing. Jordan lays a tackle on Ginnivan, and the umpire will come in and ball it up.
I'll tell you what, it's not working at the moment. The new tech clock, 35 minutes. I know there's been 9 goals scored, but...
Wow. It is a rather long quarter, isn't it?
35 minutes.
It is long.
Not really warming.
I thought it was just me, or it's you as well.
Not really warming into it, are they?
I'm running out of words.
3-on-1 there. Hawthorn won the contest easily as Amon goes to half forward. Watson couldn't take the mark. Ball falls to ground. Picked up by Heaney. Heaney gives it off to Rampy. Nice manoeuvre to get out of trouble from Watson. And he kicks to the wing. And McKenzie did well in the end to get a hand to it and knock it over the line. 36-minute first quarter.
Either that or the timekeeper's just fallen asleep or something in the box next to us.
Brooksy, can you go and knock on the door?
See what's going on.
We haven't got the countdown.
36 minutes, 11 gone. Ball thrown in front of the interchange gates on the wing. Came down to D'Ambrosio. Threw it on the left boot very quickly and it'll sail out of bounds. And there we go. A first quarter, high quality first quarter comes to an end. 36 minutes it was played. Sydney 4-3-27. They trail Hawthorn by 6 points. 5-3-33. 9 goals scored to get us underway in season 2025. A big second quarter coming up on the other side of this.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Host Plus, the official superannuation partner of the AFL. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
With over 1 billion vehicles on the road worldwide, finding one of yours can be tricky. But with vehicle tracking systems by Radius Telematics, they'll not only find your vehicle, but they'll also tell you where it's been, where it's going, and how long it's taken, including location and speeding alerts, even driving behaviour, plus so much more. Speak to Michael and the team about dashcam and asset tracking technology that'll help keep your business's valuable assets safe and secure. For more, visit radius.com today.
It starts with a dream.
To go further, to rise higher, to be unstoppable.
In the finals, every moment is a chance to dream big.
Every shot, every pass, every cheer brings us closer to greatness.
This is where dreams are made. This is your moment.
Finals action on now. Watch every moment live on ESPN.
Hungry Jack's NBL Finals. Dream big.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment, and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by 2 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
This is the biggest crane in the southern hemisphere, and it's just hoisted a 5-ton beam 40 metres above the city centre. Sounds dramatic, but it's not, because at Pertec, we supply the hoses in cranes like this. They're designed and tested to handle all kinds of pressure. No drama. Pertec. drama resistant since 1980.
It's March Madness at OMF. Buy any base bed frame or bedding to get up to 60% off selected mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery on mattresses $999 and over. Like the Mornington, now under $1,100. Excellent value. And get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture in Manchester. And up to 50 months interest free. That's the kind of madness you'll love. Get comfy for less with OMF's March Madness sale. Ends soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
With a Latitude personal loan, you can give your old kitchen a makeover, combine multiple debt repayments into one, or get from A to B in a new CAR. Search Latitude personal loans online and check your personalised rate in under 2 minutes with no impact to your credit score. Make things happen with a Latitude personal loan. Latitude, your partners in money. Applications are subject to lending and approval criteria. Terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. For all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Meet the tap today. Tackle but he didn't have it. Snap by Warner. It is a goal. Magnificent snap. Something out of nothing there from the Swans. And Chad Warner kicks the first goal for season 2025.
Pack forms coming in hard. McCartan couldn't take the mark. Here's Papley. He pounces on it. He's got to finish now. The Pap snaps it. Goal. Oh, yeah! The Junkyard Dog's at it again. Plays on quickly. Has more. Feeding back to goal. Snapping around his body. Does it bend enough? You bet it does.
Quarter time at the SCG. Brilliant first turn to start season 2025. We had 9 goals. It's the Hawks 5-3-33, 6-point leaders over the Swans 4-3-27. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Traveller and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. For the goal scorers so far for the Hawks, 2 to more, singles to Newcomb, Day and Meek. And for the Swans, 1 apiece to Chad Warner, Adams, Papley and Amati. Great start to season 2025. Stephen Quartermain with you along with John Donahoe, and our special comments coming from Nick Davis. Nick, had everything we wanted in that quarter, didn't it?
Didn't it? 36 minutes worth of footy. We were running out of words, but both sides would be more than happy. Both sets of supporters would be more than happy going into quarter time there. If you're the Swans, Chad Warner's come out on fire. There's been the talk of the off-season stuff. Absolutely no dramas. He's been outstanding. Isaac Heaney has been on fire for the Sydney Swans. And for Hawthorn, Will Day, what a player. 10 disposals for him. Sicily started down back. Everyone was wondering where he was going to start. He's been down back. If they can do that for another 3 quarters, we're in for an absolute beauty.
What a quarter of footy it was to start things off. Sydney go forward again to half forward this time. Sandwiched in there was Adams. Grundy got it. Now gave it to Chad Warner, who kicks to half forward and finds Jake Lloyd. Game 250 today. The Horsham product found his way at half back, was a ball magnet and still is for so long. Loads up now just to a dangerous position. He put it onto the head of Heaney, but Morrison was up to the task and intercepted. Quickly fans it short now to Impey. Worked the boundary line on the broadcast wing to Moore. Hawks in no rush here to get it moving. He's right in front of the members' pavilion. Skirts the boundary line and a raking long kick down the line. Ginnivan was in a 2-on-1. It was taken in the end by Melican, and he'll repel the Swans back into attack.
Probably not the person you want to aim for long down the line, Jack Ginnivan, but quarters, you brought it up in the first quarter. The Swans, they struggled all year last year in the first quarters, but they've been able to jump with them here.
They have, and it was a good kick into the middle. McInerney goes right into the centre circle, almost to Warner, who switches to the outer side very, very nicely to the brother, Corey.
And he has signed.
See Warner re-signs.
Yeah, little left foot kick, a skimmer inside 50, couldn't hit the target. Papley, clever little handball to a Marty. Now he paddles, tries to control it but can't. More into the picture for Hawthorn, and he sees it over the line for a throw in 45 out from the Swans goal. It's Hawthorn in front, 5-3-33 to 4-3-27 on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
So inside 50 for the Swans, about 48 metres from goal. Meek up against Grundy. Grundy got to front position, batted it down. Only as far as Newcomb, though. Now to Day, who sticks it on the right boot and drives it long to the wing. Coming in from the side was McGuinness. Couldn't take the mark. Ball off hands, and we'll get a ball up right on the outer side logo. These two teams haven't met in round one since 2005.
I was waiting for this.
Nick Davis kicked 4 goals in that game in 05. Hey. So when these two teams are played, the Swans end up winning the flag. If you very remember that one, Nick. Inside 50 for the Hawks. Ball off hands from Blakey. Bouncing on it and bounces out of defensive 50. Dangerous.
Look at him go.
Oh, look at him go. He had McDonald in tow. Now they've turned it over the Hawks. They might get an opportunity here to go back inside 50. It went past Newcomb and now to Day.
Day breaks one tackle, manages to get boot to ball. At Scholl inside 50, couldn't take the mark. Fall of the ball. Here's more. Handballs off to McGuinness. McGuinness breaks the tackle. Right foot snap is smothered. Beautifully done by Patton. But they're not out of trouble for long because the kick out of trouble for the Swans finds Morrison, who marks on 50, goes into the pocket, and he hits up McGuinness, and McGuinness will line up 35 metres out on about a 60-degree angle.
It's important for the Hawthorn Footy Club. It's how they score their goals. They get the ball in the front half.
Good forward pressure, wasn't it?
Great forward pressure, and then they score off the repeat entry here. Hopefully for the Hawthorn fans, they can go back and kick a goal. But great forward pressure. It was the hallmark of their game last year. They brought it into round 0.
Finn McGuinness also finished off last year very well. He's also kept his spot. He kicks for goal and he's hit the post. That's Hawthorn's second poster for the evening. 1 to Amon and 1 to McGuinness. And on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard, it's Hawthorn 5-4-34, Swans 4-3-27, 3.5 ticked over in the second turn.
Blakey tried to go down the line to Grundy. That'll be a boundary throw in. Impey coming in hard with the spoil.
Impey's limpy.
First Friday night season opener since 2014. It's good to have Stephen Quartermain back in the lineup on AFL Nation. So we get a boundary throw in just below us here in the Barwongal stand. Grundy won that one down. It came to McInerney, who was wrapped up in a strong tackle, and another ball up.
It's been a good battle, the Rucks. Meek was clearly on top in the first quarter, but Grundy's been able to work his way back into the contest.
Day comes pouncing on that one. He left it behind, gave it to Roberts, spins around on a dime and then throws it on the boot to the wing. Numbers form. Papley did well to advance the ball forward. Sicily and Papley in a foot race. And Sicily just lets it, shepherds it out over the line in front of the members, and we'll get a boundary throw in.
Swans kicking to left of your dial in the second quarter. The umpire throws it in. Meek once again against Grundy. Grundy got the front posse. Oh, Meek got caught a bit high. Umpire, actually good umpiring though. Both probably infringed against each other, and the ump let it go. And now there's a free kick off the ball.
Holding the ball,
and it's going to be taken by Amon. That was a good old-fashioned ruck contest, wasn't it, that one?
Certainly was.
They generally do just...
good kick into the middle to Sicily. He didn't break stride, just momentarily stops, and now he pumps it long. It's a 3-on-3 contest. The pack fly almost in front. Hardwick, he's brought to the ground, picked up by Moore, who's got a couple, got it to Nash. Nash's handball put his teammate under pressure, and that's holding the ball. And that's against
something.
No, umpire says, "I'll bounce." Would have thought that was holding the ball every day of the week. Lucky let off for the Hawks. Will have a ball up inside their 50, about 40 metres out from goal.
Crowd lively in this one at the SCG. Heaney, he was ripped off the footy. Was that a free kick? It was. So the Swans getting one back. They'll play the advantage now. Florent at half-back. Chips over the top to Chad Warner. Space opens up for him. He's got Papley feeding back to goal. Papley in a one-on-one against Sicily. Papley did well. Sicily did better. Battle in there. Amadi picks up. Adams comes in. Comes off hands. We've got a free kick going
Amadi.
Sydney's way. It'll be Joel Amadi. So the Swans getting on the end of a couple of decisions. And Amadi will get a look at his second
I think it was Lloyd Meek.
Off the ball, so pushed Heaney. Heaney gave Meek one, so Meek pushed Heaney back, and he pushed him into Warple's head, and both Warple and Heaney came up holding their heads.
Chaos at the SCG. So Joel Amati, he's no more than 30 metres out. This is a reasonable kick for a right footer, but he's pointing his shoulder towards goal. He's going to run around. He'll open up the angle. He took 2 steps and bends it around. Got enough on it. It's not everyone's favourite method, but it's effective. And the Swans get their 5th on the board. 5-3-33. Amati's 2nd to 5-4-34 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout. Nick Davis is our expert for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT.
Yeah, second quarter started the same way as the first. Real high energy. It was a good little scrap down here in the Hawthorn forward line. I just feel like that they've identified that the Swans' weakness could be in the air. They've bombed it into the 20 metres out. There could have been a free kick. The Swans then were able to transition it the other way. What Warner's been able to do out the front of contests has been outstanding. He's been able to not only be the leading possession winner on the ground, but also metres gained. He's run, he's carried. He put the Hawthorn defenders under pressure when you've got a midfielder running with no one in front of him. He went long to Papley, and it was Amati at ground level who got the free kick and kicked the goal.
Grundy, magnificent tap to Sheldrick, but he dropped the ball when he just had an easy opportunity to get a possession and put the Swans forward. Sydney still do work their way into attacking 50. Picked up by Adams. Long ball or one-on-one. McCartan used his body well. Here's an opportunity. He's immediately wrapped up by McKenzie. Scrimshaw also in there for Hawthorn, and the ball goes over the line. Just again, the hands of Sheldrick had an opportunity there, didn't he?
He did. He
don't want to be hard on the kid.
No, he's fumbled one. He tried to kick one off the ground and missed it. He missed the target inside 50, but he'll work his way into the game.
Deep inside 50 for the Swans. It's lived in their forward line for this quarter. 8 minutes gone. So there's about 29 minutes left still. Ball in dispute, inside 50, Battle. With a long raking handball just into space. He was really looking for no one in particular. Lloyd, he can load up in game 250. Does he get one? He doesn't. Just drifts out of bounds on the full. So he's trying to have a ping at goal there, I reckon, in front of friends and family, but it was just a little bit wayward. Sicily brings it back into play for the Hawks.
Yeah, worked their way in a bit of trouble here, the Hawks. So Sicily just has to pump it long in there, and it's not much of a kick. Everyone just stood and watched it bounce. It's still inside the Swans, inside 50. Ball's still in dispute, and we'll have a ball up. That was a bit weird.
Yeah,
45 out from Sydney's goal.
They'd be keen to just take a mark here, Hawthorn, and settle things down. They've looked a little bit rattled in the first 9 minutes of this quarter.
Meek the tap. Picked up by Newcomb, who by his standards has probably been a bit quiet tonight so far. Kicks it to the wing. McGuinness couldn't take the mark. Here's Chol. Handballs back to McGuinness. Good effort there. Who's on the bottom of that? That's Melican. Did well, and that's a free kick to Hawthorn for a hold. And it's going to be taken by Hardwick.
It's been the free kicks the Swans back six are giving away. They just sort of panicked a little bit in some of the scrambles and the high balls and giving away holding frees.
Hardwick, not sure what to do with it, and it wasn't 15 metres, and rightly so. Good call by the umpire. Hawthorn in trouble again here. Hardwick gone, holding the ball. Oh, that was a stuff up from the Hawks. As Hardwick comes...
and a suplex.
A suplex against Jake Lloyd. And Lloyd has got the last laugh, though, because he's got up and he's got the free kick on centre wing.
He certainly does.
Seen a couple of those marks not paid for not 15, 20.
I like it.
Yeah, I do too.
Squares it up into the centre to Roberts. He wheels onto his left boot and drives it to a dangerous spot. Amati there, front position, ball off hands. Grundy tried to throw his boot at it. The tackle came in from Newcomb. Hawthorn's defence under pressure. Amon to Sicily, working to Battle. He threw it on his right boot this time. Long high ball to the wing. Moore in a one-on-one. Off hands, McDonald did well. Was able to read it. Now the Hawks through Nash. Out in front of Moore. Put it at his toes. He did no favours for him there with the handball from Nash, and Patton sees it out over the line.
Nick Davis, so far the Swans have done a ripping job on Connor McDonald, Jack Ginnivan and Nick Watson. I'd like to know that those three possessions for those three Hawk forwards, because the Swans defence have done really well on them so far. Throw in, Meek against Grundy. And through the legs of the Swans player. Now the handball comes out to Warner. Again, puts out the don't argue. He is an absolute monster. I say that in the nicest possible way. As the mark's taken by Sicily at half-back in front of Amati.
Watson yet to touch the footy. Get him in with two. McDonald with 2.
There you go. They've been very quiet. They've done a great job, the Swans' defence on them so far. Amon, few party tricks. Handballs to Newcomb. Newcomb back to Amon. Amon should kick the goal, and he does. Great goal by the Hawks. Carl Amon, great football. And the Hawks get the answer. This seesawing contest continues at the SCG. 11 and a quarter minutes gone in the second term. On the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard, save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use the promo code MATE30 at the checkout. It's Hawthorn 6440. The Swans 5-3-33. Nick Davis.
The Swans have owned the footy in this quarter, and it probably called for it a couple of minutes ago. Hawthorn needed to just calm things down, but they've been able to surge the footy. There's such good time in front half. When they get the ball in their front half, their pressure is so strong, and they run in numbers. It wasn't the prettiest goal that we've ever seen. It might not be on the highlight, but Carl Amon, he just kept buttering up. He followed up, and he was able to finish really well on the left foot. What's happening? Brody Grundy's been able to get back on top here for the Swans. They hit out to 20 now to the Swans 13 to Hawthorn.
Friday night footy on AFL Nation for Elders for Australian agriculture. This one will come back.
We'll come back.
What a way to start the season.
Absolutely.
The Goal Fest here at the SCG in front of a full house. 6-4-40 Hawthorn. They lead the Swans 5-3-33. Back in the middle, Meek. Meek tapped it down, and now it landed in the lap of Grundy. Came to Chad Warner, who's just bursting through, but he wasn't able to cleanly get away from that tackle. Newcomb got on the end of it. Someone got dacked in amongst it, but the Hawks are away. Here's Warple on the wing. Takes a bounce. Now on the left boot. He tried to chisel one over the top. Landed in the lap of McKenzie. Here's Newcomb. Can he wheel around? Here's Ginnivan. Does he have a shot at goal? He certainly does. Size him up, and just skinny. Skinny for Guinea. So a minor score there for the Hawks, having all the attack in the last couple of minutes. 6-5-41, 5-3-33 for Mate Internet and Mobile.
It's the first time Warner's been tackled successfully all night. Florent chooses the outer side, goes the long option. Oh, it's a beautiful mark taken by McCartan. Lovely mark.
He's been impressive with that move forward.
Yeah, he's a nice mover, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Now Florent puts Sydney to half forward. That's a free kick for a hold for Sydney, is it? Oh, geez. Jake Lloyd wanted it, but the umpire said no. Throw it in, thank you.
Will McCartan stay there long term, do you think?
Yeah, I think he will. Yeah. It's probably not one of those things that you think, you've trained the whole pre-season there. I think if McDonald comes back, they might look at it. But, look, I think at the moment it's Tom McCartan's spot.
Meek against Grundy. Meek got the tap on that occasion. McInerney gets there first for Sydney. What's he going to do with it? Handballs to Florent. He gives it to Patton. Wasn't the best decision. And umpire will bounce. Slightly in Hawthorn's attacking half on the outer wing. It's the Hawks leading by 8 points.
Ball thrown up on the edge of the square. Meek won that one down. Day, he's been busy tonight. He just burst through a little bit of traffic, wheels onto the right and kicks long in the Watson direction. He got up high, couldn't take it in. Now he's given to Moore. Here's Watson. Steps around one, steps through a bit of traffic. Tried to take on too many. It'll be holding the ball.
He wanted the high free kick, and the Swans are letting him know too.
He wanted it. You talk about Tom McCartan's move from one end of the ground to the other. This man, Sam Wicks, he's had the job on Watson. He's kept him to one disposal and laid a really strong tackle there.
And that was terrific umpiring.
So Wicks deep in defence, kicks it long outside. Meek dropped an easy one, then followed it up, just handed it off to Day, who was ripped off the footy. Hawks doing the dirty work. Ball in dispute at half forward. McGuinness able to flick it over his shoulder. Roberts was able to take it away for the Swans. Chad Warner. Oh, he just pushed him off with power. How good's that from the Chad? Gave it to Florent, who threw it on his boot to the outer side. It bounces in front of Taylor Adams, and we'll get a boundary throw in outer side of the SCG. Hawks by 8 points on the scoreboard for Mate Internet and Mobile.
Yeah, the key team stats, everything's really balanced up. Both sides are having equal opportunities. Probably marks inside forward 50 identified that maybe the Swans' key defenders are struggling there. 6-3.
Meek to Warple, kick partially smothered as it goes to half forward. Umpire rightly calls play on, and we'll have a ball up 60 metres out from Hawthorn's goal. Umpire throws it up quickly. Meek against Grundy. Here's Ginnivan on hands and knees, feeds it out to Newcomb, gives it off to D'Ambrosio, who squares the ball up. Target is Chol, he's caught behind. Big spike by Milliken was wonderful. Gathered by Ginnivan, almost handed it to Day, who had his head ripped off, and it's a free kick. Gee, Will Day is playing some sort of game too. Warner is the clear star of the match, but Will Day is not far behind.
14 disposals, 15 now for Will Day. He's been outstanding for Hawthorn, and Chad Warner 12 for the Swans, leading both sides. But you talk about...
Day's about 35 metres out, by the way, on a slight angle.
He is, and he's going to go back and have a shot. But the Tom McCartan forward move, if Lewis Melican stays healthy, then Tom McCartan will stay in the forward line. He's been really good tonight, Melican. He's come over 3 or 4 times and been very strong with his spoiling.
Will Day lining up for goal number 2. 35 out, and he has kicked a goal. So 2 to Will Day for the Hawks, 2 to Dylan Moore for the Hawks, and 2 to Joel Amati for the Swans are the leading goal scorers in the game so far. Don't forget, goal of the day, courtesy of Beaumont's Tiles, discounted now. It's Hawthorn 7-5-47, just sneaking a little bit further in front. The Swans 5-3-33, almost 17 minutes ticked over in the second quarter on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard.
Talking about running hot for Ream, install Australia's favourite Will Day, 16 disposals, 7 contested possessions, 81% disposal efficiency, and 2 goals. He is absolutely running hot for Ream. And we spoke in the pre-game about the Sydney Swans midfield, Heaney and Warner being able to go forward and kick goals. It's been Day for Hawthorn that's gone forward and put these Sydney Swans midfield to the sword and kicking 2 goals himself. My first time seeing him play live, this kid, whoa.
Who's that?
Will Day, 70 games, my God.
Can he play? 17 minutes gone.
He's had a rotten run with injury for a couple of years.
For New Tech, automation for manufacturing. So a 14-point lead now for the Hawks. Back in the middle. Coming in hard there was Jordan. Ball at ground level, picked up by Nash, fed to McKenzie, and now to Warple. Threw it on his boot. A wobbly one inside 50. Looking for Newcomb, who just tried to feed out the back. Had Blakey there in tow. He was holding him. It's a bit of a spite every time a free kick gets paid here between both sides. Ooh, jumper punch on the way through from Blakey. He's tied up against the boundary line in the back pocket. Long ball in the Amati direction, let out, unopposed. Did nicely. Took it on the chest. So he's between wing and half back now is Joel Amati. Swans have slowed up just a little bit. Hawks have tightened right up. Amati long down the wing. Sicily under this. Flyers came from the Swans. Hayward was one of them. At ground level, Morrison picked it up and threw it on his boot. McGuinness out in front. Stolen away now by Amati. Fed through to McInerney. He's got numbers in the middle of the ground if he spots him. He did. Had to be precise, and it was. Lloyd takes off quickly. Now to Jordan. Out into the pocket. Looking for Papley. He'll fly against Battle. Battle did really well. Stood tall, and he'll bounce them out of defensive 50, Josh Battle.
And he goes the long bomb to his target is Hardwick. He got there. Might have got a free kick. Well done by Wixo to spoil. Good stuff from the young man. Plays on, gets the football. Handballs off to a teammate. That was Lloyd who goes to half forward, and it's marked by McCartan. Well done, Sam Wicks. Set Sydney up here. Oh, that's a poor kick, though, inside 50. It's cut off by Warple, who pulls the trigger straight away into the middle of the ground. Marked by McGuinness. Should try and get it moving quickly. Does so now. Goes to half forward. Looking for Hardwick. Can't take the mark. Spoil from him. Here's Wicks again at the full of the ball. Tackled by Watson. Good tackle by Watson. Hawthorn have the extra number here, but they can't quite make the most of it. We'll have a throw in on the outer side.
Dean Cox, welcome to the
7-5-47 the Hawks.
There we go.
The Swans 5-3-33.
It's different in there. You sit in the coach's box, you move one chair to the left. It makes a whole lot of difference.
It certainly does. Ball thrown in, no ruck went at that. Nash took it, tried to get off the handball, and then was able to mop up his own work, threw it on his left boot. Here's Watson. Early signs haven't been great for him. He just flung
on the ball. It's been a battle between those two.
On the ball.
Wicks and Watson. Wicks is absolutely...
he's killing him at the moment.
Killing him at the moment.
Tried to play for a free kick there as well, did Nick Watson.
That's the second time he's done that.
Flung himself out. Very theatrical. So Sam Wicks doing a good job. He's happy to go backwards to the Telstra logo at half back. Roberts just waits. Stands still. Nothing really... He likes forward of the ball, so he has to drive one long down the wing. Sicily able to use his body on McCartan, taking the intercept grab. He'll switch the play, find Amon on the point of the square. This is where the Hawks are dangerous. They'll set themselves up through Weddle. Inside defensive 50, and now out of it to Battle on the broadcast wing. Time and space to run. Battle short down the wing. Beautiful. Precise kick onto the chest of Impey. And he was able to take...
around 100 metres almost for that.
For a chest mark. Hard work out there to get a kick.
So Impey in front of the interchange gates now. floats one to half forward. It wasn't the best kick, and it wasn't to the advantage of Hardwick either.
He was knackered.
He was.
He couldn't kick the ball.
So Patton will get the free kick at half back.
5-3-33 the Swans, trailing the Hawks 7-5-47. 21 minutes gone in this second term on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard. Ball back to the middle wing. Warner got caught a bit high, and then gets dealt with afterwards and gets a 50. Is it?
It is.
Yes, it is. Fair enough too. So, Chad Warner clearly best on ground so far in this match. The Swans are trailing by a couple of goals, but...
Will Day says hello.
Will Day's close.
He says hello.
Chad's got it 55 out from goal. Too far to score. So what's he going to do? Set play?
Top of the square.
Or just go to the old-fashioned top of the square. That's what he does. Probably kicked it a bit too long. And Hawthorn are able to knock it through for a behind. Probably needed to pull the kick back a bit.
Well, quarters. You could be a coach. Pet peeve. It's a pet peeve of the coach, the long point or the one that gets spoiled through. You'd rather just have another stoppage or another opportunity. He did. He had an each-way bet there and, too close to the line, and Hawthorn were able to spoil that through.
47 plays 34, Hawks lead. Morrison takes the mark just under the members' pavilion here at the SCG. He's got option short. He goes to Amon. Just to the left of the interchange gates.
I like the gears that Hawthorn have been able to play in. It hasn't all been waves of running. They've been able to hold the footy up here and there and control possession and get their field set up. And then once they've had consecutive change of ball, they've been able to then run and surge.
And a boundary throw in just below us on the broadcast side of the ground. Kick was a bit wayward from Amon in the Ginnivan direction. Ball thrown in again. McInerney playing ruck up against Nash this time. Nash able to use his body, tried to protect the space. There's Meek playing the role of midfielder now. He tried to burst past Meaney. You don't get past Isaac that easy. Row bottom. On the right boot, long in the McCartan direction. Came out full-chested, did well. Here's Papley. He pounced, and then he tried to get through. Couple of tackles. He won't get away with this one, the Pap. Tommy Barras. He's a man mountain. You're not going to get past him, Pap, and he gets the free kick at half-back.
Hawthorn supporters will be pretty happy.
Yes.
Their two recruits down there have been outstanding.
Battle is one of those, and his kick finds Weddle in the back pocket on the outer side of the ground. Not much on offer, so he goes short, just outside defensive 50, and it's marked by D'Ambrosio.
These are the passages where Hawthorn have just been, they've been nice and patient, just waited for it, take a little bit of ground here.
Long ball, Watson flies from the side, so does Chol. Blakey brings it to ground, now it's gathered by Watson, one of his few touches so far, to Ginnivan, to half forward, and that's a strong mark taken by Meek. 50. And that's 50, had the ball stripped from his hands, that's a bad blue. And I'm not sure who the offender was it Rampy? Yeah, and Lloyd Meek. Just about a certainty for a goal now. DLF Seeds, innovative forages for farmers, delivering certainty through science. You better bet your bottom dollar that DLF Seeds deliver. And Lloyd Meek's about to deliver a goal for Hawthorn, and the big fella's about to kick his second.
He is at the top of the goal square, but I forgot he's a ruckman, so you never know.
It's in the record as a goal.
They put that shin pad on and crazy things happen to those guys. But Will Day, 16 disposals, Chad Warner, 13. James Sicily, Jesus, he has been outstanding across half-back. Intercept marking and spoiling.
Lloyd Meek, only 13 or 14 metres out, and he drills the goal. So he's got two. That's not a bad return for a ruckman, not even half-time. And the Hawks go further in front. Just a few concerns here for the Swans now. On the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard, it's Hawthorn 8-5-53. The Swans 5-4-34, so a 19-point deficit, but still a long, long way to go in this match.
Yeah, there is a long way to go at the moment. The thing that stood out to me for both sides is the disposal efficiency, especially by foot. The kicking of Hawthorn tonight off the line has been nothing short of excellent. They've absolutely had the options there to go for that. By foot, they've been able to cut the Swans up. They've been able to break a line. As I said, I've liked the patience that they've showed. They haven't tried to go fast the whole time, but when they've been able to break a line or change a lane, they've been able to overlap and then get into their forward 50, and they've looked dangerous every time they've gone in.
It's an absolute beauty. Friday night footy on AFL Nation for 4 and 20. Traveller, John Donohoe, Stephen Quartermain and Nick Davis with you to get you underway this season. Ball in the middle, Sheldrick, he lost that one, or he gave it away, in fact, to Nash. Threw it on his right boot. High ball, inside 50. Watson was there. The fly came from Day. He left it behind. McKenzie there, putting Melican under pressure now. Now the Hawks can surge. Oh, the gang tackle was big from the Hawks. And they're gone. So the free kick will come from the top of the square. Take your pick. It'll be Will Day.
He could be lining up for his third.
He is. And this guy is...
Chad Warner's still best.
How did he kick this?
He's in his 71st game. Can you be emerging into a superstar of the game after 71 games? He's already a star. He's going to have a shot from about 25 metres out on a slide angle.
It was that forward pressure again. They were number 4 for goals from forward pressure last year, and then they've started off. It's especially when your midfielders can get in there and do it.
All day comes in to extend the Hawks' lead to 25, and he just slots it straight through the middle for his third. And the Hawks have a nice buffer now at the SCG. 25 points, 9-5-59 to 5-4-34, all on the scoreboard for Mate, Internet and Mobile. Nick Davis.
Yeah, forward pressure. But it is the midfield. The midfield have been able to get in. Will Day's kicked 3 goals. He's been able to not only win clearance, but go forward and kick goals. And when they've gone in, Lewis Melican has been the clear standout defender for Sydney. His spoiling has been great, but at ground level, they're getting chopped up, the Swans, and the forward pressure is coming from Hawthorn in absolute waves, and they are getting return. They're getting such good bang for their buck. As I said, I don't want to keep banging on about it, but the way, I just like the gears that they're playing in. They're not panicking, they're not stressing, they're just getting the ball into their forward line, and they're playing what's in front of them. Looking at Chad Warner to stand up for the Swans, James Rowbottom, and Tom Papley's put himself into this centre bounce.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Traveller, and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. Ball goes down in the middle, picked up by Ginnivan. Handballs to no one in particular. Heaney working hard for Sydney. McDonald for Hawthorn. And the umpire will have no choice here but to ball it up again, still inside the centre square.
Those 3 small forwards that you spoke of for Hawthorn have started to get their way back into the game quarters.
Umpire throws it up. Picked up by Grundy. He's dispossessed by Meek. Warple's also dispossessed. Now coming through hard as Lloyd, but his kick smothered by Weddle. Ricochets to Heaney, gives a handball off to Roberts. Now on that left boot, goes inside 50, front and centre, beautiful piece of roving. Gives it off to Rowbottom. It was from Taylor Adams, and that is a goal. A very slick goal from the Swans, and a badly needed one as well. Great work, Taylor Adams, who set up James Rowbottom for the Sydney Swans' 6th goal of the night.
Important. They needed it. Spoke in the pre-game. Yep, Isaac Heaney, absolute class player. Chad Warner, the electricity in that midfield, but the unsung hero and the man that's going to step in up with the absence of Errol Goulden is going to be James Rowbottom. Absolutely, he puts pressure on. He does the tackling. He does the bullocking work in there for the Swans midfield. But if he can start to use the footy, go forward and kick a few goals, he's going to have to step in there. But well done to the Swans. The leaders went into that centre bounce. Papley went into the centre bounce. Rowbottom was in there, and Heaney. They understood that. Look, this was getting to mid 20-point margin. They needed to get in there and get a centre clearance, and that's what they got done.
Tell you what, this game is running hot for Ream. Ream, Australia's favourite. That's steady, hot, and strong. Margin now back to 19 points. 40 plays 59. Ball in the middle. Newcomb to Day. How often we said that tonight? Nash back to Day, and now they burst. Here's Ginnivan. He tried to take on a couple. He was about to load up. Found Morrison on the left boot. Deep ball inside 50. The fly came from Chol, and now it's chaos footy. The Swans. Roberts is going to be gone here. He's jumped on top of it.
Oh, wow. Just came out in time.
I reckon they just tackled him too quick.
He dived straight on top of it. We're 15 metres out from Hawthorn's goal. Grundy won it down. Heaney been a bit quieter in this second quarter. Got it on his boot quickly. Sicily over the top with a big grab. Too far out to score. He'll be about 65 from goal, so he just loads up into the pocket. It's going to drift a bit too far. Blakey comes through. If Blakey had a left that, it would have been out in the full. And in the end, we get a boundary throw in just around to the right of the point post, and now the Swans under pressure again.
James Sicily, intercept marking, and he's spoiling tonight. Brilliant.
Lots of numbers inside the Swans' defensive 50. Meek against Grundy. Grundy pushed Meek out of the way. Here's Chol, can't get boot to ball. It's 10 metres, 15 metres out from the Hawks' goal, directly in front, and another stoppage. About 12 metres out.
Run to the left.
Umpire throws it up.
You got that now, John, didn't you?
I got that one. I knew exactly what you were
Kick
talking
out of the defensive. It's Hawks with the numbers. They got the wall up. Handball comes to Scrimshaw. Gives it off to Battle, and the Hawks will reload. Battle from 65 metres. Pumps a long one. Offline, just one behind to Josh Battle. His eyes lit up there.
It's got a good boot on.
That was worth a roost as well. And it's one behind to the Hawks. They're 9,660. The Swans are 6,440.
30 minutes played on the clock for New Tech. Automation for manufacturing. We're not going to have 35-minute quarters every time, are we? Long down the wing from the Swans. Weddle was underneath it. Umpire let it go. Papley pounced. Now he goes backwards to go forwards. Roberts had to just duck and weave out of traffic there and was able to lace out McCartan on the wing just below us to slow it down.
Yeah.
Hawks by 20. Friday night footy, and there is the siren. So a good third quarter. It was Hawks who kicked, four of the 6 goals in the quarter, and they lead by 20. 6-4-40 Sydney. They trail the Hawks 9-6-60 on the scoreboard for Mate Internet and Mobile.
For the Hawks, 3 goals to Will Day, 2 goals to Dylan Moore and Lloyd Meek, and singles to Jai Newcomb and Carl Amon, while for the Swans, 2 to Amati and 1 apiece to Warner, Adams, Rowbottom and Papley. So repeating the halftime score, it's Hawthorn 9-6-60, leading the Sydney Swans 6-4-40. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Traveller and for Elders for Australian Agriculture.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Mate Internet and Mobile. Save $180 over 6 months with Mate Internet. Use promo code MATE30 at checkout.
It's March Madness at OMF. Buy any base bed frame or bedding to get up to 60% off selected mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery on mattresses $999 and over. Like the Mornington, now under $1,100. Excellent value. And get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture in Manchester. And up to 50 months interest free. That's the kind of madness you'll love. Get comfy for less with OMF's March Madness sale. Ends soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
With a Latitude personal loan, you can give your old kitchen a makeover, combine multiple debt repayments into one, or get from A to B in a new CAR. Search Latitude personal loans online and check your personalised rate in under 2 minutes with no impact to your credit score. Make things happen with a Latitude personal loan. Latitude, your partners in money. Applications are subject to lending and approval criteria. Terms, conditions, fees and charges apply.
With over 25 years experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident that wasn't your fault? Bryden's lawyers understand the stress and uncertainty that comes with a personal injury claim. Whether it's a car accident, slip and fall, or medical malpractice, Bryden's lawyers have the knowledge and expertise to help you get the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-848-848 today or book an online appointment at brydens.com.au. Bryden's Lawyers. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
This ultra-class haul truck is 15 metres long and it's hauling 304 tonnes of iron ore up a 45-degree muddy incline. Sounds dramatic, but it's not. Because at Pertec, we supply and service hoses for massive machines like this. They're designed and tested to handle all kinds of pressure. No drama. Pertec. Drama resistant since 1980.
On International Women's Day, if I may humbly cluck, why not honour the ladies and serve Love a Duck? In appreciating these humans who leave you awestruck, simply fate them with fare that needs no lady luck. Don't disappoint them with caviar, nor a mere oyster shuck, when instead something swish on their dish you can chuck. So be off to the supermarket and procure Love a Duck. Then sister, mum, friend and partner, let's celebrate like...
It starts with a dream.
To go further, to rise higher, to be unstoppable.
In the finals, every moment is a chance to dream big.
Every shot, every pass, every cheer brings us closer to greatness.
This is where dreams are made. This is your moment.
Finals action on now. Watch every moment live on ESPN.
Hungry Jack's NBL Finals. Dream big.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. For all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. And 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food.
Amon, few party tricks. Handballs to Newcomb. Newcomb back to Amon. Amon should kick the goal, and he does. Gathered by Ginnivan, almost handed it to Dave, had his head ripped off, and it's a free kick. 35 out, and he has kicked the goal. So 2-0 Day for the Hawks.
Now the Hawks can surge. Oh, the gang tackle was big from the Hawks.
Gone.
And they're gone. So the free kick will come from the top of the square. Take your pick. It'll be Will Day.
He could be lining up for his third.
He is. Comes in to extend the Hawks' lead to 25, and he just slots it straight through the middle for his third.
So half-time here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. It is the opening match for season 2025 of the AFL season, and it's the Hawks in front at half-time by 20 points in a very high-quality game of football. Hawthorn 9-6-60 lead the Sydney Swans 6-4-40. Time now for the Choices Flooring half-time floor show.
The Choices Flooring Halftime Floor Show. Become part of Australia's highest paid trades with an apprenticeship at Choices Flooring. Apply now at choicesflooring.com.au.
Quality interiors start from a Choices floor. The goal scorers at half-time for the Hawks, 3-0 Day, 2 each to Moore and Meek, and singles to Amon and Newcomb, while for the Swans, 2 to Amati and 1 apiece to Papley, Rowbottom, Adams and Warner. John Donahoe is my co-commentator tonight. Stephen Quartermain with you. Special comments coming from Nick Davis. Let's go through a few of the stats and a few of the award winners at halftime. The toughest of the day for Truckline. For your truck and trailer parts, visit truckline.com.au. Nick Davis, who's been the toughest of the day so far?
For me, it's really been Cam Mackenzie. Quarters, you spoke about him in the pre-game, the word coming out of Hawthorn that he was going to have a big season. His toughness has been good. He's had a roll through there in the midfield. The Swans mids got in on top at the start of that second quarter, Warner and Heaney, but his tackling has been impressive. He's been tough in there. He's leading leading the competition. Well, there is a competition, but he's leading the day with five tackles. Mackenzie, his toughness has been he's been on show in there. He's looked really good.
Absolutely. There's been a few of these, Nick, so good luck trying to find one. A crucial moment for New Farm, Australian through and through. There's been heaps of them from a Hawthorn perspective.
There has been. Look, the crucial moment has been, as you said, a couple of them where the ball's gone into the forward 50 of Hawthorn, and then the midfielders, probably Will Day's third goal, where they've been able to get in and put that pressure on. It was a hallmark of their game last year, Hawthorn, their forward pressure, and it just doesn't come from the forwards. It comes from the midfield. They get in and they squeeze hard, and that was probably that third goal to open up that margin of Will Day was that moment.
Who's been the tackler of the day for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon?
Well, it has been Cam Mackenzie. He's had 5. John Newcomb's had 5. Okay, as a small forward, that's important. And for the Swans midfield, it's been Isaac Heaney. He's done it with the footy, but 4 tackles to Heaney in the midfield. He's been the one there that's been trying to stop the Hawthorn midfielders running through those contests.
Absolutely. The power play rankings for Red Energy for 100% Australian electricity and gas. I've got some of them here if you don't have them.
Yeah,
Will Day, 96. 56. Lloyd Meek on 79. 57 for Carl Amon. James Sicily, 56. And Chad Warner from a Sydney perspective on 52 with Harry Morrison. It says here on my list that James Warple's injured, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Oh, okay. Didn't notice that.
It just says on the AFL app there.
He's got the red. He's got the. Okay.
So we'll keep an eye on that. The sub, obviously, Sam Frost. So that's not really
that's not like for like, is it?
No, it's not like for like, and he was hobbling in the warm-up, Sam Frost, so we'll see how they go there. But
it's always interesting when you have more of a key position player, Nick, as either as a ruckman or as a key position player as the sub, because usually you want to bring the sub on for a run, don't you?
Yeah, you do, but it probably relies on the like Sicily. He could go up and play on the wing, or he can push forward.
100%.
They've got a little bit of versatility there with their tools, Hawthorn. So yeah, Frost is an interesting one, but I think they've got enough flexibility and balance in their side that if he had to come on for an inside mid, that they'd be able to sort something out.
What's the Australian-made smart play for Australian-made?
Oh, the smart play, the first goal, we had it as goal of the day. Tom Papley, Tom Papley's first goal was really important. He was able to come through, clear the stoppage, clear the congestion, knock the ball through, picked it up and snap cleanly. So his first goal was play of the day. It was a beautiful finish.
On that note, what is the goal of the game for the first half?
The Beaumont Tiles goal of the day. Beaumont Tiles is some 50% off. That's unbeatable.
Finds Roberts, now to Rowbottom, throws it on the boot quickly, high up and under ball, pack forms, coming in hard, McCartan, couldn't take the mark, here's Papley, he pounces on it, he's got to finish now, the Pap, snaps it, goal, oh yeah! The Junkyard Dog's at it again!
Nailed it.
Yeah, nailed it. Our major partner, by the way, is WAX. Live more with crypto. This is the way. You a crypto man, Nick?
No.
My brother-in-law's a crypto man, and he makes not squillions, literally, but I was going to say he makes quite a bit of money off it. Good amount.
Okay.
Not for me. Not for me.
Stick with our guys. They know what they're doing.
It's for the younger people that understand that area.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a lot of people swear by it.
I know.
A lot of people swear by it. So the Swans are 20 down, Nick, but you don't think, but in any stretch that they're struggling or they're out of it. It's just one of those games where things can change in 5 minutes.
Yeah, it can, and they're a side that can score heavily. Probably the main thing that I'd be interesting to see for the Swans is how their ball movement goes. Everyone knows that their major ball winner and their best ball user, Errol Goulden, is out for an extended period of time, and that's what it's looked like. They've looked pretty one-dimensional with their ball movement. They've gone back down the line a lot. Joel Amati has been coming up the field a little bit more. He's been the target for the long ball, but look, if Joel Amati's having to do that 10 times a game, it's probably too many. They've missed that ball user. They've missed Errol Goulden's ability to change lane or to find that little bit of a crease in the defence and allow that overlap run, and that's how you get your handball receives up. If you can change a lane, find that kick and then get your overlap run. They've missed that. I think that is something that Dean Cox will speak about at halftime and look for the Swans to be able to do in the second half, is just look to change the point of attack a little bit, shift the Hawthorn defence around, make them defend a little bit. At the moment, Hawthorn are spending all their energy on their offensive game because the Swans aren't making them move, they aren't making them travel defensively. So they'll play a little bit of keepings off here, the Swans, shift the ball around, look for the spot in the Hawthorn defence where they can get a handball receive, get through and get into the forward 50.
Something Hawthorn have done really well, probably for the back half of last year and into this year, is just shift play, and they're happy to just work it around the back half, then go into onto the wing, and then they'll bite that kick through the middle of the ground. They're a really they're happy to take risks as a team, but generally it pays off for them. So we'll see what the Swans can do. They trail the Swans, the home team, by 20 points. It feels like they're still well and truly in this game. They were outplayed probably for majority of the back half of that quarter, but it still really feels like they're right in this.
Yeah, it does. You can see a way where they can get back into it. They've got good enough players. There's been enough from McCartan down forward. forward. Papley's been able to bob up and kick a goal. You can see how they can get into it. A couple of their players have been quiet. They probably need a lift from Campbell, a few Sheldrick through the midfield. It's been Heaney and Warner and Rowbottom. That fourth and fifth mid, whether it's Jordan or whether it's Sheldrick going through the midfield, they probably need a lift from them, the Swans, but you can see a way that they can absolutely get their way back in it. But Hawthorn, you're sitting in their change rooms. You don't need to change too much. You've come out, you've dished up exactly what you've done in the previous season, and you're feeling good about yourself. You're coming up here against a side that's played in the grand final, and at halftime you're 20 points in front. You take that.
The voice of a man who provided one of the greatest moments in the history of the AFL in 2005, Nick Davis, all thanks to MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with MEGT. Big second half coming up from the SCG next. The Hawks by 20 points on Friday night footy for 4 and 20 pies.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. For all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. And 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Now down to the post-MAC press conference with Lions coach Chris Fagan.
Chris, tell us how the Happy Meal went tonight.
My grandson didn't get a Brisbane Bear tip this time, so we better collect all 18.
The AFL Happy Meal is here. The season starts at Macca's. T's and C's apply.
If you have been the innocent victim of an accident, let Bryden Sawyers help you recover the compensation you deserve. At Bryden Sawyers, we understand the physical, emotional and financial toll that personal injuries can have on you and your loved ones. That's why we are committed to achieving the best outcome for you and your family. Contact Bryden Sawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au to book an appointment. Who helps you in your time of need? We do.
So, have you found the WayX way to crypto yet? Australia's easiest way to buy, sell, trade and spend crypto.
Well, the footy on SEN has found the WayX way.
The drop punt from the boundary!
WayX is a proud broadcast partner of AFL Nation.
The Lions produce the domination.
Every game across round 0 and round 1, WayX will be there with the fans.
WayX, this is the way. Sign up at wayx.com or download the app.
The footy's back on AFL Nation.
It starts with a dream.
To go further, to rise higher, to be unstoppable.
In the finals, every moment is a chance to dream big.
Every shot, every pass, every cheer brings us closer to greatness.
This is where dreams are made. This is your moment.
Finals action on now. Watch every moment live on ESPN.
Hungry Jack's NBL Finals. Dream big.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by two 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
On International Women's Day, if I may humbly cluck, why not honour the ladies and serve Love a Duck? In appreciating these humans who leave you awestruck, simply fate them with fare that needs no lady luck. Don't disappoint them with caviar, nor a mere oyster shuck, when instead something swish on their dish you can chuck. So be off to the supermarket and procure Love a Duck. Then sister, mum, friend and partner, let's celebrate like...
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
It's March Madness at OMF. Buy any base bed frame or bedding to get up to 60% off selected mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery on mattresses $999 and over, like the Mornington, now under $1,100. Excellent value. And get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture in Manchester. And up to 50 months interest free. That's the kind of madness you'll love. Get comfy for less with OMF's March Madness sale. Ends soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
The
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre team are a rare mix of roofers and sheet metal fabricators. They know what products you need and will make them for you fast. And their service is unreal. Check them out. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre, rscentre.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. For all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs. And 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
The third quarter here. John Donahoe, can you just put the eyes on the Hawks team? Can you see James Warple out there? You said he might. There was a red star next to his name at half time. Is Warple
the
out
yellow
there?
Boots? There's a couple of them in there.
He looks to I can't see him. Frost is out there.
So I reckon
Warple is injured. He is out. That is a big loss for the Hawks. He's played pretty well, James Warple. So that will mean they'll be having to reject their on-ball brigade. And where is Frost going to play?
Well, I wonder if on the bench.
By the way, it's Hawthorn 60 leading the Swans 40 at half time.
I was going to say, I wonder whether that'll swing Sicily forward at some point, but he's gone back and then play Frost in defence. So we'll wait and see.
So it's Day, Newcomb, Nash and Meek to start proceedings in the middle, but they're now a midfielder down and Josh Ward was one of the emergencies but didn't get the nod as the sub. So perhaps a little break that might favour the Swans as we start quarter three. Notice any changes around?
No, it looks pretty similar. Probably the change that could come. Chad Warner started in half forward. James Jordan has started in, but the Swans small forwards, Will Hayward 1 disposal at half time, Braden Campbell 4, is maybe Tom Hanley. The Swans could activate their sub and get another small forward into the game.
High quality start to the season, a 20-point lead for the Hawks, but the Swans, they just feel like they're still within touching distance. Big crowd in at the SCG. Away we go for the third quarter. Rucks go at it. Grundy won it down, but into the hands of that man Will Day, who's starred tonight. To half forward to Moore. Got the handball off to Nash, who was wrapped up in a big tackle and burst out. I thought he might have gotten out there, and the Swans were caught lagging, but no, we'll get a ball up at centre half forward. Meek over the top. Nash couldn't take it cleanly. Here's Newcomb. Now to D'Ambrosio on his left foot. Steps around a couple. Then chisels one over the back to Chol, who couldn't get on the end of it. The spoil came in from a couple of Swans. Melican, one of them, and a minor score. So the Hawks with the early running, 9-7-61 to 6-4-40. All thanks to Deutz-Fahr Tractors in this third quarter on AFL Nation.
You wanted to get that one away early, didn't you, mate? But there's been some elite level spoiling. James Sicily at one end, Lewis Melican at the other end for the Sydney Swans. But it has been James Jordan. The move has come. He has gone to Will Day. They've seen enough. 20 disposals and 3 goals. James Jordan's made that move across and he will tag for the second half.
And from the kick in, we'll have a throw-in on the members' wing. Smack bang on the members' wing. It's the Swans in this third quarter going right of your dial. The biggest lead in the game was at the 26-minute mark of the second quarter where the Hawks led by 25. Margin now 21. On the throw-in, Heaney snaffles it. Couldn't find a teammate by hand. Day is tackled by Heaney, and the umpire will ball it up. Half forward flank, Hawthorn into attack on the members' side of the ground. Said Hayward there, having a bit of an off-the-ball push and shove with Sicily. From the ball up, Nash is bowled over by Rowbottom. He managed to get the handball out to Amon, who got it back to D'Ambrosio. That raking left boot once again. Chol used his body beautifully, just nudged his opponent sideways, and that's good forward craft from Marbio Chol, and this is his first significant moment in the game. He's taken the mark as good as directly in front, kicking from 25 metres out.
I've been impressed. D'Ambrosio left foot again. His score involvements are high, but it was a kick to advantage. It's been an area that Hawthorn have attacked the Swans with Wicks down there, Patton down there, new defenders, or new to the Swans as defenders, and Wicks a new defender. They've been concerned there, and Chol was able to come across and take an easy mark.
So Marbio Chol should be bread and butter for a forward. Laconically comes in and kicks the goal. So Marbio Chol, nice work there from the forward, used his body nicely, took the mark, and has finished truly, and the Hawks now have a game-high 27-point lead, 10-7-67. Sydney 6-4-40, 2.5 gone third term on the Deutz Fahr Tractors scoreboard. Boy, I've got to say that slowly.
Well done, lads. Well done. 2 for 2 there. The game has been fairly even. The score is now 27 points. It hit out to the same. Look, there's not a lot between the team stats, but what I will say is some of the forward entries that the Hawthorn have been able to have, kicks to advantage. D'Ambrosi's had a couple. It was Warple in the first quarter was able to get one to Moore, who was able to kick a goal. They've been able to get a lot more bang for their buck going forward. They've kicked to advantage. They've kicked to a hot spot. They've identified that the Swans may be undersized, and they've been able to really dominate the Swans in that defensive 50.
Swans got a bit of work to do here. They get the clearance. Here's McInerney bursting out of stoppage inside 50. Amati strong over his head, and that is what the Swans needed. A quick burst and potentially a quick reply.
He's at his best. Amati coming up. Really strong attack at the footy. Hands out. Early in his career, he was really looking for chest marks, but he's been able to put the jukes out and either get a free kick or take a mark here on this occasion.
He's got 2 for the night already. He's kicking from 43, I reckon, metres out directly in front. Swans desperately need this. Famously kicked 9 last year. Can he kick the Swans 7th? Amati in on the runway. He knew it off the boot. Slots it. And he gets his 3rd, and the Swans back to within touching distance. 21-point margin, 7-4-46 Sydney, 10-7-67 on the scoreboard for Deutz Fahr Tractors. Joel Amati with his 3rd.
It was a good answer. They needed a quick answer. You said it, Johnny. It was really important. James Jordan's gone into the centre to try and stop the centre clearance work of Will Day. But it was D'Ambrosi. He was just half asleep on McInerney. The ball spilled out. The hand pass came. Free. It's been the first time the Swans have really been able to lower the ice since the first quarter, where McCartan and Amati were able to lead hard at the footy, and they were able to be rewarded. Amati coming out nice and hard at the footy. It's hard to stop as a defender. It's going to be a mark or a free kick either way, and the Swans are able to go back and kick a goal.
So Mackenzie is pushed into the middle for the Hawks. There's the Warple replacement. Down it goes in the middle. Meek against Grundy. Grundy the tap. Beautifully done to Heaney. Heaney on the left boot. Scrubby old kick. Little soccer forward again by Papley. Only as far as Sicily. He's dispossessed. Good crunching tackle by Morrison and his opponent. Comes out to Rowbottom. Rowbottom, good quick hands to Haywood. Haywood kicks into the hole. Looking for a Swans teammate. A free kick for a hold. And it's going to be taken by McInerney. Directly in front, kicking from the identical spot of that Joel Amati just kicked a goal. So directly in front, 40 metres out at worst. And there's a couple of little wins for McInerney over D'Ambrosio there.
There's been a couple, some New Farm, crucial moments, Australian through and through. This is a crucial moment for McInerney. If he can set up a goal and kick one straight away.
37 goals in his 98-game career. Oh, he's hooked that.
Didn't watch what Amati just did.
No, but it was a crucial moment for New Farm. If you can come off the wing, lace out your full forward and kick a goal, and then slide into the forward 50 the next bit of play and kick one, that would have been a clear win there for McInerney in the last 3 or 4 minutes.
20 points the margin. Sicily brings the ball back into play, pumps it right down the middle, but it's only Swans there, and Milliken takes an uncontested easy chest mark. Now what's he going to do? He's going to switch into the centre circle, and he'll find Roberts, who goes not 15, to Sheldrick, who bangs it on the left inside 50, and that was well read, and a nice mark taken by Scrimshaw.
Ideally, you wouldn't want him to play it on there, Sheldrick, but it's been the rule of the night. Quarters, the not 15 play on, they've called it a few times, and if he was able to find a target there inside the Swans, that would have been very beneficial.
Ball on the outer side. Weddle's been very quiet, but takes a good mark there, contested mark, chips it short and sideways to Nash. Nash gives it off to the runner in Impey. He got it to Mackenzie. He's gone. Handball, umpire let it go, play on as the call. Picked up by Heaney at halfback. Nice vision as he spots up Papley on centre wing, members side. Papley wastes no time, drills the pass to half forward. Marked by McInerney. He's got a short on in Warner, who's busted a gut to run inside 50, and he takes the mark 45 out, very tight angle, 3 or 4 metres in from the boundary line on the members side. So it would have to be his very best, but it is kickable.
It is kickable, but they're very dangerous. They're the Swans. If they can get turnover football across half-back, they are so quick to turn defence into attack. Their runners get to work. Warner started in the centre square there, and now he's getting a shot just inside 50.
Very difficult kick. He's made a good fist of it. He's nailed it. Pumps his fist to the crowd, and Chad Warner has got Sydney back in the game. That's his second, and all of a sudden the margin's back to 14 points.
It's important that these gun midfielders can spend time inside forward 50 or go forward. You just don't want your best players being in the midfield and then resting off. If he can go forward, rest. At the moment he's in the forward line because James Jordan is doing a job on Will Day in the midfield. One of those midfielders had to spit out, and if you can go forward and take your running ability against the half-back, which he did there, he was able to burn off Sicily, get an uncontested mark inside forward 50, and then go back and as you call quarters. That was a beautiful finish. That was about 48 out, right up against the boundary line, and a beautiful finish from the Chad.
Back-to-back goals for the Swans and the Deutz Fahr Tractors scoreboard. 67 plays 53, and we've been going 8.5 in the third quarter. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and for Elders for Australian agriculture.
Much better quarter here from the Swans.
Just fans finding their voice.
Yes, they are. Just recapping, the sub's been made. James Warple with an ankle out for the game. Sam Frost has been injected in. Grundy went over his shoulder in the direction of Heaney, up against Nash. Bullocking his way through was Rowbottom, but it was taken away by Newcomb. He just kicked out into space. Corey Warner was waiting there. He just shoved off McGuinness, then steps around him, long down the wing, looking for a mark. And using his body nicely was Hayward. Umpire let it go. Scrimshaw tracks it back. They got numbers across the ground if they want to use them. Moore is one of them, and he does find D'Ambrosio, who might slow it down at half back. On the left boot, long raking kick in the Weddle direction. He takes the mark very nicely ahead of Patton. Plays on, low, flat kick inside 50. It was almost too hot for Hardwick, who burst through a bit of traffic. Now he might have a snap at goal. The pressure came from Lloyd, and the umpire says play on. As Lloyd offloaded it quickly to McKenzie. McGuinness, now to D'Ambrosio, out the back to Weddle. Chips inside, looking for Moore. It's a bit hot. It's out on the full. So Sydney lifting their game here, 8-5-53. They trail 10-7-67 for Deutz Fahr Tractors, the Deutz Fahr Warrior range from 170 to 350 horsepower. It's Deutz Fahr Evolved. Visit deutzfahr.com.au.
First move we spoke of, boys, was James Jordan onto Will Day. The second move has been Will Hayward, who had one possession in the first half. He's been moved onto James Sicily as a defensive forward role.
Swans have the ball at half-back, out of side of the ground. Milliken on defensive 50. Long kick to the wing. Grundy against Meek. Grundy got both hands on it, but couldn't quite hang on to it. And over the line it goes for a throw-in.
It's been a good battle, the Rucks. I feel like that Meek has been strong. He's been gone for it. He's kicked 2 goals, but Grundy's ruck work has been pretty strong. It's been not a bad battle. Isaac Heaney's going to tell him that. Yeah, he's going to take the ruck.
Yeah, because Grundy was doing his shoelace up. So it's Heaney against Meek. Not surprisingly, Meek won the contest and grabbed the ball and handballed off to battle, I think it was. He goes to half forward. Hardwick has been pretty quiet. He had to fist it away. McGuinness attacks it, keeps the ball alive. He handballs blindly inside 50, picked up by Patton. Now, here's an opportunity for Campbell. He's been quiet. Good centering kick, though, into the corridor, marked by Grundy. Grundy plays on. Handballs to Blakey. Blakey's off to the races. He takes on a couple of Hawks and does it magnificently. Gives a handball off. Now it comes to Warner. Warner at centre half forward, sidestep. Goes for goal. No, he doesn't. He kicks into the full forward area. Beautiful play by Chad Warner. And the mark is taken for the Sydney Swans by McCartan. That was great play by the Sydney Swans. All started from Blakey, set it up with some gut-busting run. Warner, beautiful kick. And McCartan plays on and kicks another goal. 3 in a row to Sydney. They're back.
Paying Chad Warner whatever he wants now.
crypto. Whatever you can
Hey,
get
it is
your
big
hands
these
on.
days, you never know.
Hey, you've said that.
The breakout player in this third quarter has been Chad Warner, who's found his mojo again for Australian outdoor living. And it's back to an 8-point game.
He's been able to do it from half forward too. There was a reshuffle. Swans have made a couple of defensive moves. As we spoke about, James Jordan onto Will Day. Will Hayward has gone on to James Sicily to try and impact Sicily's intercept marking across half forward. But it's been Chad Warner from the half forward line that's been able to get up and down the ground, and he has hit the scoreboard and he has set up goals beautifully.
It's interesting, they're physically getting into Sicily, pushing, shoving. For the last 5 minutes, Hayward has just been harassing James Sicily.
Crowd is up and about now. We said that they were within touching distance at halftime. They're back to 8 points now, the Swans. Bit of a wayward bounce, so it's anyone's guess here as Heaney bursts out. Goes backwards, finds Florent bouncing off half-back. Over the top now, the Swans. Jordan drives them inside 50. In a one-on-one, Campbell was there. Good spoil in the end by the Hawks. D'Ambrosio throws it on the boot, but it'll be coming straight back. Rampy, inside 50 again. Can they get a mark, the Swans? Sicily came out hard.
Free kick,
Corey Warner might play on. He was running into an open goal, but it was a free kick, and it will be going the way of Sam Frost. The sub. Oh no! It's a real grubber.
Play on as the call. I think it was McKenzie got driven to the ground, but Frost stubbed his toe. He literally stubbed his toe, did Frosty, and McKenzie got drilled into the turf.
For the silent
possession.
And we got a ball up 45 from Sydney's goal. Their midfield is dominating at the moment. Picked up by Corey Wagner as he kicks it inside 50. Amadi couldn't take the sliding mark. Might have got accidentally kicked in the head. He looks hurt. Free kick holding the ball. A free kick for holding the ball is getting pretty feisty out there as Barras is attacked by McInerney. And Amadi gets up a little worse for wear. They're having a go at Barras. I think from what I saw, it was an accident. Anyway, Sydney have got a free kick for holding the ball, and it's going to be Will Hayward, who's come into the game with this tagging role in the third quarter.
He has. Sometimes it's the way to go as a small forward. You go to the best defender who brings you to the footy. You're able to go forward and make a tackle or get yourself into the game. One disposal in the first half, but if you can do a job on Sicily here in the second half, get under his skin and kick a goal, it's a great return.
He's 15 metres out, 45-degree angle. If he kicks this, it's a 1-point ball game. And he does. So the Hawks at the 3-minute mark of this third quarter led by 27. Since then, Sydney's midfield has dominated, and it's 2 points the difference. 10-7-67, Sydney 10-5-65, 14 and a half gone third term on the Deutz Fahr Tractors scoreboard.
Just need to get their hands on the footy. Hawthorn, they've been smacked. You said it, quarters in the call. At disposals in this quarter, they are absolutely getting smacked. It's coming from the source. Brody Grundy is getting his hands on the footy in the ruck. Sydney Swans midfield are going to work, and they've got the speed back on the footy. They're able to not only change lanes but break lines, and that's when, if they can get a full head of steam up the Swans and run into their forward 50, they're looking dangerous.
What a way to start the season. 4 in a row for the Swans. They brought the heat this quarter. Talking at halftime, after Chol kicked that goal, they were 27 points up. And now it's a 2-point ball game.
And they've managed to shut down Will Day this quarter. Done a great job. Chol into the ruck.
Chol into the ruck. Comes down now to Jordan. He fed it to Lloyd, who banged it on the boot quickly to half forward. Papley, was he being held? He wasn't. Thought there was a whistle out there. Nash. He fed it off to McDonald. Back to Nash now. Out on the outer wing. Takes a bounce. Didn't come back to him, but no harm done. Drives it to half forward. Watson. Haven't called his name much tonight. He's able to wheel and go. He's got aim on outside 50. Can load up from the paint. Goes towards goal, and it's across the face. And it bounces through for a minor score. So a 3-point margin now leading the Hawks. 10-8-68, 10-5-65 for Deutz Fahr Tractors. 16 minutes gone. Third term on AFL Nation.
Yeah, he would have wanted a better effort there, Amon. He's a beautiful kick.
Oh! What's happened there?
What happened here?
On a cross goal. I think it's a free kick. I think it was off the ball.
Oh, okay.
In the pocket.
So Lloyd's got it in the back pocket.
Luckily, but yeah, Amon, he would have wanted to do better there. He's a beautiful left foot kick. There was a couple of options, but was unable to kick the goal and then missed a teammate clearly out in front.
Sydney got the ball on the members' wing. Wicks He's played well. Short to McInerney. Wicks wants it back. Now he goes short. Barely the 15, but umpire said that's okay. It's marked by Sheldrick. Sheldrick between wing and half forward. Wheels onto the left boot. Pumps it long. Amadi's there. So is Hayward. Neither can mark. And Barris is happy to see that over the line. Rather clumsily, but did the job.
Accidentally on purpose, but Hayward's done a good job on Sicily. He's worried about him. He hasn't just been able to run around there and intercept, mark and spoil.
So ball will be thrown in, tied up against the Swans. Attacking end. Into the forward pocket. McInerney doing the ruck. Here's Papley working tight. McInerney just offloaded that one. It fell into the hands of Corey Warner. Quick hands there to James Jordan. It was a high up and under kick. Will it stay in the field to play? It won't.
It's out of bounds on the full.
It was on the full.
It's a touch.
Gee, that looked on the full from where we were.
McCartan took the mark, but it was on the line or over the line. And we can't really plead the chalk flew up because it never got to the chalk. So it will be a boundary throw in the end. The lesser of two evils, I guess, from the umpires. Deep inside, attacking 50. McInerney back doing the ruck work against Weddle. Weddle won that one down. Tried to throw it on his left boot. Did so successfully. Off hands, Watson read it nicely, toes the boundary line, tried to take on a couple, found Chol. Now to Ginnivan out of mid-air. The kamikaze-style kick. And it comes back to the Swans, to half forward, Weddle underneath it. Sitting under there was Campbell, a free kick found. Which way is it going to go? It's going to go Hawthorn's way. It'll be Josh Weddle who takes the free kick.
Little left foot kick, gets things moving quickly to Ginnivan, who's been very quiet. Wheels onto the right, his target's Chol. He's got to beat two Swans. He brings the ball to ground and did it beautiful in the end. Just knocked it down to Dylan Moore, who kicks to Newcomb. That was well done, Marbiel Chol.
It was. But Dane Rampy needed to do
Newcomb's
better.
Marked 40 metres out.
He needed to do better with the spoil there, Rampy. It was up against the line. He spoiled it back into play. If that had ended up 20 rows back in the members, it's a boundary throw-in. But they were able to, Moore was able to get front and centre and then spot up Newcomb.
So Newcomb in the forward pocket. He's about 3 or 4 metres in from the boundary line, kicking from about 45 metres. Favouring his right side. It's the Hawks by 3 points. Jai Newcomb. He's hooked that badly. I don't think that'll even be a score. No, it's out on the full. Free kick in the back pocket to Sydney. Hawthorn, 10-8-68. Swans, 10-5-65. 19 and a half gone in his third quarter. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and 4 elders.
We've got a beauty to start the season. Blakey out of fullback. Got close to the man on the mark, but was able to get it to the wing. Warner came in from the side. Nearly took the mark. Sheldrick gave it to Roberts, who left it behind. McKenzie. Now to Ginnivan. Pounces on it. Ginnivan snaps towards goal, but it's a high up and under floater to full forward. Chol's out the back. He might keep it in play. He will.
Free kick for a push.
Free kick for a push. Going back to Blakey in the goal square. So
a bit of rain falling, lads.
There is. Just a bit of sheeting rain at the SCG, so that might slow things up. But Blakey, he's off and gone into the middle of the ground. He floated this one in the direction of Adams, but that one held up in the breeze. Scrimshaw took it. Now to half forward. The mark taken by Day. Strong overhead. Takes it on the paint of 50. He's got Weddle wheeling around. Didn't use him. This will be a tough kick.
He's got a decent limp going on.
He does. Can't afford to lose him.
Yeah, he's looking for someone to help him. I think he's looking to dish off the footy.
He is.
So please come and get a handball receive.
He wants one around the back. Amon gives that, but Adams is there with him. So Day, happy to go short to a man over the back who's Nash. Got into a bit of space and took it unopposed. 25 metres out on a slight angle, and Dean Cox is irate.
As he should be.
That was a bad piece of defensive work, wasn't it?
That's a boy who cried wolf. He's just put them all to sleep by saying I've got a sore leg, and then
Day took his 30 seconds, looked at every possible option, and then was able to pinpoint Connor Nash.
There's a blood rule.
Sheldrick coming off with the blood rule.
Cut left eye.
The man from County Meath in Ireland, game 99 today, signed a 5-year deal in the pre-season, keep him at the Hawks through to 2029.
Swan sub
has come on, so Tom Hanley has been injected into the game. Connor Nash to extend the lead. Comes in, drives it through the middle, and the Hawks get one back against the run of play in the third quarter.
Will Day's limping off.
He is. They cannot afford to lose Will Day. After everything he's been through injury-wise.
I got to say, he's got a jar of pickle juice in his hand, so hopefully it's just cramp. I've never seen a player jog off with a jar of pickle juice.
Hawthorn 11-8-74, Sydney 10-5, 65 on the scoreboard for Deutz Far Tractors Hawks by 9 on AFL Nation.
I reckon it's just a decent cork. He's really flexing that quad.
It might have been a knock on the knee. Maybe a knee knock. Clash of knees.
They need him out there. Everything he's been done. When he's been quiet in this quarter, James Jordan's gone to him and done a really good job. The Swans have been able to peg back a 20-point margin, so they need him back on the field.
As I said, he's due for a bit of luck, Will Day. Had a rotten run the last couple of years. Played well tonight. Speaking of playing well, Warner gathers, has a bounce. Left foot, scrubby old kick inside 50. Scrimshaw tries to play a bit of soccer. Clean bowled was McCartan. In the back pocket is Barris. He kicks a very high ball. It's still inside defensive 50. Parked underneath it was Moore. Couldn't mark. Tapped by Scrimshaw. Could have been a hole going to Papley. Umpire let that one go, and we'll have a ball up 48 metres out from the Swans' goal.
Rain getting a bit heavier here now.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, didn't notice it until Nick said it.
So that's what I'm here for.
Thank you, Nick. Our expert for MEGT. Ball inside 50 for the Swans. Umpire called play on, and I don't think Scrimshaw knew about that when he took it on his chest. He goes handballs back to Barras. Deep inside defensive 50. Short kick down the line to Hardwick. So it might just slow things up, this rain. Might not be as slick for the next little while.
No, it's probably beneficial for the Swans that they got on that run before the rain came.
Down the line, Weddle flew high, couldn't take it. Morrison off hands, threw it on the boot. Might work out for Chol. He ran onto it nicely and takes it just before he goes out of bounds.
Nothing to kick to.
Yeah, they did a good job there. They've been able to get the ball out of their D50. They can set the field up here.
So Chol gave himself a little bit of room to work with on the left boot. Precise to Morrison, but coming in from the side was Rowbottom. Free kick found. It is high, going Hawthorn's way. It'll be Dylan Moore.
Possession and territory become vitally important now with this rain coming down.
Moore back inside to Scrimshaw, who goes into the centre square to Mackenzie. Happy to slow it up. Numbers drifting back.
Top of the square.
Yep, numbers drifting back, and that's where he goes, into the forward pocket. Chol's down there, as is Big Meekie, but the mark was attempted and not taken by Brodie Grundy. Off hands, out of bounds. About 10 metres around from the point post, kicking to the left of your radio dial, the Noble stand, if you know the SCG, or the Don Bradman stand, here at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
Angus Sheldrick has made his way to the back of the bench. Right. He could be the one that's been subbed out for the Swans.
Grundy whacked it away, only as far as Nash. Scrimshaw, quick hands to Amon. He loaded up on the left, took too long though, he's turned it over. Swans out of danger here. Can they get him on the rebound? Warner, a little chip kick was clever, and McInerney didn't let him down. Takes a good, courageous mark, midfield.
Their turnover ball this quarter, Swans, has been outstanding. They've just been able to run and gun once they've turned the ball over across half back.
Papley's got it. He slipped over at the crucial moment. Oh, beautiful no-look handball to the running Blakey, who goes from 55 metres, kicks one of the goals of the day. Sensational play by Nick Blakey. That's lit the SCG crowd up. Magnificent goal. And it's back to 3 points to diff in favour of the Hawks.
That's an absolute contender. Beaumont Tiles discounted now. Goal of the day. The Swans, they've got their turnover game going. Hawthorn aim on again, just a little bit sloppy at the top of their 50 going inside, and the Swans got their hands on it. It was Warner again. He's doing it from half forward. He's going in the midfield. He's been the one that's turned this game on its head. Got the Swans back within 3 points, and it was McInerney took a strong mark. Papley slipped over on the greasy now centre wicket, over the shoulder.
The rain's heavy now too.
Good that they were both on the same page there for Papley to be able to mop up and feed it off to him. What a game we've got. 3-point ball game. Swans have kicked 5 goals to 2 this quarter. 11-5-71. They trail by 3 points. 11-8-74 for Deutz Far Tractors. And we got 26 minutes gone here in the quarter for Newtech Automation for Manufacturing. Back in the middle they go. It's mopped up by Newcomb. He's happy to take the clearance on the right boot. Inside 50. Beautiful. Out in front of Chol. The spoil came from Blakey. Chol mopped it up. But again, the tackle laid by 2 Hawks on the Swans. Their pressure game has been high tonight. And the rain is coming down a little bit heavier here at the SCG. Umpire wastes no time throwing this one up. Flicked over the top from Grundy, out the back then from Rowbottom. Winning the footy was D'Ambrosio, who wanted it more, and then just works his way out of a tackle. Moore on the right boot, inside 50 with a big kick. McGuinness was underneath it, nearly got on the end of it, and then Ginnivan. Here's McGuinness now, off one step, the snap. Just needed a little bit more time and a little bit more bend. And it was a minor score.
Yeah,
so
I think he had a bit more time.
4 points.
I think he had a bit more time. That perceived pressure, the Swans absolutely... Their pressure rating, their intensity with and without the footy has gone up in this quarter, and McGuinness, he felt that there. He rushed his snap.
Roberts to bring it back in. Goes short. Umpire says not 15.
It's about the fifth one.
Yeah, but Week's got plenty of time to kick it long, off hands over the line for a throw-in. Half forward flank if you're a positive sort of guy. Hawks into attack, and we'll have a throw-in. 75 plays 71. The Hawks still in front, but they've had their 27-point lead whittled back to just 4. Meek against Grundy. Call that one a stalemate. Slap forward by Newcomb to the 50. Weddle's there. He's been pretty quiet. Ran out of territory. Have a throw-in 55 out from Hawthorn's goal.
Smart by Newcomb. Meterage in these conditions really important. Time in forward half equally is important if they can get both.
Final stages of this third quarter. It's been a whirlwind start to the season. This is exactly what we wanted after 6 months of pre-season. Grundy used his body nicely on Meek. Coming past hard there was Nash, threw a boot at it. Winning it there was Heaney, but he was pushed off it, and we'll get a ball up at half forward, about 55 from home.
Good news is that Will Day's on his feet. Looks like he's going to come back on.
So the rucks both went to ground. It was up to Heaney to come through. McInerney bouncing off bodies. Heaney got it back. Just working in a phone box inside defensive 50. It's tight. It's slippery stuff. Patton tapped it over the back. Moore was on the end of it. Grundy picked it up. Came through to Weddle. On his hands and knees, shoveled it out only as far as Roberts. Can the Hawks make something of this? Here's Ginnivan dribbling it home. No, it just falls to the top of the goal square. Sydney sloppy. Ward went off, McGuinness went off the deck. And he wasn't able to get maximum purchase on it, but it was sloppy stuff on the goal line by the Swans, so a minor score. 11-10-76, the Hawks. 11-5, 71, 29 played, third term.
They did their best work there, Hawthorn. That pressure again from their small forwards was elite.
And now that is a free kick to Hawthorn because no one touched the ball.
I know he played on.
I played on, sorry. Yeah, he did too. So have a throw in. Half forward flank, Hawks into attack, members side. 5-point advantage to the away team. Opening game of season 2025. It's been a really good one. Grundy wrestles with Meek. Meek picks it up, handballs to D'Ambrosio, has a fresh area. Heaney's there for Sydney. Slick hands, too slick in fact, for Jordan, and we'll have a throw in.
It's a weird stat to think about at this time of the game, but I don't think we've had one insufficient intent paid tonight. If I can recall.
No, we haven't.
I don't think we've had one, which is rare.
Set your clock to it. You're in dance now.
Sorry.
But Blake Hardwick just sitting 20 metres off the last pair of Swans forwards. They've been wary of the Swans being able to run and gun off half back. He's there to make sure that he can slow down their ball movement.
Barris takes a good mark, well-judged mark against a Marty. He handballs to that man Nick was just talking about in Hardwick. He bangs it long to half forward. Meek against Grundy. Grundy got both hands on it, couldn't hang on to it. Meek, good handball to Ginnivan. Ginnivan ducked his head. Oh, he got the free kick. I reckon that was play on. Anyway, Ginnivan's got it, and he kicks it straight to a Swan.
Justice.
Bad mistake from Jack Ginnivan, and the ball ends up on the wing with a Marty. And Ginnivan is copping it from the crowd.
So Amati just in front of the interchange bench. Can't be long left. 30 minutes have ticked over. All thanks to New Tech Automation for manufacturing. Amati, no rush. Happy to dump it down the line. Numbers 4. Oh, tunneled there from Adams. It was probably self-inflicted, but the umpire didn't see it that way. Came in from the side. Sicily not happy.
One umpire who was closest to the action said play.
Okay, so it's a Sicily free kick.
I think it was right.
It might have been
it was. He tunneled him, but he was just ducking out of the way.
Absolutely. So Sicily happy to go long down the wing this time. Mark attempted there by Weddle. It was read off hands with one hand by Watson. Off he goes now. He puts the Jets on from outside 50. There's a Swans player sitting back deep. He went for goal, and Blakey was playing goalkeeper. So it just might be the next evolution of Nick Watson to maybe just lower the eyes and pass that one off as Blakey finds McInerney at half back.
both teams with the spare. They've elected to have their spares out the back. Just trying to get to three-quarter time with the same margin.
McInerney stabs the pass to the wing. No mark there to Roberts. He momentarily took his eyes off the ball. And ball's still in play, yes. Boundary upper said that's fine. And Barras takes the mark at half-back.
It's been a great first outing for his new side. He's looked calm and composed across half-back, intercepting beautifully.
Barras is called to play on. Left foot kick. That might be out on the full. It is.
6.
A free kick going to Sydney at half-back flank.
See, the two moves they've made at half-time, the Swans have coached beautifully. Will Day, Marv got a little bit of a knock, but he's gone out of the game, and Will Hayward moving to James Sicily has kept him quiet too.
And that is three-quarter time here at the SCG. Season opener for 2025 on AFL Nation, thanks to 4 and 20 Pies and for Elders for Australian Agriculture. At the last change, it's the Hawks still in front, but only just. 11-10-76. 5 points in front of Sydney. 11-5-71 for the Hawks. 3 today. 2 goals each to Meek and Moore, and singles to Newcomb, Amon, Nash and Chol. While for Sydney, 3 to Amati, 1 in each quarter, 2 to Warner of the Chad variety, and singles to Adams, Rowbottom, Hayward, Papley, Blakey and McCartan. In that quarter, it was the Swans who have, whittled back a 20-point lead. The final margin at the final term in the final break is 5 points, 76 plays 71. This is AFL Nation.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for the Deutz Far Warrior range. From 170 to 350 horsepower, it's Deutz Far Evolve. Visit deutzfar.com.au.
It's March Madness at OMF. Buy any base bed frame or bedding to get up to 60% off selected mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery on mattresses $999 and over. Like the Mornington, now under $1,100. Excellent value. And get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture in Manchester. And up to 50 months interest free. That's the kind of madness you'll love. Get comfy for less with OMF's March Madness sale. End soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
There are good calls. Drinks after work, the beach on a hot day, getting pizza delivered. Pepperoni. But Kogan Mobile just made an awesome call. Because Switch Week is on now at Kogan Mobile. Get a 300 gig yearly prepaid plan for just $159. That's less than $14 a month. Make the awesome call. Switch to Kogan Mobile. Search Kogan Mobile to find out more. Kogan.com. Clickin' awesome. T's and C's apply. See website for details.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
Are you suffering from an injury that wasn't your fault? At Bryden's Lawyers, we understand the challenges you face. Our team of experienced personal injury lawyers are here to protect your needs and provide guidance and support every step of the way. For a risk-free, no-obligation assessment of your claim, contact Bryden's Lawyers today at 1-800-848-848 or visit brydens.com.au. Who helps you in your time of need? We do. Terms and conditions apply.
With over 25 years experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 End-of-Fight boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
So, have you found the WayX way to crypto yet? Australia's easiest way to buy, sell, trade and spend crypto.
Well, the footy on SEN has found the WayX way.
The drop punt from the boundary.
WayX is a proud broadcast partner of AFL Nation.
The Lions produce the domination.
Every game across round 0 and round 1, WayX will be there with the fans.
WayX, this is the way. Sign up at wayx.com or download the app.
The footy's back on AFL Nation.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Azito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
It starts with a dream.
To go further, to rise higher, to be unstoppable.
In the finals, every moment is a chance to dream big.
Every shot, every pass, every cheer brings us closer to greatness.
This is where dreams are made. This is your moment.
Finals action on now. Watch every moment live on ESPN.
Hungry Jack's NBL Finals. Dream big.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders, for all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs, and 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Papley wastes no time, drills the pass to half forward. Mark by McInerney, he's got a short on in Warner, who's busted a gut to run inside 50. Very difficult kick. He's made a good fist of it. He's nailed it. Pumps his fist to the crowd. And Chad Warner has got Sydney back in the game. Papley's got it. He's slipped over at the crucial moment. Oh, beautiful no-look handball of the running Blakey, who goes from 55 metres. Kicks one of the goals of the day. Sensational play by Nick Blakey. That's lit the SCG crowd up. Magnificent goal. Three-quarter time season opener for 2025 on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and for Elders for Australian agriculture. And what a game we got on our hands. It's the Hawks hanging on at the moment. 11-10-76. Sydney 11-5-71. 30 minutes of football left. Nick Davis, how do you see it?
Well, I see it. The Swans made 2 crucial moves at half-time. James Jordan onto Will Day, Will Hayward onto James Sicily, and they have worked.
Heavy rain coming in at the SCG now, so the umpire opts to throw this one up. Grundy went the volleyball spike over the shoulder. Nash ran into a brick wall and then bounced out of it with no shoe on as well. So the Swans need the first if they can get themselves back into the lead. Grundy, ground level, picked up there by Amon. He threw it on his boot to half forward. Watson leading out, then flung himself to the ground. Swans taking it there is Patton. To James Jordan, throws it on the boot. Hayward kept his feet. It's a sloppy mess out there now. Out of midair, Heaney out into space. Now it's a foot race. Amadi, 2 Swans there. Amadi wins the battle.
Good
Keeps
skills.
it in, did really well. Snaps around the body. Weddle came in from the side. He is Hanley for his first impact, but wasn't able to get his hands on it. And the rain has intensified.
It's teeming down.
It is absolutely bucketing. And now we'll have a boundary throw in the forward pocket, just to the left of your radio dial.
It is getting pretty difficult to see out there. It's really heavy.
Fans have retreated from the members as well.
Don't blame them. Throw in, Sydney into attack. Grundy got a hand on it first. Oh, every goal vital now in this last quarter. They're going to be hard to come by. Watson knocked it forward. Not far though. In there is Newcomb. He gets pumped over by Warner. Warner goes for goal. It's bouncing. Just managing to trap it at the last minute was Impey. He sort of half smothered it, didn't he? And made sure it went through for a behind. It looked like it was going to be a miracle goal to Warner. So 4 points of difference from that rush behind. Hawthorn 11-10. Sydney 11-6.
So Amon now Impey to the outer side. Wasn't the greatest kick. It was stolen away by Chol from Blakey. Hawks just happy to surge it forward. Here's Nash on the right boot. Kicks inside 50. Melican's got the sit on this. He went the double fister. Not trusting his hands. Out into space to Moore. It is absolutely bucketing at the SCG. McGuinness chips short. Has Hardwick there. The double fister again from Melican. 2 in a row for him. Nash off now to Newcomb. Threw it on the left boot. A bouncing ball. It lands in the lap of Sicily. The captain on the end of it. He wanted to play on to the umpire call. Now he does. Into the hands of McGuinness. And they get a goal.
What were you thinking?
In unconventional fashion. Sicily went one. He went the pump fake and then gave it. And McGuinness runs into an open goal. And the Hawks get the first of the third quarter.
Oh, gee.
Chaos. Quarters.
Nick Davis,
Chaos.
what would you be saying to James Sicily right now if you were coach?
Well done. In the end, it's like a 4 or 2. You know, you just got to get it on the scorecard.
You know what they say in the wet? Just sack the handball.
Yeah, especially from the goal square. But I was waiting for a breaking play. I was about to mention that the Swans move of Will Hayward to James Sicily has forced him forward. Sometimes you can be too good at coaching and you've moved a good player into the forward line and he's set up a goal. But the Hawks, this front half footy, it suits them if they can get the ball in their front half. Their pressure is so good. James Sicily in front. Lewis Melican spoiling. He's had 200 metres gained from spoils.
Meek got the tap. Rowbottom's there. Did well. Trapped the ball, banged it on the boot, inside 50, and the floater fight, no touch. Touches the umpire. Amadi's still got it. He snaps for goal. It's a high ball, and it bounces through for a behind. It's getting crazy in the last quarter. We've only gone 3.5 minutes.
It's getting crucial for New Farm Australian through 2 crucial moments there. It was Jarman Impey that was able to get a hand on Chad Warner's shot for goal, and then Frost there was able to do the same thing.
Battle drove the Hawks to the outer side, but the Swans able to take it in. It's a sloppy pill out there. It was left behind by Wicks. They're towing it forward, but the boundary line wins in the end, and we'll get a boundary throw in. Outer side wing. Crowd have retreated, but they're still in, and it's loud at the SCG. 73 plays 82. The boundary throw in. It'll be the regular combination of Grundy v Meek. Meek got to front position, but Grundy outmuscled him. Slapped that one down. Moore was waiting for it. And then taken away by Wicks. Into the centre of the ground, cut off by Day. Nicely trapped there by the Swans. They go inside 50. Beautiful ball. Hanley left it behind. That would have been his first. And he went over the top to Papley. Papley slipped over. Toe poked forward by Amon. Chad Warner waiting. The Chad, he pounces. He snaps. He hasn't done it again, has he? No. Across the face. That would have brought the house down. And a minor score for Chad Warner. Brings the margin back ever so slightly to 9 points. 11-8-74, 12-10-82 for Tyre Power. Footy's back sale.
It was a big moment. Ben Dix, the best known breaks. These really good opportunities aren't going to come. Young Hanley dropped the chest mark. Tough conditions. Braden Campbell kicks the ball with serious velocity, but that was an opportunity gone begging.
Hawks work it to the wing. That's a good mark by Grundy, one-on-one against Meek.
He's been good. I feel like Meek had him covered in the start of the first quarter, but then Grundy's worked his way into this game.
Grundy goes short, marked by Wicks. He's at half forward, still a long way from home. It's the Hawks by 8 points. Wicks goes the long option into the forward pocket. Fall of the ball, and it is another rush behind to the Sydney Swans. 7 points in favour of the Hawks. AFL Nation for 4.20 sausage rolls, and for Elders for Australian agriculture.
You seem to be daring here, Hawthorn. They are.
So go up the middle to D'Ambrosio, who plays on quickly and laces out
Sicily loose.
Impey. Sicily over the back. Is it good enough? Sicily did well. He had Melican backtracking and was able to bounce around him. Can drive him inside 50. Just smother came from Roberts, who got a hand in there at the right time. Rowbottom meeting it full-chested. He dived on top of it. It's fed out the back. Roberts towed it forward. Big tackle. Big tackle laid from Braden Campbell. Outside of the boot from Melican to the wing, but it's all Hawthorn, and they'll be able to mop it up with Scrimshaw on the wing. So it's all about surge footy now in the wet. Hawks with a slender lead. Inside, Sicily on the second attempt. Couldn't take the mark. He was dragged down to ground. Now through Roberts. They get out a defensive 50, towing the boundary line. Amadi in a one out. Did well, really well did Barras, coming through and busted the contest open with a double fister out of bounds. And we'll get a boundary throw in.
You can just feel the tension all of a sudden.
Absolutely.
Every little contest is counting all of a sudden.
Absolutely.
Bendix breaks. The big moments are coming thick and fast in this quarter.
Throw in. Grundy tapped it to Heaney. Heaney bangs it on the boot, looking for and finding in the second grab McCartan. Excellent mark in the conditions. Tom McCartan in between wing and half forward. Gets things moving now. Kicks it long. setting himself in front as Frost, a double fist away. Full of the ball is Papley. What can the little fella do? He can put it out of bounds on the full. That's what he can do.
Yeah, I'm sure
Free kick to the Hawks in the back pocket.
I can see what he was trying to do there. He was trying to inject himself into the game, get his teammates up. That was just turn back on the right, then get to the top of the square and keep Hawthorn under pump.
So the Hawks out of defensive 50 now. Weeks just towing that one off the deck into the hands of Corey Warner, who's wrapped up in a strong tackle, and we'll get a ball up just in front of the members' wing. 7:42 gone on the clock for New Tech Automation for Manufacturing. Ball up again. Thrown on the boot from Mackenzie on the non-preferred. One-on-ones everywhere across the field. Again towed off the deck from Rampy. It got through the defences of Lloyd Meek. Here's Hanley. He was shoved off the footy, and the boundary line will win out in the end. So it's a sloppy affair out here at the SCG. 11-9-75 the Swans. 12-10-82 the Hawks with a slender lead on Friday night footy.
Throw in. Grundy again out-muscled Meek. Double-fisted it to the 50. Mackenzie there for Hawthorn. Got it to Newcombe, who ducked and is stripped. Umpire thought he was going to play holding the ball. He has. And rightly so. Free kick against Newcombe, who's been very quiet by his standards. And the recipient is... who was it? Is it the new fella? Is it Hanley? Hanley, I think it is.
It is.
So Hanley's got it. Kicking from about 51 metres, acute angle.
Tough kick in these conditions.
He won't make it from this distance unless... Well, he's fresh.
Yeah, he's fresh.
We'll see what the young fella's made of. He's 19 years of age, making his AFL debut. A boy from Gippsland. This time last year was milking his uncle's cows. He does the disciplined thing, kicks it to the top of the goal square, and that's a mark to Hawthorn. And it's going to be taken by Amon.
It needs to be bold here, Hawthorn. You just can't be pinned in your back half for 10, 15 minutes here in this quarter. Eventually, the Swans are going to, through weight of possession and territory, going to kick some goals on you.
So the Hawks come to the broadcast wing. Swans able to rip it away. There's Hanley again. Out in front this time of Adams. He was laid in a big tackle by Scrimshaw. Hawks not letting them at it easily here. Ginnivan lurking in the contest. He got it out the back there to D'Ambrosio. Hanley's an absolute beast. He's laying his body in there. And the third tackle in the contest. Ginnivan again. Backwards. Sloppy stuff from him. Impey off the side of the boot. Turned into a torpedo unintentionally. And then a one-on-one contest as Newcombe, and there will be the first insufficient intent of the night from Jai Newcombe. So he towed that one off the ground, but didn't get any purchase and went straight out of bounds. Sam Weeks will get the free kick. So you just imagine, Nick, it seems the Swans have got the run of play here. You're just waiting for the dam wall to burst. I know it's wet, but something's about to unfold. Wicks, long to half forward, Meek underneath it, taking the mark uncontested up against Heaney.
That's disappointing there. If you're a Swan supporter, you need a tall, you need someone crashing that pack.
Lloyd Meek forced to kick long. That's out on the full.
Oh, yeah.
So another turnover.
So Ruckman's sort of kick, if we've ever seen it.
A free kick to the Swans. Members side halfback. So state of play. 10.5 gone in the final term on the New Tech clock. It's Hawthorn been in front all night. 12-10-82. Well, pretty much from the halfway mark of the first quarter to the Swans 11-9-75. So it's a 7-point buffer in favour of the Hawks. Their game high lead was 27 points early in the third quarter. Swans have possession. They work the ball to the outer side. It's a long kick. Looking for, but not quite finding Hayward. Gathered here by Jordan. Hurried right foot kick. It's an up and under. McCartan camped underneath and couldn't mark. Good use of the body by Hardwick. Kicks the ball back to the wing. Sydney this time have the numbers. Fall of the ball is Florent. Handball to no one in particular. Here's trouble for Sydney. Picked up by Ginnivan. Ginnivan kicks it inside 50. It's a scrubby old kick. Getting there first is McGuinness. McGuinness handballs to Sicily. Sicily in trouble. Tackled. Drops the ball. Free kick surely to Sydney. It is. Great tackle under pressure. And Florent saves the day.
Florent.
Oh, no!
He's turned it right over.
Oh, no.
And sitting underneath it was Connor McDonald. Takes the easiest of intercepts, and Dean Cox buries his head in his hands.
Connor McDonald's stats for the night. Nick, if he had any chance, he's had a very, very quiet night.
I imagine you scroll to the bottom there, Nick.
I'll make my way all the way down.
So four disposals for the night.
But it's all about a moment, isn't it?
Lead by 7. He may not have touched the ball much tonight, but to extend the lead, McDonald comes in, drives it through the middle, and he gets his moment. And doesn't he play it up to the crowd? And that is a Bendix Breaks big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks. 11.975 the Swans, 13.10.88 for tyre power. Footy's back, save on selected Kumho tyres.
That was a big moment. It was, what have we got? 12 minutes gone in this quarter, and it was, again, the first 3 quarters before the rain came down. It was a beautiful ball movement, both sides free-flowing and kicking the ball beautifully. 12 minutes into this quarter, it's been a game of territory, and that one there, it's been exclusively the Swans. They've been able to keep it in their half, but it was a switch of play. I didn't mind the first one from Melican going around and around the side, because you just can't keep going back to where you come from there. Ollie Foran tried to do the same thing.
Wet ball as well.
Wet ball, execution was a bit off. Goal to Hawthorn.
Meek tapped it to Newcomb, banged it on the boot, falls short, and that man McDonald again marks. So he's been quiet, but he's lifting. Hawks by 13. 13 minutes ticked over in the final term. McDonald holds things up, now drives it long. Charles sets himself, can't take the mark. Warner, Chad, fall of the ball, gathers tackle, and we'll have a ball up in deep in Hawthorn's attacking territory. Forward pocket, a couple of metres in from the boundary line, about 20 metres out from goal.
So ball up. What a game we've got to start things off. Threw it on the boot wayward from Grundy. Landed in the lap of Ginnivan, but he had Sam Wicks there riding him like a backpack. So ball up in the forward pocket. Grundy down. Mackenzie came bursting through it on the left boot. It went high up the chimney. Sicily was underneath it. Mackenzie followed up his own work. He was nearly taken high. Fed it out to Ginnivan, who gave it back now to Nash. Papley working in defence at the moment. He's got to be clean here. Just burrowed his head in. And Warner, they exit defensive 50. So the Swans out of trouble for now. Hanley dropped what he should have taken. A free kick found. He's lively, the 179
it's been good.
centimetre forward. So Hanley,
he looks like Tom Papley.
He does. He's got a lot of paps about him.
Not 15.
Row bottom, plays on quickly. It's a wobbly one. Straight up the chimney. Coming through was Mackenzie. Here's Hanley again. Bouncing on it. Gave it to Florent. Through the middle of the ground. Big tackle laid by Nash. And that's another crucial moment in this game. He wouldn't let him go.
Huge.
A big moment for Bendix. Bendix, the best known breaks. Connor Nash wasn't letting him go anywhere.
Nash, not sure what to do, so decides to go short and sideways, and that's 15 metres, and the mark's taken by Carl Amon. Smack bang on the members' wing. Hawthorn lead by 13. 15 minutes gone, final term. On the New Tech clock. Automation for manufacturing. Impey. Still in the wing position. Long kick. Meek, Chol, both fly, neither could mark. Kicked by Roberts up and under, still in play, fisted away by Newcomb, gathered by Mackenzie. Mackenzie handballs backwards to Amon, jams it on the left boot. Chol's got an opportunity, he should mark, and does.
Free kick.
Free kick for a Shepherd against Sicily.
Yep.
Oh, they're all big moments now. We said that, didn't we? A free kick against Sicily for an illegal Shepherd, and that saves the day for the Swans momentarily, as Chol's going to line up for goal. Ball kick to half-back for Sydney. And Hanley, I should say, is in it again. He's been a live wire since he's come on. Looks a potential player. And a throw in on the wing.
Thrown up. What's this game got left in it? What a way to start the season. Mackenzie, been lively. Here's McDonald again. Throws it on the right boot. Pack forms at half forward. Spoil came in from Roberts. Off hands. Rampy read it best. Kicks it high up and under ball. Mackenzie sits underneath it.
He's had a good quarter. He's had a good quarter. They Warple going off injured, and then Will Day spending a little bit of the third quarter injured. The Swans midfield were able to get on top. This young fella, Cam Mackenzie, stood up here in the last quarter.
Wheels onto the right, goes in the Chol direction, brought the ball to ground level. Blakey fed it to Wicks, who threw it on the boot quickly. So the Swans in bomb out mode now, and that's a great mark taken by Scrimshaw. Waste no time on the left boot. Amon.
Rain stopped.
Rain has stopped. Drives a long left foot ball inside 50. Chol was there, couldn't take the grab at the back. Swans not out of trouble yet. Florent over the top to Lloyd, deep in defence. Exits defensive 50. Ball might come back. Battle was underneath it. Papley did well. There was Newcomb. Now to Jordan. He tried to tow it to advantage. Here's Papley. He might run onto it. He just kicked another 40 metres off the deck, and this might be insufficient intent. How does the umpire go? He does call it.
Handy 40 metres, though.
It's handy 40 metres.
The old 40-20 in NRL terms. But that will mean a Hawthorn free kick on the outer side.
And the free kick is taken by Amon, who fires the ball to half forward. Oh, good mark by Amati. Doesn't waste any time. Gives it off to Patton, who backs himself. Kicks long down the line, and McCartan presents and takes a good mark. Plenty of fight left in the Swans yet.
There is. Seen
There's
enough
only
of
13
him.
the difference.
Seen enough from McCartan forward.
And all by himself in the middle of the ground is Roberts. Matt Roberts. Nice left footer. Loads up to the top of the goal square. The big men fly. No mark for the ball. It ricochets to Day. And Day dishes out the handball to McDonald. McDonald goes to Chol. Got to mark this one, and does. Now, what's Chol got on offer?
Hang on to it.
He does exactly that. Now he gives it off. Handball to McGuinness. McGuinness goes long, sideways. No mark. Sydney have the numbers. It's 3-on-2 here. Can they make the most of it? Amati's got to pick it up cleanly. Does so. Good effort. Handball comes out, and there's that extra man. Handball over the top now to Hayward. Hayward gathers. Hurriedly kicks to the wing. Hawthorn get there. Scrimshaw lays the tackle on Papley, but Swans still had possession. Whistle, free kick, throw, going Hawthorn's way. Another big moment.
They're everywhere. What a start to the season.
Brought the heat here in the last 5 minutes. The Hawks. So they play on. What's this game got left? Battle. Tied up against the boundary outer side. 19 minutes gone. 18 minutes gone. About to tick over to 19. Battle loads up, drives them to half forward. Charles at the back, flew 3 deep, couldn't take the mark. In the end, Sicily did. So Sicily takes the mark on the paint of 50. And if we know James Sicily like we do, I reckon he'll go back and load up, but he's got a cramp. So early season cramp for James Sicily.
Good mark in the conditions, wasn't it?
Certainly was. This is about where I reckon this is about where he had it. Not on this ground, obviously.
Don't mention the wall.
I reckon this is about where he may have kicked from in the prelim.
It's right behind the
Did he hit the post?
Semi, I should say,
right behind
he
the
did.
I heard you said it was home quarters.
So James Sicily, and the captain steps up, wheels around, drives it towards goal. It's going to fall short. Can they get a mark? Paddling it back was Blakey and through for a minor score. So 13-11-89 now, the Hawks. 11-9-75. It's a 14-point margin for the Hawks. 40,000 in the house. 40,310 on Friday night footy.
Great
4
crowd.
20 sausage rolls. What a way to start the season off.
Blakey kicks down the line. Oh, that's a terrific mark taken by Barris.
I'm not sure 14 points down with around 6 or 7 minutes to go, going wide to the best intercept defender in the competition was the best move there, Nick.
Barris goes to the pocket. Sicily works his way in front. Can't quite take the mark. Free kick. Free kick. Impeded in the marking contest. Had his arms chopped. And if James Sicily can kick this goal, he'll be lining up on about a 55-degree angle. Only 25 out. He's going to kick it on his left. It's a brave decision. If he can kick this goal, this would go a long way to seeing Hawthorn win the 4 points. Not over, but boy, that would be a hard margin for the Swans to reel in with a few minutes to go. Sicily, left foot snap, home, captain's goal. James Sicily kicks his first, and it's a handy buffer to the Hawks. It's out to 20 points. 14-11-95 to 11-9-75. 21 minutes gone, final term on the Tyre Power scoreboard. The footy back sails now on.
It's been the best, maybe worst coaching move in Dean Cox's short career. He's made the move at halftime. James Sicily was intercepting everything that was going into the Swans forward line. Let's put Will Hayward onto him. They kept him quiet. He had one possession in the third quarter. Sam Mitchell says, okay, bugger that. James Sicily, you're going forward. And he's been the difference in this quarter.
We knew at some point the move was going to come, Nick. It was just a matter of when, and how impactful has he been since he's gone forward. Is that the goal that wins the game for the Hawks? Still plenty of time left. Will Day trying to extract it out of the middle. Bit sloppy there from both sides as the ball's still a bit slippery. Meek throws it on his boot inside 50. It's a foot race out on the outer side. Melican v McGuinness. Melican won it, but McGuinness was able to bring it back into his favour and tap it out over the line. They've just lifted in the last 15 minutes, I reckon, the Hawks. This quarter started with a McGuinness goal, and the Swans are goalless so far in this final quarter. Hawks haven't beaten the Swans in 3 years, since 2021. 4 years, I should say. When are we? 2025 now. Here we go. Chol. He ran past that one. Blakey. Deep in defence.
Need to be aggressive.
They do have to be aggressive. It was an aggressive kick. He was looking down the wing to Rowbottom, who used his body nicely. Ball didn't sit for him. Slapped it in the direction, though, of Campbell. And now Hanley on the end of it. Campbell will get on the end of this one with the toe poke forward. Can they get something here? Amati, he's got time and space on Barras. He tried to go the toe poke as well. Barras did well. The umpire went down behind play. Here's Amati. He needs to find a handball. Hawks steadfast under pressure. He went the torp to Big Frosty out of defensive 50. And they might get away with one here as Grundy tracks it back on the wing.
He's one-on-one with Meek, but Grundy kept his feet, won the ball back, kicks inside the corridor, but it's knocked away by Hawthorn. Day's at the bottom of the pack, and it's a high tackle going to Will Day. Gee, that's a tough call.
It was called by the umpire in the far pocket. He probably had a better angle than what the controlling umpire, and probably what we do here in the box. But both sides, their commitment to the contest has been excellent. At Hawthorn, they've been challenged, and at the moment they're doing enough to repel the Swans.
Will Day's lost his boot, so he'll put that back on. Time off's called, of course. So 24 minutes in the final quarter. The Swans in trouble now. They're 20 points down. Will Day has possession on the outer wing. Takes plenty of time. Goes long to the contest. Meek's there. Chol's there. Meek plays a bit of volleyball, taps it back to Chol, keeps the ball alive, kicks to the 50. McGuinness is there against Rampy, and McGuinness sees it over the line for a throw-in. 52 metres out from the Hawks' goal. They're in front by 20.
He's been impressive, Chol, in this last quarter. He's jumped at everything that he's needed to. The rain has come. It's been a little bit wet and slippery, but he's launched at every contest he's needed to in this quarter.
Could not have asked for a better season opener to get things underway. Here's Meek. Kicks inside 50. Sicily lurking, but Blakey off his toes and just slides out of bounds. And we'll get a boundary throw in the forward pocket again. 11-9-75 the Swans. They trail 14-11-95 the Hawks. Looking to make it the best possible start to season 2025. Get a boundary throw in. Ball thrown in the forward pocket for the Hawks. Grundy won it down. Landed in the lap of the 250 gamer in Lloyd, but it's ping-ponging around. Here's Newcomb. Wheels around on the right boot. One-on-one in the goal square. Sicily's there. Blakey did well with the spoil. Might fall for the Hawks here. It does for McDonald, but Melican able to mop up. Nearly was in trouble. Blakey, they're not really letting them out easy here, the Hawks. Blakey has to be precise and was.
Middle.
Finds Campbell, who bursts off down the wing. Long kick in the direction of McCartan. Two Swans flew. Hanley, it was Florent in the end who made a mess of it, but he was able to get it to Corey Warner, spinning out of trouble. That's better now. Jordan gave it to Campbell. He'll wheel on the left. Can they get one late one here? 2-on-1. It's all Hawthorn and it's all D'Ambrosio who takes the relieving mark in defence.
And that was very clever defensive work by Frost, who just managed to shepherd but not shepherd.
Disrupt rather than shepherd. It's important. It's an important skill. It's an easy free kick to give away.
Yeah, it was a really important 1%er for the Hawks as Day fists it over the line for a throw-in. So Hawthorn 14-11-95, Sydney 11-9-75, 26 minutes gone in the final term on the New Tech clock. It looks as though the Hawks have a big enough buffer in these tough conditions.
Ball thrown in front of the members' wing. Swans are going to need to be perfect now. Day jumps on top of James Jordan. Umpire's going to pin him. Gone. It's all going Hawthorn's way now.
He's worked his way back into it Day in this quarter. Now, Jordan did a really good job at halftime when the move was made. The Swans were able to peg back that 20-point lead, but It's back out to 20 now. Day's been important in this last term.
Hawks by 20. Day goes across goal, finds D'Ambrosio in acres of space. He's got the entire outer side to himself. Takes a second bounce. Third bounce now. Comes up to him. He might take a fourth. He will. He's got no time and he's got all the time and space to work into. Goes to Chol. It was out in front of him. Couldn't take the mark off the deck from the Swans. It'll come straight back in through Amon, who floats this one inside 50. Watson. And now the Hawks through Chol. Can they get on the end of it? They can't. And it was going to be a certain goal for Chol. For DLFC, it's certainty through science, but the ball just bouncing through.
Need to protect the corridor here.
Blakey, he's played a hell of a game for the Swans. Plays on to Wicks. Wicks goes short to Chad Warner. Chad Warner plays on, has a bounce, takes it outside defensive 50, takes on another player, has a second bounce, draws and pops it over the top to Jordan. He kicks to Hanley. Not sure what to do with it. Gives it back to Jordan. Jordan goes short to McInerney, who goes into the corridor. Here's a Lucy. Roberts spots up Florent, who can have a ping here from 50. Drills it long and kicks a goal. No, hits the post. Hits the post. And that is it. That is the game. And the Hawks have started season 2025 beating the Swans in our own turf by 20 points. So the Hawks led pretty much at every change after a very tight first quarter. They were 6 points in front at quarter time. They were 20 points up at half time. They were 5 points up at three-quarter time after a spirited Sydney fight back. But the Hawks too good in the end by 20 points. What a game of football to open season 2025. In fact, make that 22 points. No, what are we here? 20 points. It is 20 points. 14-12-96 to 11-10-76. For the Hawks, 3 goals to Will Day, 2 goals each to Lloyd Meek and Dylan Moore, and singles to Newcomb, Sicily, Amon, Nash, Chol, McGuinness and McDonald. While for Sydney, 3 goals to Amati, 2 to Chad Warner and 1 apiece to Adams, Rowbottom, Hayward, Papley, Blakey and McCartan. So the Hawks by 20 points to start off season 2025 against the grand finalists from last year on their home deck. That's a fair start for the Hawks, Nick Davis, but I've got to say, great game of footy.
Yeah, good start to the season, round 0. We said in the pre-game, real nod from the AFL to Hawthorn to be able to kick the season off, and both sides came out and put in a spirited contest. The game probably changed midway through the third quarter with a little bit of rain coming in, but Hawthorn, I felt like in the first half they were able to really dominate the game with their foot skills. Their kicking was elite. They hit targets all over the ground. They were able to control the footy, control time in the front half. They ended up winning. Winning inside 50s by 18. So, and it was the way they went about their inside 50s. They kicked the ball beautifully. They found the right target when they needed to. And in the last quarter, they moved James Sicily down there, and it was him.
I'm intrigued to see how the Swans are going to go throughout this year. Obviously, the loss in the grand final, which has been devastating, 2 of those in the last 3 or 4 years. New coach, new system, no Errol Goulden for the first couple of months. They had their moments and their opportunities tonight, but they just, it almost like they lacked a little bit of polish at times. And, Heaney was unsighted there for probably the majority of the second half. They really just, there's issues, I think, for the Swans. I know we're 1 game in, we don't want to over-dramatise it, but there was a couple issues that seeped in there throughout the game.
Yeah, look, issues is probably not the right word for it, and I understand what you're trying to get at, but once you start to get down the batting order, instead of, Isaac's having a bad 10 minutes, but Errol's getting the footy.
Yeah.
But tonight it was Hanley or Sheldrick or Corey Warner or that next level of player that you need to give time to develop and become a better footballer. And absolutely, Errol Goulden is not going to be replaced by Hanley in his first game or Corey Warner playing his 20th game or whatever it is. But it's important that what happens to the Swans is the system. And you could see the way they were trying to get it done. Heaney had his patches. Warner had his absolute patch. Chad Warner in the third quarter was outstanding from the midfield and across half forward. But absolutely, it shows that when you're not at your best, it's going to take some good footy to win games in this competition this year.
I see. So I wasn't sure what was happening here, but Jake Lloyd is being cheered off, and Will Hayward ran over to the Hawks boys and said, "Hey fellas, get over here," and they did the right thing, the Hawks, and Jake Lloyd was cheered off in game 250, but it wasn't a night to celebrate for Jake, unfortunately, with the Swans going down by 20 points. Just repeating that final score: 14-12-96 to Sydney, 11-10-76. The major goal scorers, 3 to Day and 2 to Meek for the Hawks, and 2 to Warner and 3 to Amati for the Sydney Swans.
So the Swans now, their next assignment's Brisbane up at here at the SCG next week, and then followed by Fremantle before their bye. So that was a game that they would have wanted to get off to a good start.
Probably would have
tonight.
Pre-season probably chalked it in as
absolutely. But, at home,
at
home against Hawthorn, who are coming off a real uptick last year, and many thought maybe they'd just sort of stagnate a little. But I tell you what, they were very impressive. So I don't know if I see Sydney beating Brisbane next week, Nick. I'm not sure about you. And for the Hawks, they've got Essendon at the MCG and Carlton at the MCG in round 2. So good start for the Hawks.
Yeah, it is. It's to win away is hard to come up against a side that you know is a quality outfit in the Sydney Swans. But Hawthorn, what they did have during last year is they were playing great and they had momentum. You can't train it, you can't have it. You just either have momentum or you don't. And what they've been able to do is restart that momentum in round 1.
So celebrations in the rooms will be for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year. And we will be shortly going down the rooms to hear the Hawthorn song and also to interview one of the players of the match, and the Tempur Sleep Well player wins a Tempur pillow.
They are the best.
A great night's sleep with Tempur. The difference is Tempur, a great night's sleep night after night after night. I think I'm the only person in Australia that doesn't own a Tempur pillow. Yeah. Everyone talks them up. No, that is the difference. The difference is Tempur. So we'll be going down the rooms to speak to one of the successful Hawthorn players.
Not only
win a Tempur Sleep Well pillow.
Not only are we going to speak to them, they're going to get a Tempur pillow tonight to take home with them on the flight. So not a bad way to go about it. If it was me, I mean, Will Day is probably one of the candidates for that. After his performance tonight, Nick, he was fantastic.
He was.
I've never seen a player run off with a bottle of pickle juice in his hand.
They needed him back. They did need him back out there. When he was struggling in that third quarter with the tag and then with a slight injury, I think he just sort of got a glancing quad cork. And with Warple, we'll check on his injury. Injured.
Technically, they say it's officially an ankle. Whatever that means.
Whatever that means, we'll check on him. But when those two went out, you talk about the players out of the Swans midfield. As soon as those two went out of the game, one with injury and one with form, the Swans were able to pile on a few goals there as well. And so look, both sides. Obviously, Hawthorn will be more than happy coming up to Sydney in opening round and starting their season off, considering they were 0-5 last year.
It's not a bad little ace to have up your sleeve when Sicily, he was playing pretty well down back.
He was playing. It was the worst coaching move that Dean Cox has ever made.
Everyone's talked about it all pre-season. What are they going to do with Sam Mitchell? What's Sam Mitchell going to do with James Sicily? Well, they're probably moving forward if they need a goal.
And he was second or third best on ground in the first half. Yeah. Across half back, he was intercepting, he was spoiling, he was setting it up. Will Hayward went to him in the third quarter, had one kick, he moved forward, and then was able to be the difference maker in the last quarter.
Yeah. Shortly, we'll be going down to the rooms to hear the Hawks sing their song, and Dylan Moore will be the player we interview. So Dylan will be sleeping very well tonight with a Tempur pillow.
Absolutely. No, it was a It was a big night from a Hawks perspective. Before we get down to the rooms, why don't we get the toughest of the day for Truckline, for your truck and trailer parts? Visit truckline.com.au. Nick, toughest player of the day tonight.
The toughest player of the day, I'm going to give it to Connor Nash. I felt in the last quarter his tackling, he went into the midfield. Warple was out. He spent a lot of time in the centre bounce. His ferocity in the contest in the last quarter was a highlight.
Crucial moments for New Farm Australian through and through. There was a couple of them in that last quarter.
It was Chad Warner's high kick towards goal, and Impey was able to just stay cool there and smother it. Yeah, that bounce could have gone anywhere. It could have gone through for a goal or to a Swans player. That was crucial.
What about the tackler of the game for Bar Crusher Boats, Australia's ultimate fishing weapon?
How do we get one of them? I'm happy with the pillow, but I'd be more happy with the Bar Crusher. Don't worry about that.
That'd be fun.
Connor McKenzie spoke about him at half-time. Quarters, you said that there's big raps on him. They think he's going to go to the next level, and a really good way to take your game to the next levels with the defensive side of the game. And then 7 tackles for him. He stepped up in that last quarter. He was able to tackle through the midfield and win that possession game for Hawthorn.
James Sicily had the game-sealing moment for Loctite. Loctite, fast, strong and reliable adhesives that go beyond the bond. The power play rankings for Red Energy. Red Energy for 100% Australian electricity and gas. I'll see if I can help you out with these ones.
Switch to Red Energy.
Yeah, switch to Red Energy. Will Day, 129. Lloyd Meek, 109. Carl Amon, 107. Matt Roberts was the best for the Swans with 104. Chad Warner on 92 and Nick Blakey with 90. So switch to Red Energy. Our major partner is WayX. Live more with crypto. This is the way. Who's the forever young player of the day for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year?
Ooh, that's a really great question.
I'll tell you, I'm looking forward to watching Handley play a full game.
Oh, yeah.
Even his little cameo tonight, he showed he's got it.
Yep, there's something there for Swans fans, absolutely. But
let's go down to the Hawks rooms. So the Hawks start season 2025 with a crucial away win against the grand finalists from last year, the Sydney Swans. We're going down to speak to Dylan Moore very shortly. So the forever young player of the day?
I will give it to Will Day. I thought when the game was there in the balance in the first quarter, his class and his competitiveness it shone out. He ended up with 26 disposals, kicked 3 goals, 6 tackles. He went up against that Swans midfield and he lost a couple of troops along the way, but I thought he was outstanding.
Who ran the most kilometres tonight? OMF. Sleep deeper, recover faster, perform stronger, wake up refreshed, energised and ready to dominate every game.
Matt Roberts, 13.3. That's it. And when the Swans got going across half-back, it was actually his run and carry that got that done. So it was Matt Roberts there, a kilometre. He won easy.
He certainly did.
He's a lovely-looking player, isn't he?
He's got stash
and left foot. There's always something about left foot. I wish I was a left foot.
Quite an underrated player, I think. You don't really talk about him in the top echelon of half-backs there. The breakout player for tonight for Australian Outdoor Living, bringing backyard dreams to life. Who broke out tonight?
Oh, look, I reckon I'll go 2. I thought that Cam McKenzie, I thought he was able to break out and maybe get to that next level, 34 games. And the first gamer for the Swans, I thought we saw enough there from Tom Hanley.
Well, let's go down to the Hawthorn rooms and speak with the victorious Dylan Moore tonight, who helped guide his team to a valuable win to start season 2025. He also contributed a couple of goals to get things going in the first quarter. Dylan, what a way to start the season. Congratulations, Stephen Quartermain up here with John Donahoe and Nick Davis.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, it's something crazy in the rooms right now. People everywhere, smiles, hugs. No better feeling in football to get the season started with a win.
What an absolute dogfight.
I honestly, that second half, I reckon the ball was on the deck 95% of the time. It was just getting numbers in the screen. How tough can you be? And credit to the lads in the third quarter. They came hard at us, but responded really well. And, I ended up becoming victory.
Dylan, there's some good wins, Nick Davis, here that you have in footy, and obviously you want to win the last game of the season on grand final day, but pre-season is a long time. There's lots of laps around the oval, there's lots of meetings and all that sort of stuff, but to be able to get out in opening round and take on the Swans, you guys must be absolutely wrapped.
Yeah, we're wrapped. I think first two Paki matches, we didn't play how we wanted to play. We didn't bring the intensity, and we didn't know what tonight would hold. We were like, as long as you can bring the heat, bring the pressure, then we can put the odds in our favour, and that was what we did. We just tried to bring the pressure all night, and ultimately, it ended up being a great game of football.
You went and got two key defensive posts, and they were absolutely rock solid tonight, and Josh Battle and Tom Barras, they fit in beautifully, Dylan.
Yeah, as soon as I see him after the game, I couldn't wipe the smile off my face. Those two, they were instrumental, especially Tom Barras. So the amount of golden fists, intercept marks in crucial moments of that game was amazing for us. And to have those two guys on and off the field, they're going to take us a long way.
Dylan, in particular, Nick Davis was impressed with Cam McKenzie's game tonight. We know he's had a great pre-season, and the Hawthorn, his teammates hold him in high regard and predict big things for him. He was tough tonight. He really stood up in the trenches.
Yeah, that's exactly what he brings. He brings a bit of composure, a bit of class, but he's tougher around the football than people expect. And good players stand out in wet conditions and tough games, and that's exactly what he is. He's a really good player, and he's going to be a great player for a long time. And I'm so proud of him tonight. Bit of pressure when people are talking you up, saying you've had a great pre-season, you better perform, and to his credit, that's exactly what he did.
And how handy is it to put the captain at full forward when you need him?
I swear every time he comes full forward, he keeps winning goals, so we just have to keep doing it.
Well, Dylan, congratulations. A great way for the Hawks to start the season, and you are a winner tonight of the Temper pillow. So you can take a Temper pillow home tonight to the hotel, and you can sleep like a baby. Best pillows in town.
Absolutely.
Good on you, mate. Thanks, Dylan. Dylan Moore, 2 goals for the Hawks tonight. One of the key figures in their 20-point victory over the Sydney Swans. Temper sleep well player was Dylan Moore. A great night's sleep with Temper.
He's a real live wire for them.
They all are.
Yeah,
how good are they?
The way he goes about it, he can play tall, he leads up hard. He's a bit like Jack Higgins at St Kilda. He leads up hard, plays a bit taller than he actually is.
All-Australian, of course.
Absolutely. Yeah. And vice-captain of the team. He started last year with glandular fever and still made the All-Australian team. He is a superstar of this competition, and a big reason why they won that game tonight.
And they're all going to get their turn as a small forward. Sometimes it's a great place to play. Sometimes it's not that great. But look, Watson was quiet. He had 4 possessions. McDonald, he was quiet. He ended up with 8. And it was everyone in the small forward. They're going to share the load in regards to who kicks the goals, who gets the footy. But what they are going to do together is bring pressure. And you heard him say that there. And it's so hard in a practice game. The coaches tell you, everyone tells you to bring pressure, but you know it's a practice game. But on the bright lights on the Friday night of round 0, they were able to bring that pressure, and they were able to come away with the win.
Before we go to your votes, your thoughts on the ruck contest? Did you? Maybe Mead got the points in the end because he kicked a couple of goals. But it was a Grundy
hit-outs. He fought his way into it with the hit-outs. He won the hit-outs, but Hawthorn won the clearance. So I thought that Meek was clearly on top in the first quarter because he was winning the hit-outs and he went and kicked a couple of goals. But look, Brody Grundy was under injury cloud, and they'll be happy he got through that game. And it was a pretty even battle, but probably just the goals were the deciding factor there.
He's been an unbelievable recruit for them. He was just a player at Fremantle, wasn't really getting a game, and then comes to Hawthorn, and now he's part of this Hockball generation that is changing football. He's an amazing player. All right.
It's a big unit too.
He certainly is. You are the first man to give votes for 2025, Nick Davis, the all-important 3, 2 and 1. Over to you.
I'll start with 3, and I'll give 3 to Will Day. I was really impressed with how he goes about it. From start to finish, he had his hands all over the footy, 26 disposals, 13 contested, 12 uncontested. His disposal efficiency, whilst under pressure, still went at 80%, kicked the ball beautifully and kicked 3 goals. So he had a quiet third quarter and still came up with that sort of possession rate. So he was clearly on top for me. I thought the man that brought the Swans back into it, Chad Warner, he was clearly the second best on ground, 21 disposals, 2 goals. He did a lot of his damage in that third quarter from half forward. Jordan went in into tag day, and Warner was able to still get plenty of the footy across half forward and be the live wire. He's meters gained. He runs out of the contest. If you're a defender and he's coming at you, look out, because he's hard to stop and he's got a decent step. And the other one, I'll give one vote to Nash. Connor Nash. I thought his tackling, his pressure, the game probably suited his style.
In the second half,
it did.
Well, he's used to those conditions.
He's used to those conditions. We've been there, quarters. It's a beautiful place in Ireland. We know that, but especially Galway, we've been there and we love it. But
God's country.
Yeah, I just felt like in that last quarter, the conditions absolutely suited him. And when it wasn't time to be pretty and use the footy, it was time to put your head over the footy and cop one in the top of the head. He did that. So I'll absolutely have him for one vote. So 3 to Will Day, 2 to Chad Warner, and 1 to Connor Nash.
And before we go to a break,
how's your first game?
Your first game, Tom Handley did really well when he came on, but the coach has said, mate, you didn't run enough.
I don't know if it'll be the coach.
So Tom Handley is out there by himself on the SCG, running up and down, and you've got a couple of physios or a couple of
S&Ts.
a couple of trainers out there telling him what to do. So poor Tommy Handley, the 19-year-old, played his first game tonight, and here he is, lonely figure, running up and down the SCG.
No Sam Frost out there.
Oh, Frosty's too old for that.
Absolutely.
So we're going to take another break here at the SCG, just repeating the final score. The Hawks beating Sydney by 20 points, 14-12-96 to 11-10-76.
Finey up next.
We will take a break. Final break for Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix breaks. When we come back, we'll have a chat with Finey.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power. Footy's back sale. Save on selected Kumho tyres.
On International Women's Day, if I may humbly cluck, why not honour the ladies and serve Love a Duck? In appreciating these humans who leave you awestruck, simply fate them with fare that needs no lady luck. Don't disappoint them with caviar, nor a mere oyster shuck, when instead something swish on their dish you can chuck. So be off to the supermarket and procure Love a Duck. Then sister, mum, friend and partner, let's celebrate like...
It starts with a dream.
To go further, to rise higher, to be unstoppable.
In the finals, every moment is a chance to dream big.
Every shot, every pass, every cheer brings us closer to greatness.
This is where dreams are made. This is your moment.
Finals action on now. Watch every moment live on ESPN.
Hungry Jack's NBL Finals. Dream big.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
At Azito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Swing by your local Bunnings and add a brushless jet blower to your set. 36 volts of blowing power, powered by two 18-volt batteries, all from only $1.99. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Azito. Do you?
It's March Madness at OMF. Buy any base bed frame or bedding to get up to 60% off selected mattresses. Plus, get free local delivery on mattresses $999 and over. Like the Mornington, now under $1,100. Excellent value. And get up to 20% off selected bedroom furniture in Manchester. And up to 50 months interest free. That's the kind of madness you'll love. Get comfy for less with OMF's March Madness sale. End soon at the home of mattress, bedroom, bedding and furniture.
There are good calls. Drinks after work, the beach on a hot day, getting pizza delivered. Pepperoni. But Kogan Mobile just made an awesome call. Because Switch Week is on now at Kogan Mobile. Get a 300 gig yearly prepaid plan for just $159. That's less than $14 a month.
Make the awesome call. Switch to Kogan Mobile. Search Kogan Mobile to find out more. Kogan.com. Click and awesome. T's and C's applied. See website for details.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
With over 25 years' experience in end-of-fight technology, DLF Seeds are Australia's leading experts. AR37 Endophyte boosts pasture production and persistence by reducing insect pressure, increasing your farm's return on investment and giving you a competitive edge. AR37 powers the varieties you know and love, like Mohaka AR37, Reason AR37, and Base AR37. For high-quality stock feed, more milk in the vat, and less stress, you can count on DLF Seeds. For certainty through science, sow DLF Seeds. dlfseeds.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. For all your crop protection, seed and fertiliser needs, and 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Welcome back to AFL Nation. It was the Swans, the Hawks by 20 points. We were just talking about the new generation of footy and the Hawks and the way that they have, they've changed the game on and off the field. You haven't seen the documentary yet, Quarters?
Tomorrow night I'll give it a go.
It is fantastic. So looking forward to rewatching that. I think we're going to cross now back to the South Melbourne studios. I think Finey is going to join us. Finey, have we got you?
Yes, I'm here and raring to go.
Love it. John Dono, Stephen Quartermain's here, Nick Davis is here. What did you think of the clash tonight?
First of all, g'day, John. Great to speak to you again.
Yes.
There was a huge question coming into this game. And for some people, it was how Barras and Battle would make the transition into Hawthorn colours. For others, it was how Dean Cox would transition from assistant coach to senior coach. But for me, it was how Quarters was going to transition from Hawks radio
seamless
to the season opener with Hawthorn playing. And you know what? I heard the call of that Nick Blakey goal. And Quarters, you're an absolute professional.
I passed the test from Finey. That's good news. Well, you are a hard judge.
It was beyond impartial. It was absolutely, quite rightly, in awe of that beautiful. He laced it so softly. It was just a magnificent goal. But it would have got you the sack from Hawks Radio. But it's won the hearts for the rest of us.
Oh, I tell you what, mate. It is. As I was saying to the lads before, I haven't called since 2019, so it's been a while. I did those 3 Hawks Radio games last year for a bit of fun, and it is much harder to be biased than to go back and being Switzerland. It's much easier just calling it just normally. It really is difficult, I found, to be biased. But some people say I've been doing that for 25 years.
It was interesting that you crossed out all the Sydney names just before the game as well. I thought, geez, that's a risky strategy.
Interesting. I'm getting a lot of feedback from my journalistic colleagues about the coverage from Seven and Foxtel tonight.
Yep.
The good, the bad, and the indifferent. Did you have a good sort of look at what they did, and was there much change?
Look, I was mainly on Foxtel, and I'm an unabashed fan of the work of Hutto, who I think is a fantastic caller, and Jared. And it's always interesting when you put 2 very good callers together, but they're both very generous callers. It was a really well put together presentation. So I didn't see a lot of Seven.
Yeah.
And then I drive in and watch. Well, I drive in during the third quarter, so I listened to the call on SEN, and it was rightfully, it was just an exciting comeback. It came out of nowhere almost, and that was beautifully captured, and then ended up watching the end of the game here. But it was, every game's a game of 2 halves. You only need to do year 7 maths to understand that. But they were 2 very different halves, because one was played in dry weather and it was suitably attractive, and the other one was
a slog.
It was a real slog. So it was a really interesting game, and I think, they don't have 2 James Sicilies, but Nick made a great observation actually in that last quarter, and that is probably the best move of the game, ultimately forced. And I mean, Nick, you can explain it, because it was the right move by Dean Cox, but in the end, it sort of forced the hand and helped Hawthorn win.
Yeah, it did. It was a move. There was two moves. I thought both teams and both sets of coaches coached really well. But Dean Cox at halftime, James Jordan moved on to Will Day and kept him quiet in the third quarter. Will Hayward, who'd had one possession in the first half, went on to James Sicily and sort of stopped him in the third quarter. Sam Mitchell's like, okay, how do I get my captain back in the game? I move into full forward, and he comes out and kicks a winning goal. So, yeah, it's a chess match, and both teams coach really well, and he's a magnet that's going to be super, super crucial to Hawthorn this year, James Sicily. He can play all over the ground, and he's such a competitor, and he's such a great leader of this young side, and while he's out there, they're in a really good spot, because his first half he was in the top half of dozen. He did top three on the ground across half back, and had a quiet quarter. The coach made a move and he repaid him.
Yeah, brilliant.
Finally, have you seen the week, with the tumultuous situation up north, and the AFL really were on a hiding to nothing. They had to do what they did. Are you a fan of the opening round? Is that one of your topics of conversation tonight? Where are we going to go with this?
I think round zero is based in logic, because it's an opportunity to promote the game in what we call in Victoria the two northern states, but in what are two very strong footballing states. I think it worked well last year. What's happening as we speak now in southeast Queensland obviously overrides any football interest, and I know that the AFL copped quite a bit of flack for moving the Essendon Gold Coast game right up to the bye round before the finals, but the idea that it could be swapped was not possible. If anybody watches the footage of what's happening in southeast Queensland now, you would understand why footballers they're not footballers, they're family. People have family, and nobody's going to leave their family.
and so, staggering what the NRL did.
Yeah, correct. I mean, no, you wouldn't do it. You wouldn't say, hey, love, I'll be back in 2 or 3 days.
Just batten down the hatches for me.
Keep shoveling.
Make sure you go and get the newspaper, because it'll get wet when they deliver it. I mean, it overrides anything. So the AFL, we're on a hiding to nothing, but
the thing, Finey, for me with opening round, I absolutely understand it, and it was a move, a chess move, when the NRL had their first week in Vegas, and Sydney and Brisbane were void of NRL games. But this round, regardless of cyclone anything, should have been last week when the Vegas games were on, because the rugby leagues, the Sydney Roosters played last night, South played tonight. It needed to be a week earlier.
Yeah, if you're going head to head.
Yeah, if you're going to do it,
check the calendar.
Have a look.
Actually, that's probably the most logical.
Just get the app. Have a look. NRL, have a look.
Yeah. Hey, Finey, we've got about 40 seconds left, but in a couple of words, you and I both have a vested interest in a football team in the southeast. It's going to be a long year. What are your quick thoughts?
Yeah, we love the Saints, but I just had a look tonight, and forward lines are vitally important, and both of these clubs' forward lines need some tweaking. St Kilda's is being decimated. St Kilda's back line looks very thin without Battle and Howard, and they don't have much of a midfield. So I'm really looking to the interchange to and the emergencies. I think we can put together some emergencies.
Yeah, a strong interchange bench.
That's always what every
sign of a good side.
What's what every premiership team
look at
wants.
the bench.
Yep, it's your 4 on the bench.
Lovely to talk, Finey. Finey's final siren is up next, so don't forget to get on the blower and have a chat to Finey. He'll be up for it, that is for sure. Thank you, Nick. Pleasure.
Quarters. It was a pleasure. I've watched many a replay with your voice on it, and it was good to have it sit next to you.
Donna's also a pleasure to work with you for the first time.
Absolute pleasure.
The final score here tonight, Hawthorn 20-point winners over the Sydney Swans, 14-12-96 to 11-10-76. Good luck on Sunday handing out the jumper when the Giants host Collingwood, and you'll hear all the action on AFL Nation.